everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Tokyo Ghoul, I am Madara. Chapter 111 to 160, Chapter 111, The One. Who would have thought Amaha was a shooting prodigy? That shot he just took apparently dropped the enemy sniper team's leader. The tide was turning, and Marude's expression brightened considerably. Watching Byakuya maintain his position trained on Building 1's upper floors, taking occasional shots, he couldn't help but exclaim to Kuri Ui. I actually wasn't aware of that either. Ui offered an awkward smile. Really? He's quite modest then. And a versatile genius at that. Marude stroked his chin thoughtfully. At that moment, Byakuya kept his scope fixed on Building 1's elevated positions. The moment any Aogiri tree sniper dared show their head, he'd put a bullet through it. Under his near-perfect accuracy, Aogiri's sniper team was rendered completely ineffective. With that, the CCG finally breached Building 1 successfully. Byakuya set down his sniper rifle. Now it was time for the Ward 11 Special Countermeasures Unit to make their entrance. Only investigators wielding quinks could engage Ghouls at close quarters. First-class investigator Take Hirako, Rank 1 investigator Katara Amorn, Associate Special Class investigator Senzu Chino, and others were already locked in combat with Ghouls in Building 1. Byakuya, Ui, and the rest followed the original plan, advancing into another building. Eventually, all forces would converge for a combined assault on Aogiri Tree's command center in the deepest section. Suzuya's wandered off somewhere alone again. I hope he doesn't run into any Aogiri executives. Juzu Suzuya had apparently gone off on his own, prompting Shinohara to voice his concern. Ding. Host defeated a B-rated Ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. Ding. Host defeated a B-rated Ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. The battle raged from night through to the following day, and Byakuya had already driven off quite a few Ghouls. With numerous Ghouls occupying each building, the CCG had only managed to secure buildings 1, 2, and 4 by this point. Moreover, they'd only encountered one Aogiri executive so far, Ayato Kirishima. An extremely fast Ukaku-type Ghoul. Even when spotted, he was nearly impossible to catch. Something feels off. So far, only one of the other teams has encountered an executive. We haven't seen the Bin brothers or any of the other executives. Shinohara sensed something was wrong. The ones we've faced have mostly been B-rated or lower. There's no way Aogiri Tree's fighting force is this weak. Amorn chimed in. By now, half of the Ward 11 Special Countermeasures Unit had assembled. Shinohara, Kuroa, Hirako, Kyo Mado, and Katara Amorn. Could the other executives and stronger Ghouls all be gathered at the enemy command center? Kuroa suggested. Let's not worry about that for now. We'll find out once we breach the command center. Just as Shinohara was about to head toward Building 5, the one closest to the command center, a towering figure blocked their path at the floor's entrance. Shinohara and Kuroa, who had both fought the one-eyed owl before, felt a distant, familiar dread wash over them at the sight of that silhouette. Their eyes went wide. Mado's expression twisted into something feral, his hand trembling around his Quinkyu case. Stop! Kuroa immediately bellowed to everyone behind him. Special Class Kuroa? What's happening? The entire team was bewildered. Besides Kuroa, only Shinohara and Mado understood what they were facing. That thing, why is it here? Shinohara muttered in disbelief. Shinohara-san, what's going on? Amorn couldn't help but ask. It's the owl. The SSS-rated one-eyed owl. The natural disaster that appeared 10 years ago. Shinohara's voice was grave, his expression severe. 10 years ago, the one-eyed owl had first appeared. Special Class Investigator Mikito Yuri of Ward 3 was killed by a mysterious Ghoul. The unknown Ghoul was temporarily designated X and preliminarily rated S-Class due to its overwhelming power that surpassed even a Special Class Investigator. A month after the Ward 3 incident, X launched a large-scale assault on the Ward 2 CCG branch, inflicting massive casualties. Its threat level was subsequently raised from S to SS. X's appearance was also revealed during the Ward 2 attack. Based on its form, the CCG renamed it Owl. It possessed approximately 6 to 8 kakuhu, confirming it as a kakuja. Since the owl only had a single kakugan, it was also called the One-Eyed Owl. Later, the owl led multiple Ghouls in an assault on Cochlea in Ward 23, prompting another upgrade to SSS rated. Following that, the owl and its gang launched a second attack on Ward 2. At that time, Kuroa, then a first-class investigator, dealt a critical blow to the owl's kakuhu. But when the owl returned for a third attack on Ward 2, it came alone and was even stronger than before. Faced with the owl's overwhelming power, the entire CCG was helpless. It wasn't until the then 19-year-old Rank 2 investigator Kishu Arima entered the battle that the tide finally turned. At that time, Arima had just been personally promoted by Chief Washu from Rank 3 to Rank 2. Despite his youth, he wielded special class investigators Quinks with masterful skill. Author's note: yes, the anime changed this part too. In the manga, Arima borrowed a special class investigator's Quinkyu and only managed to fight the manager to a standstill 10 years ago, not crushing him with 2 B-rated Quinks. After the grueling battle, the manager lost 2 kakuhu and fled. Simply put, if the manager had been willing to eat while fighting, he could have soloed the entire CCG back then. Only Arima and the Washu family could have stopped him. With its kakuhu wounded again, the owl vanished and hadn't been heard from since. What the CCG didn't know was that the owl that attacked Ward 2 the third time wasn't the same one from before. Yoshimura had charged into Ward 2 alone to protect his daughter, diverting the Washu's attention and making them believe he was the same one-eyed owl from before. He knew that if the Washu discovered Ito's identity as a natural-born half-Ghoul, they would pursue her relentlessly. This explained why the owl in the third Ward 2 attack was so much stronger than before. At that time, Ito hadn't fully developed yet, so naturally she wasn't as powerful as the battle-hardened, near-peak manager. Counting back the timeline, the middle-aged manager of over 20 years ago would have been in his true prime before aging set in. Back then, Ito hadn't yet assumed her current monstrous form but rather resembled the non-killing owl's appearance. More precisely, the manager had altered his Kakuja form to perfectly mimic his daughter's appearance at the time, all to protect her. The sudden appearance of the one-eyed owl, which had vanished for 10 years, was something Shinohara and Kuroa had never anticipated. Though Mado had finally encountered the enemy he'd dreamed of tearing apart for countless nights, he found he still lacked the absolute courage to face it. His trembling hands were born not only of agitation, the one-eyed owl's oppressive presence struck an uncontrollable terror into his heart. Shinohara. Kuroa caught Shinohara's eye, silently signaling him to watch Mado and prevent any reckless action. They both knew the owl had killed Mado's wife, but if hatred clouded his judgment, nothing good would come of it. 10 years ago, Mado had been too afraid to face the owl during its third assault on Ward 2. This time, he wouldn't retreat as he had back then. Owl. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, Facing the SSS. 1007 words. With a roar of fury, Mado opened his Quinkyu case. This time he'd brought Cura, presumably S-rated. Mado. You can't lose your head at a time like this, Shinohara called out preemptively, worried about Mado acting rashly. Perhaps Shinohara's voice was loud enough, it seemed to snap Mado back to his senses. Mado-san. Amon watched Mado with a grave, worried expression. I know. Mado ground his teeth, glaring at the one-eyed owl before him, not daring to make any sudden moves. Shinohara was right. The one-eyed owl was far too powerful. Recklessness would be fatal. He had to forcibly suppress his emotions, gripping his Quinkyu with white-knuckled intensity. Maru, we've got a serious problem. The owl has appeared. Shinohara immediately contacted Marud via radio. The owl. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Marud, usually all smiles and casual demeanor, now wore a grave expression. Aogiri Tree's operational style does seem similar to the group led by the one-eyed owl 10 years ago. Could their leader really be the owl? TCH. Marud grew increasingly agitated. If only Arima were here, but he's still in Ward 24. There's no way he'd make it in time. Damn it. Shinohara. Leave only the fearless elites behind. Transfer all other investigators to the other buildings. If even you all can't handle it, then there's nothing to be done. No pointless deaths, no wasting time, fight the owl with as few people as possible. That's all. However eager Marud was for glory, he wouldn't make irrational decisions. If this really was the same owl from 10 years ago, no one but Arima could handle it. Even with 2 special class investigators and over a dozen associate special class and first class investigators present, their lineup couldn't match the owl suppression operation from a decade ago. Back then, the CCG had assembled all their elite forces and still couldn't defeat the lone owl, much less now, fighting in the enemy's stronghold. Shinohara let out a long sigh. He immediately began organizing personnel deployment. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Associate Special Class Chino arriving from the side. Chino, take everyone to Building 7. Why yes, sir. Chino hadn't quite processed the situation yet. Hirako, Mado, you two stay. Amorn, head to Building 7. Those from Ward 13 at first class and above, stay with me. Everyone else, follow Associate Special Class Chino out. Shinohara and Kuroa exchanged glances and simultaneously began assigning who would stay to fight the owl. Why? I want to fight too. Amorn immediately refused. These are orders from your superiors, Amorn. Don't be stubborn. Shinohara said. Amorn, there's a real chance we might die here, myself included. You shouldn't die in this place. Mado also tried to persuade him. No. Mado-san, Shinohara-san, please let me stay and fight. Amorn's expression was resolute, showing no fear of death. Shinohara's face softened with a look of gratification. Mado-san, you've trained an exceptional investigator. Mado was visibly moved as well, remembering how he himself hadn't been nearly as brave as Amorn 10 years ago. Rank 1 Amorn. Yes, sir. Shinohara walked toward Amorn, then suddenly threw a punch that knocked him flat. The other investigators looked on in shock. Associate Special Class Chino, take Amorn with you. Shinohara turned back to face the owl. Don't underestimate a special class investigator, Amorn. And it'd be a real shame if someone like you died here. Yes, sir. Amorn lowered his head in silence for a long moment before following Chino away. But shortly after leaving the room, he ran into Byakuya and Ui heading toward him, their cold, severe expressions making clear they were going to fight the owl. He couldn't help but glance back at Byakuya as they passed. They were both rank 1, yet worlds apart in ability. Rank 1 Amaha was probably the only rank 1 investigator qualified to fight the owl here. Having taken down an S+ rated half Kakuja, rank 1 Amaha's true strength couldn't be measured by his rank anymore. Meanwhile, Amorn, the former top graduate of his year, still had no impressive achievements to show. But Amorn didn't let this discourage him. He'd already come to view rank 1 Amaha as motivation to push himself harder. Hirako, what's the strongest Ghoul you've ever taken down? Before the battle began, Shinohara asked the helmet-wearing, plain-faced man beside him. An S-rated Ukaku Ghoul. Hirako answered in his usual deadpan manner. Got it. Shinohara nodded slightly. I'm the type whose death wouldn't really matter, huh? Hirako commented flatly. Shinohara's expression grew awkward. No, that's not. It's fine. I know where I stand. Hirako said calmly. Shinohara-san, Kuroa-san, is that the owl? By now, Byakuya and Ui had arrived. Ui stared at the massive figure ahead and asked gravely. Yes. You and Amaha are here too. Good, everyone's accounted for. Shinohara pressed his hand to the center of his collarbone, apparently triggering some kind of biometric lock on his Quinkyu. In an instant, his body armor transformed into Kakuja armor. Kuroa underwent the same transformation. This was the Kakuja Quinkyu new Prota. Meanwhile, Yoshimura had stood motionless while they organized their forces, not making a single move. He was here to stall these elite investigators, he had no intention of attacking them first. Amaha-kun is here, but I don't see the blue-haired young man from 10 years ago. He must not be participating in this operation. But those suits the two special class investigators wore, they disgusted him. A man of his experience could guess exactly how such quinks were made. Ding. Host encounters SSS-rated Ghoul non-killing owl for the first time. Reward, 30 fusion points. Byakuya set down the case containing 13's Jason and retrieved the Ucha gunby that had been strapped to his back. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, 3 figures watched. Rise, wearing her white mask, observed the floor where Byakuya was positioned. Corona and Nishiro sat nearby, maintaining a subtle distance from Rise. If Byakuya found himself in any danger, they'd intervene immediately. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 113. Chapter 113. Fierce battle repels the owl Ucha reflection. 1,767 words. Nearly everyone's attention was fixed on the one-eyed owl ahead. No one noticed Byakuya's peculiar oversized fan. Then again, quinks came in all shapes and forms. Even if an investigator noticed the gunby, they'd probably just assume it was some kind of Kukaku quinkyu. Thanks to the confidentiality surrounding each investigator's quinkyu, no one questioned where he'd gotten it. Shinohara, you ready? Kuroa kept his gaze locked on the one-eyed owl. Yeah. Shinohara replied. In the next instant, both men exploded into motion, charging at the one-eyed owl simultaneously. While wearing the new prota, they each wielded a second quinkyu. Kuroa held his Kuroa special while Shinohara gripped Oni Yamoda No. 1 Rinkaku, 1 Bikaku. Both were high-grade, versatile offensive quinks. Few investigators could wield 2 quinks simultaneously. Clearly, both had trained extensively for this, as expected of Special Class investigators. Cover Special Class Shinohara and Special Class Kuroa. UI immediately ordered the others. The new prota not only elevated Shinohara and Kuroa's defense to SS-rated Kukaku levels but also dramatically enhanced their strength and speed. The one-eyed owl finally moved, launching countless blade-shaped Ukaku projectiles from its massive body. But this couldn't stop Shinohara and Kuroa. Clad in the new prota, they could completely ignore those Kagoon projectiles, closing the distance to strike with their quinks at blinding speed. The one-eyed owl possessed a pair of enormous arms that could both attack and defend, arms formed entirely of Kagoon. In truth, Yoshimura hadn't assumed his full Kakuja form this time. His own human hands remained visible, uncovered by Kagoon. The massive Kagoon arms blocked most of Shinohara and Kuroa's attacks, while Yoshimura dodged the rest. Despite their best efforts to target his head, they couldn't even graze the Kagoon mask that formed his one-eyed visage. Boom. Then Yoshimura got slightly serious. He unleashed a shotgun-like burst of black Kagoon, blasting the clinging Shinohara and Kuroa away. Multiple holes were blown through the surrounding walls. Both flew back several meters before barely stabilizing themselves, quinks still firmly in hand. The new prota may still be a prototype Kakuja quinkyu, but this defensive capability is incredible. If we'd had our old equipment from 10 years ago, we'd probably be dead a couple times over by now. Shinohara let out a shaky sigh of relief. Kuroa grunted. An Ukaku excels at ranged attacks but can also fight close quarters with shoulder-mounted Kagoon. Then there's that shotgun-like Kagoon blast for catching opponents off guard. And we can't outlast his stamina either. Truly an unbeatable ultimate Ghoul. Just then, Shinohara noticed Hirako lurking in a corner, waiting for an opening. First-class Hirako. His early career wasn't particularly distinguished, but he partnered with then-associate Special Class Arima for 6 years until his promotion to First Class. You could say Hirako was Arima's closest colleague. If he learned anything from Arima, then against the same owl that Arima once defeated. Sorry, Shinohara-san. I'm just an ordinary man. Hirako could tell exactly what Shinohara was thinking. He'd once asked Arima for guidance. The result? Arima turned out to be a natural, he simply couldn't teach others. For example, Arima would hold 2 quinks and say something like, first you do this, then that, then this, and you can defeat an SS-rated Ghoul. How was anyone supposed to learn from that? Though Shinohara and Kuroa's expectations weighed on him, Hirako had to move. He'd already circled around to the rear, then launched a sudden attack from behind the one-eyed owl. But the owl's reflexes were terrifyingly fast. It whipped around, its Kagoon arm slashing toward Hirako. Fortunately, Hirako had learned something from Arima. He dodged with nearly the same movement Arima had used 10 years ago, but his helmet was still sent flying, along with one of his ears. As for his counterattack, useless against the one-eyed owl. After all, 10 years ago Arima had borrowed a special class investigator's Quinkyu. Mado's mind was sharper than almost anyone's in the CCG. He immediately seized the opportunity while Hirako distracted the owl, charging in. Shinohara and Kuroa followed close behind. All three slashed at the owl's neck simultaneously, dealing massive damage to its shoulder and neck kakuhu. Did we win? The other investigators watching were stunned. No. We lost. Hirako's voice was low. The investigators couldn't believe it. Even wounded this badly, the one-eyed owl still hadn't fallen. Even 2 special class investigators can't deal fatal damage to the owl's kakuhu. Put simply, our firepower can't keep up with its regeneration speed. Hirako explained. The one-eyed owl had already regenerated most of its wounds. Shinohara and Kuroa were swatted away once more by its massive Kagoon arms. Rat-tat-tat. A group of investigators who had somehow circled behind the owl opened fire. But the bullets hitting its body were less effective than a tickle. The one-eyed owl glanced back at them. They immediately froze in terror, thinking their end had come, their gun-wielding hands dropping. Yet the one-eyed owl didn't attack them, it simply ignored them entirely. Iwa, let's go all out. Shinohara spoke gravely. Do it. I'm ready. Kuroa rose to his feet. They had no other options. They would unleash the new Prota's full power. Mado knew that without the new Prota, even a glancing blow from the owl would be fatal. He continued biding his time. As both men released their power, the new Prota came alive, the living Kagoon covering their heads, transforming them into something resembling true Kakuja. Their flesh was being consumed by the new Prota. In exchange for this heightened explosive power, they momentarily seemed to be suppressing the one-eyed owl, but still showed no signs of actually defeating it. After a few exchanges, Shinohara's condition deteriorated. Both immediately created distance from the owl, which didn't pursue. Shinohara? Kuroa immediately checked on him. So there's a Quinkyu that devours its user. Even gritting my teeth through it, if this continues. Shinohara's condition worsened by the moment as the new Prota consumed his body. What a terrifying weapon. This world constantly births grief and hatred, mutual slaughter and plunder, with each side considering their actions righteous. The equipment you wear is a prime example. The one-eyed owl, rather than pressing its advantage, spoke slowly. No excuse can justify killing. Regardless of the circumstances, taking another's life is always a sin. What are you saying? Kuroa seemed oblivious that these words were directed at them. Shinohara was too far gone to care what the owl was saying. He dropped to one knee, barely holding on. Shinohara-san, Kuroa-san, leave the rest to me. Just then, Byakuya approached, gun-by in one hand. Are you sure? Kuroa asked immediately. I'll win. Byakuya replied simply. Kuroa said nothing more. Shinohara's consciousness was fading, but watching Byakuya walk toward the one-eyed owl, he was suddenly reminded of Arima from 10 years ago. This situation was too similar to back then, everyone helpless, and like Arima, he was a newcomer. Shinohara, get that thing off now. Kuroa warned him. He was also tearing at his own new Prota, trying to remove it. Amaha. Suddenly, Mado threw Byakuya's discarded Quinkyu case to him. The Quink-obsessed Mado was worried the fan-shaped Quinkyu in Byakuya's hand might get destroyed by the owl. Byakuya couldn't help but smile wryly. Still, he caught the case and slung the gun-by back over his shoulder. Since it's come to this, might as well spar with the manager using Jason first. Yoshimura watched the young man approach. He'd thought it was about time to leave. One special class was nearly crippled, the other half incapacitated, but there was still one more special class level fighter here, the youth before him. He didn't want Aogiri's command center to fall too quickly, so he intended to delay this third special class a bit longer. When Byakuya was about 5 or 6 meters away, he suddenly exploded into motion. The case in his hand instantly transformed into 13's Jason. Oh! Gasps of amazement filled the room. Byakuya's explosive speed appeared no slower than the 2 special classes wearing the new Prota. Just then, Amorn, who had doubled back after driving off some Ghouls, arrived to see Byakuya engaged in combat with the owl. Why is rank 1 Amaha alone? Amorn was stunned. Weren't there 2 special class investigators? Then he spotted Kuroa, who had just removed his new Prota and was covered in blood. Shinohara was in even worse shape. He rushed over. Shinohara-san. Kuroa-san. What happened? While Amorn asked about the situation, Byakuya was already exchanging blows with the one-eyed owl using Jason's sword form. His perception and dynamic vision, far beyond ordinary humans, allowed him to dodge the owl's attacks. But with the Mangekyo Sharingan deactivated, his abilities fell short of when it was active. When he sensed he couldn't dodge in time, he'd preemptively switch Jason to shield form to block. Yoshimura was holding back as well. They appeared evenly matched, but both were essentially putting on a show. Byakuya didn't want to hurt the manager. The manager didn't want to hurt him. Watching Byakuya hold his own against the one-eyed owl single-handedly for so long, nearly everyone stared in disbelief. I feel like I'm seeing a Rima from 10 years ago in him. Shinohara, having removed the new Prota with medical assistance, was recovering somewhat. He let out a sigh of amazement. Another Arima? That's excellent news. Kuroa nodded. Arima-san's eye for talent is certainly sharp. No wonder Amaha-kun earned such high praise from him. Ui smiled. Amorn stood speechless, watching the battle unfold. He couldn't imagine that the SSS-rated owl, which even special class Shinohara and Kuroa couldn't handle, could be matched by rank 1 Amaha alone. By now, Byakuya sensed it was time. His other hand drew the gunbai from his back, perfectly intercepting the black Kagoon projectiles the owl fired, shotgun-like in their devastating power. More precisely, the gunbai didn't just block them, it absorbed them completely. That's enough, right? Manager. Suddenly, Byakuya murmured under his breath. Only Yoshimura heard him. He froze. Amaha-kun had recognized him, how could he not be shocked? Utter reflection. Byakuya was ready to end this fight. He converted the energy the gunbai had just absorbed into wind-natured energy. As Utter reflection activated, the gunbai unleashed a gale fierce enough to tear through space itself. The stunned Yoshimura was sent flying by the violent winds. A layer of Kagoon flesh was stripped from his Kakuja shell, and along with the wall behind him, he was blasted clear out of the building. Ding! Host has repelled SSS-rated non-killing owl. Reward, 100 fusion points. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, The Disobedient Little Brother. 877 words. The moment Yoshimura was blasted out of the building, he immediately stabilized himself mid-air. High-level Ukaku Ghouls could achieve flight, though currently, only Yoshimura and Ito were known to reach this level. In other words, one needed to be at least an Ukaku-dominant Kakuja. Amaha-kun was right, it was about time. Yoshimura took the opportunity to fly away from the Aogiri tree stronghold. But how did Amaha-kun recognize me? Yoshimura appeared unharmed, but he had actually taken damage. Not from Byakuya, but from Shinohara and Kuroa's power release earlier. Compared to 10 years ago, he had aged considerably. Over 2 decades without consuming fresh human flesh had significantly weakened his RC cells, and since regeneration depended on RC cell strength. His Kakuja form was fine, it was the human body inside that had taken some damage. Fortunately, it was minor. A little rest would heal it. What? Every investigator present was shocked by Byakuya's sudden devastating attack. They had been evenly matched, then the one-eyed owl was suddenly blasted away. What kind of Quinkyu was that, capable of launching something that massive so far? Mado immediately developed an intense interest in the fan in Byakuya's hand. Though the retreating one-eyed owl should have been their primary concern, without Byakuya to oppose it, they might all have died here. So there was no point dwelling on regrets. Amorn, who already deeply admired rank 1 Amaha, found his feelings beyond words now. He really is a second Arima-san. Ui exclaimed. Though unlike Arima 10 years ago, who had severed 2 of the owl's Kagun arms along with its Kakuhu, repelling the one-eyed owl single-handedly was a feat no one besides Arima could accomplish. Even Shinohara and Kuroa were incredulous. The Kakuja Quinkyu new Prota hadn't been able to handle the owl. Could rank 1 Amaha's fan be SS+ or even SSS rated? It wasn't impossible. After all, it had matched, even outperformed, the strongest one-eyed owl. Facing the shocked, confused, and admiring gazes of his fellow investigators, Byakuya offered his prepared explanation. I didn't actually use much force. The owl probably wanted to retreat anyway. Aogiri Tree's stronghold here is basically lost. He didn't want the Gunbai's power drawing unwanted attention, hence the deliberate explanation. Kuroa nodded. I see. But the main reason is that rank 1 Amaha left the owl with no other choice. No one doubted Byakuya's words. From their perspective, deceiving them about something like this would be pointless. Exactly. Otherwise we might all have died here. Besides rank 1 Amaha, no one could threaten the owl. Shinohara sighed. 10 years later, the one-eyed owl is still that powerful. Shinohara, the owl is an SSS-rated ghoul that killed numerous investigators. Several special class investigators died back then. Kuroa suddenly spoke meaningfully. I didn't participate in the owl suppression operation 10 years ago because I was recovering from injuries. But I heard that while people were wounded in that battle, not a single person died. Shinohara's gaze trembled slightly. You're saying, today was the same? Hearing this, Byakuya fell into thought. So Kuroa and Shinohara were already becoming suspicious. The inconsistency in the one-eyed owl's behavioral patterns had raised doubts. Ito's one-eyed owl form was extremely bloodthirsty, basically killing any investigator on sight. But Yoshimura's disguised one-eyed owl was comparatively merciful. He might wound many investigators, but never killed a single one. Such inconsistent behavior naturally bred suspicion. Not that these investigators' suspicions affected the bigger picture. What mattered was that the Washu had already realized there were 2 owls and knew Yoshimura's child was the natural-born half-ghoul they sought. Maru, the owl has retreated. More precisely, rank 1 Amaha repelled it directly. Shinohara reported the situation to Marud, who was stationed outside the stronghold. Really? That kid again? So he's the second coming of Arima? Marud was astonished. Shinohara chuckled. The man himself probably wouldn't like being called a second somebody else. He wasn't joking, he meant it. Amaha was Amaha. Arima was Arima. Constantly calling someone the second Arima wasn't appropriate. Anyway, we're pressing forward. Their leader, the owl, has retreated. We shouldn't face much resistance now. Shinohara said. Without the one-eyed owl blocking them, the CCG's advance accelerated dramatically. All 6 buildings were soon secured. Aogiri Tree had left only about 200 ghouls to hold the Ward 11 stronghold. Even so, the CCG had expended considerable effort, since even an ordinary ghoul could take on several regular investigators. Report, Special Class Kuroa. We didn't find the Bin brothers. We only spotted another apparent executive, Wing Dukaku Kagun. He's leading a group of ghouls in continued resistance. They're too strong, we can't break through. A squad member arrived to report. So from start to finish, we've only encountered the owl and 1 executive. Kuroa fell into thought. Just then, Byakuya spoke up. I'll handle that executive. Where is he now? Should still be in Building 7. The squad member replied. Then I'll leave it to rank 1 Amaha. Kuroa nodded. With rank 1 Amaha's abilities, he had no concerns about sending him alone. Their focus now needed to shift to capturing the command center. The remaining executives were probably there. Byakuya then headed to Building 7 alone, case in hand. What a disobedient little brother, he thought. Time for a proper lesson. Get 20 plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 115. Chapter 115. You want to dance too? 976 words. Byakuya soon arrived at Building 7. Even from downstairs, he could hear combat on one of the upper floors, investigators fighting ghouls. He quickly made his way to that floor and, sure enough, spotted the masked Ayato Kirishima. Though the mask concealed his face, his build and clothing were highly distinctive. Rank 1 Amaha. Seeing that an elite from the Special Countermeasures Unit had finally arrived as backup, the investigators present felt their spirits lift. Fall back. I'll handle this. Go support Special Class Kuroa and the others. Byakuya spoke calmly. No one would disobey such an order. They obediently withdrew. They'd all heard that Rank 1 Amaha had repelled the one-eyed owl, no unnecessary worries about him. Recognizing the investigator from their last encounter in Anteku, Ayato's fury ignited. But he didn't dare act rashly, their last meeting had taught him a painful lesson. He immediately signaled his subordinates to swarm Byakuya, hoping numbers might wear him down. After all, humans generally lacked Ghoul-level stamina. Watching them approach, Byakuya said flatly, "You've experienced this once before and still haven't learned? Very well, let me make it sink in this time." His utterly dismissive tone infuriated Ayato. But no amount of anger would make him as reckless as before. Suddenly, Byakuya tossed his case containing 13's Jason into the air. Most of the Ghouls' attention immediately followed the rising case. In that instant, Byakuya was among them. He didn't even use his Quinkyu pure taijutsu to crush these Ghouls. Since Aogiri had sent most of its main forces to assault Cochlea in Ward 23, the Ward 11 stronghold had only Noro, Ayato, and the Bin brothers among its executives, leaving mostly B and C-rated Ghouls. Byakuya could easily crush B-rated Ghouls with taijutsu alone. In the blink of an eye, before the case even hit the ground, several nearby Ghouls had been sent flying in all directions like toys. One was kicked toward Ayato, who casually kicked it aside, letting it slam into the wall. Ghouls could take a beating. Clang. The case hit the floor. Only a handful of Ghouls remained standing. They were momentarily paralyzed with shock. This was their first time seeing a human fight Ghouls barehanded. Useless trash. Ayato cursed and released his ukaku, firing feather-like Kagun projectiles at Byakuya. A mere S-rated like Ayato couldn't compare to the manager's ukaku. He posed no threat to Byakuya. Byakuya simply sidestepped, letting the feathers pass harmlessly behind him. Soon the remaining Ghouls were down as well. Now it's your turn. Byakuya turned his gaze to Ayato. Ayato let out an irritated tch. His heart was already racing. Last time he'd been beaten with a Quinkyu. This time his opponent had demonstrated incredible hand-to-hand combat. But his pride wouldn't let him admit fear. He tore off his mask and charged at Byakuya. Close combat is actually my specialty. You want to dance too? Byakuya remarked coolly. Seeing that his opponent wasn't using a Quinkyu, Ayato apparently decided against using his Kagun. He wanted a fair one-on-one brawl. But within moments, he realized he couldn't land a single hit. His youth and pride made him more desperate with each miss, pushing himself into a frenzy. Ayato's movements looked fast but were flashy without substance, lacking the unpredictability that made attacks truly dangerous. Given his childhood, he could only have been self-taught. Byakuya read each move from its inception. Even without the Mangekyo sharing an active, he had more than enough to handle Ayato. Then Byakuya threw a counterpunch, striking Ayato square in the right cheek. Ayato flinched from the pain. Before he could recover, a knee strike, hands gripping the back of his neck, drove into his face. With Byakuya's strength, several of Ayato's teeth shattered and flew out. Gah! Never beaten this badly before, Ayato's mind went blank. He couldn't believe his close combat skills were inferior to a human's. Next, Byakuya seized Ayato's throat with one hand and drove him into the ground. You're Tuka Kirishima's little brother, right? Don't you know your sister worries about you? And here you are playing house. Byakuya pinned Ayato down casually. Ayato didn't respond, he could barely breathe. When he tried to pry Byakuya's hand off his throat, Byakuya's free hand moved, classic ground and pound. Without any professional grappling defense, Ayato took the full force of the blow. With a dull crack, his nose collapsed. Blood poured down Ayato's face. Oh, I get it now. You want to protect your sister, don't you? That's why you're working so hard for Aogiri Tree. Byakuya saw right through him. What the hell are you talking about? Unable to admit the truth, Ayato erupted, releasing his Kagun. Being beaten this badly had pushed him past his limit. Byakuya rose and dodged the sudden Kagun attack without changing expression. Even now, he had no intention of using Jason. Calmly evading the high-frequency Kagun attacks, he continued in his flat tone. When that drag queen and the Bin brothers showed up back then, you were worried they might hurt your sister, weren't I right? Ayato still wouldn't admit it. Enraged and humiliated, he unleashed everything he had. Playtime's over. This time, Byakuya didn't dodge. He drew the gunbai from his back, absorbing every feather-shaped Kagun projectile completely. The gunbai converted absorbed attack energy into wind-natured energy, essentially a piece of equipment that could reflect at least 100% of damage received. Ucha reflection. What? Facing the terrifying gale sweeping toward him, Ayato couldn't react in time. The next moment, he lay bloody and battered amid rubble, the surroundings utterly devastated. How pathetic. Now you can't even dance. Though Byakuya's tone was flat, to Ayato it felt like pure humiliation. But he truly couldn't move now. Just then, Noro appeared before Byakuya without warning, clearly intending to retrieve Ayato at his feet. Go ahead. Byakuya showed no surprise and even spoke politely to Noro. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Cochlea Under Attack. 884 words. Noro had been sitting in the command center from the beginning, never participating in combat, just watching the clock in his hand. When the time came, meaning Ito's operation in Ward 23 was guaranteed success, he would evacuate the surviving executives from Ward 11. Noro's original consciousness was nearly gone. He operated entirely on Ito's orders. Ito had calculated the approximate time needed to capture Cochlea. When Noro's watch chimed, he immediately sprang into action, which was why he'd appeared before Byakuya. Seeing that Byakuya had no intention of stopping him, Noro showed no aggression either. He simply hoisted Ayato over his shoulder and left. In the end, Noro only found Ayato. Following the Bin brothers' scent, he discovered they had already died in different locations. After briefly confirming their deaths, Noro departed with Ayato and the handful of surviving Ghouls, heading to rendezvous with Ito and the others. Commander Marood. Buildings 1 through 8 have all been secured. The command center was empty. We've achieved complete suppression of the Aogiri Tree stronghold. As news of victory reached Marood from the front lines, his mood finally lifted. He turned to another investigator beside him. Prepare to announce our victory to those oblivious human idiot. Understood. The investigator replied, then added, also, Commander Marood, there's a call from headquarters. Headquarters? Who's calling? Marood asked. Special Class Arima. Arima? So he's already heard about our victory. Marood immediately took the call, eager to show off. Hello. This is Commander Marood of the Ward 11 Aogiri Tree Suppression Operation. Marood-san. Arima's emotionless voice came through. Arima, while you were leisurely playing whack-a-mole over there, we finished up Ward 11. This kind of thing is a piece of cake, ha ha ha. Marood boasted about his achievement. But Arima's flat response cut through. That's good to hear. The implications ran deep after all. He was the true leader of Aogiri Tree, the One-Eyed King. I need you to recall the operation forces immediately. Cochlea in Ward 23 has been attacked apparently by Aogiri's main force. I'll be heading there too. End of message. WH. What? Marood was completely stunned. Hadn't Aogiri Tree just been annihilated? Where did this main force come from? Could it be that Aogiri's main force was never in Ward 11 to begin with, but in Ward 23? The realization hit him like a truck. He'd been played by Aogiri Tree. Ward 23, Cochlear Prison. By now, Aogiri's main force had already breached the SS level where SS-rated Ghouls were held. Though they hadn't reached the deepest level, their objective was complete. Humans really are foolish, can't even see through such a simple scheme. Tatara said coolly. Anyway, it's about time to leave. Those doves will be here soon. After Marud realized Aogiri's true purpose, he immediately ordered investigators who had just finished the Ward 11 operation to rush to Ward 23. But it was too late. The Aogiri forces that had attacked Cochlear had already withdrawn. Most of the freed Ghouls seemed to have joined Aogiri, including multiple S and SS-rated Ghouls, further strengthening Aogiri Tree. The Ward 11 stronghold was now truly empty. The desolate scene was eerily quiet. Nico appeared on a hillside overlooking the Aogiri stronghold, surveying the 8 ravaged buildings. It's over then. My love nest is gone. The clown Sauter, Nimura Furuta in his clown mask, stood behind him. Neisan seemed quite entertained this time, playing around with them for so long. By the way, does this one-eyed king really exist? Sauter asked curiously. That sort of person doesn't exist at all. It's actually quite simple, Tilda. Nico whispered something into Sauter's ear. Oh, I see. Sauter nodded. But there was one very interesting human this time. Quite to Neisan's taste, Tilda. Nico's expression grew wistful. You mean that new young investigator? Sauter immediately knew who Nico meant. Yes, Tilda, doesn't Sauter-kun find him interesting too? Nico said. Also, I feel like I haven't shown my face in a while. With that, he donned a clown mask similar to, but not identical to, Sauter's. Finally, Nico and Sauter laughed together gleefully. The clown's laugh last. After the Ward 11 Aogiri suppression operation concluded, the CCG headquarters commendation ceremony would proceed as usual. Until then, participating investigators were on leave. The complete victory over Aogiri would deter Ghouls in other wards from acting up for a while, so having many investigators resting simultaneously posed no issue. Byakuya had also gone to Ward 23 to intercept Aogiri's main force after the suppression operation, but they'd already withdrawn, fruitless effort. Afterward, he headed home. Rise and the Yosuhisa sisters had naturally arrived before him. Seeing them all safe and sound, Byakuya's final worry evaporated. Speaking of which, where's my mask? Give it back. Byakuya asked Rise for the white mask. Can't you just give it to me? Rise seemed reluctant to return it. Byakuya hadn't expected Rise to want to keep it. He opened the system shop and found the white mask listing now showed unavailable, meaning it was a one-time purchase only. In that case, he definitely couldn't give it to Rise. I really can't. If you like this style, I'll take you to get an identical one made next time. Rise fell silent. Though she returned the white mask, Byakuya sensed something was off. Was she angry? Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, Mado's Invitation. 838 words. Byakuya couldn't understand why Rise was upset, and she wasn't the type to throw tantrums. He couldn't figure out the reason. Surely she wasn't angry just because he wouldn't give her the white mask. Then Rise spoke. I thought you were pretty good at charming girls. Can't even read this little hint. I really can't right now. Byakuya admitted helplessly. He had no leads and was genuinely confused. He wasn't omniscient, after all. Did you forget what I like most about you? Rise offered a small hint. She wasn't being difficult, she wasn't going to make him guess blindly. That clicked for Byakuya. What Rise liked most about him? Obviously his scent or his flesh. Combined with the fact that he had worn the white mask. Mystery solved. So Rise didn't actually like the style of the white mask itself. Byakuya smiled awkwardly. Got it. Next time I take you to get a mask made, I'll keep that in mind. Rise-san, do you enjoy giving people a hard time? Nishiro suddenly interjected. Her words lit the fuse. He's my darling. What's wrong with me being a little willful? You two were just rescued on a whim, don't act like you're close to him. Rise said with a smile. You were rescued the same way though. Byakuya couldn't help but think this, though of course he wouldn't say it out loud. But Korona and Nishiro didn't know his and Rai's history, so they couldn't use that to fire back. Is Rai-san actually that close to Byakuya then? He's my Byakuya Oniichan. That alone is enough. Korona naturally sided with her sister, the two squared off against Rai's. Of course. This guy even stole a kiss from me before. Doesn't that count as close? Rai's immediately countered with their history. What? Korona was shaken first. She had no idea about that. Nishiro was slightly more composed and quickly retaliated. Byakuya Oniichan also gave Korona a princess carry before. Korona fell silent. Did they really need to bring that up for comparison? Now she felt awkward. Rai's fake news put Byakuya on the spot too. Don't twist things. You were being difficult first, I was just retaliating. And it was only on the cheek. But Rai's ignored Byakuya's clarification and instead questioned him. So what that flat as an airport white-haired shorty said is true? Yes, it's true. Byakuya confirmed. Then. I want to experience that too next time. Though I'm not quite sure what it is. Rai said. A princess carry is, like this. Byakuya immediately demonstrated by scooping Rise up in a bridal carry. Also, when I rescued you before, I already did this. At the time, Rise had been completely unconscious. He had no better option than a princess carry, since she couldn't wrap her arms around his neck for a piggyback. Rise evaluated the experience. Is that so? It doesn't seem like anything special. Though being tasted in this position might feel quite nice. Nishiro felt a pang of regret. Her words seemed to have backfired in Rai's favor. Byakuya set Rise down. Alright, enough playing around. By the way, were any of you spotted by investigators? Though Rise and the sisters had worn masks, avoiding detection entirely was still optimal. The CCG wouldn't even have basic records. For example, the CCG still didn't know what the binge eater looked like. Rai's feeding patterns were so distinctive that anyone with eyes could tell the crime scenes were the work of one Ghoul, hence the binge eater moniker. No, at least I didn't notice any investigator spotting me. Rise said casually. Same for me and Nishiro. Korona added. Good. Oh right, what reason did you give special class aura for your leave? Byakuya suddenly remembered. Our reason? We said we were preparing a heartfelt victory celebration for Byakuya Oniichan's triumphant return. Aura-san even asked if we were living together. Nishiro answered coolly. And how did you respond? Byakuya had a bad feeling. I said yes. Korona hesitated a moment but didn't deny it. Nishiro said flatly. Byakuya was speechless. Now special class Aura knew Korona and Nishiro were living with him. Well, it didn't really affect anything. At most his reputation might suffer. Two same-year classmates, both cute twin girls, living in his house. Once word got out, rumors would fly everywhere. Just then, an unexpected call interrupted his thoughts. He answered. Hello. Is this rank 1 Amaha? I hope I haven't dialed wrong. Recognizing the familiar voice, Byakuya immediately identified Curio Mado. Yes. This should be first class Mado. It's me. You mentioned lending me a look at Jason before. Would you happen to be free now? I am. Should I come to headquarters in Ward 1? No need for headquarters, just come to my home. More convenient. Ding. Host has activated a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1. Cautiously decline this suspicious invitation and insist on meeting at CCG headquarters or a branch office. Reward, 20 fusion point. Option 2. Accept the invitation and visit his home. Reward, 20 fusion point. Get 20 plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Akira Mado. 873 words. Alright. Byakuya hadn't expected Mado to invite him directly to his home. But it made no real difference. He understood why Mado would do this. If other investigators witnessed this behavior, which the CCG didn't officially sanction, it could look bad. So he accepted. Mado then gave Byakuya his detailed home address, also in Ward 1. Ward 1. Following Mado's directions, Byakuya arrived in the neighborhood and spotted a vaguely familiar figure downstairs, apparently waiting for someone. That silhouette. He recognized her immediately as Akira Mado. Kyoryo Mado's daughter. She wore casual home clothes and slippers, her impressive figure unmistakable even in such simple attire. She carried an air of proud aloofness, like an ice queen. Akira Mado. The moment Byakuya noticed her, Akira spotted him too. She'd likely seen his CCG ID photo, her reaction made clear she recognized him. Rank 1 Amaha, I'm Rank 2 Investigator Akira Mado. My father is engrossed in Quinkyu research and couldn't come down himself. Please accept my apologies on his behalf. Her tone was formal and devoid of emotion. It's fine. Byakuya didn't mind. Up close, Akira's eyes really did resemble Kyoryo's, their facial features shared obvious similarities. But she'd inherited the attractive aspects of his features. She certainly didn't look like a female version of Kyoryo that would be. Please follow me upstairs. Akira led Byakuya up via elevator to the corresponding floor. Excuse me. Entering the Mado residence, Byakuya offered a token greeting. Ding. Host completed option 2. Accept the invitation and visit his home. Reward, 20 fusion points. Just then, Kyoryo emerged from a room, looking apologetic. Sorry, I was just at a critical stage of my research. It's nothing, Mado-san. No need for such formality, Byakuya said. As he spoke, he handed over the case containing 13's Jason without hesitation. Excellent. Give me 3 minutes, just 3. Kyoryo took the case and hurried toward his lab, pausing at the door to tell Akira, take Rank 1 Amaha to the living room. Akira nodded slightly. The two sat in the living room. A long silence passed before anyone spoke. After all, Byakuya only knew Akira from afar. From Akira's perspective, she didn't really know him at all. Akira politely poured tea for Byakuya, then sat quietly sipping her own. The silence stretched on before Akira finally spoke. You're the first person willing to agree to my father's unreasonable request. Because I don't think it matters. Byakuya replied calmly. Is that so? Good then. Akira took a delicate sip. I also heard the Aogiri suppression operation encountered the one-eyed owl from 10 years ago, and Rank 1 Amaha ultimately repelled it. After all, the one-eyed owl had killed her mother 10 years ago, of course she'd care. Yes. Byakuya confirmed. But you look about my age. And if I recall correctly, you enrolled at the academy a year after me. You're a newcomer, yet already this formidable. Akira observed flatly. Because Byakuya had graduated early, he and Akira, who had been a year ahead at the academy, became roughly same-year investigators. Also, he was actually 3 years younger than Akira's 21, though about the same wasn't entirely wrong. You flatter me. The one-eyed owl had already been worn down by Shinohara-san, Kuroa-san, and Mado-san by that point. Byakuya said modestly. I see. Akira didn't pursue the topic further. By then, Kyoryo's promised 3 minutes were up. He emerged from the lab on time and returned Jason to Byakuya. Thank you very much, Rank 1 Amaha. I gained quite a few insights. Kyoryo said gratefully. It's already evening, why not stay for dinner before you leave? Ding. Host has activated a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1. Decline Kyoryo Mado directly. No reason needed. Reward, 10 fusion points. Option 2. Politely decline, citing family waiting at home for dinner. Reward, 20 fusion points. Option 3. Accept the invitation, but may need to endure spice levels most people can't handle. Reward, 50 fusion points. Byakuya recalled that both Kyoryo and Akira Mado loved spicy food. When eating out, they'd typically request maximum spice levels. Dining with this father-daughter duo would probably mean a chili pepper feast. But Byakuya could handle spice. How hot their cooking actually got was something he'd only know by tasting it. 450 fusion points, it seemed worth trying. All right. Thank you, Mado-san. Byakuya accepted. Sure enough, when Kyoryo brought out his home-cooked dishes, a thick, pungent chili aroma filled the air. Byakuya suspected he'd underestimated the Meido household's spice tolerance. But having come this far, he had no option to retreat. Noticing Byakuya's slightly strained expression, Kyoryo quickly realized, sorry. I forgot to ask first. Akira and I are so used to eating this way, I just automatically. It's fine. Byakuya said calmly. Really? Then let's eat. Kyoryo removed his apron and sat down. As a single father for 10 years, he'd naturally mastered cooking. Byakuya picked up a slice of meat and tasted it. Very spicy, though not unbearable. It would probably get rough after eating too much. Ding. Host completed option 3. Reward, 50 fusion points. The system seemed to deliberately wait until after he'd tasted it to grant the reward. Just then, Kyoryo and Akira were both observing his reaction. Get 20 plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, Washu's attention. 810 words. Excuse me, could I have some water? Though Byakuya's expression hadn't changed much, the spice was getting to him, he needed water. Kyoryo signaled to Akira, who immediately fetched Byakuya a cup of hot water. Looking at the steaming cup, Byakuya fell silent. Already suffering from the spice, and now this scalding water, he could only imagine how refreshing the first sip would be. Though he knew hot water was actually the most effective at neutralizing spice, the first few seconds in his mouth would be extremely invigorating, before the heat quickly suppressed the burn. Seeing Byakuya's reaction, Akira explained, "This is my most efficient judgment. Hot water eliminates spice fastest. Cold water feels better initially but requires repeated cycles, wasting time." Akira was a workaholic like her father, intensely interested in quinks and obsessed with efficiency. "I know. I just need a moment to prepare." Byakuya then took a large mouthful and held it. Enduring a few seconds without changing expression, the spice subsided noticeably. He finished the meal this way, not the most pleasant experience, but the food itself was quite good. After brief farewells to Kyoryo and Akira, Byakuya headed home. Once he'd left, Akira remarked to her father, "He reminds me somewhat of Arima-san." Indeed, very similar. Both prodigies appearing out of nowhere. Perhaps his from that place too. Kyoryo had worked at the CCG long enough to have heard of that place. "Akira, your intuition is just like mine. Trust it in the future." Kyoryo smiled. Akira nodded slightly. Ward 1, CCG Headquarters. CCG Bureau Director Yoshitoki Washu came before his father. Tsuneyoshi Washu, patriarch of the Washu clan and CCG chairman, held authority even above the bureau director. The white-haired elder sat upon his throne-like seat, radiating dignified authority. "Chairman, the one-eyed owl from 10 years ago appeared during this Aogiri suppression operation, but it's most likely not the so-called one-eyed king, rather." Even in this private setting, Yoshitoki addressed Tsuneyoshi formally. This was an official briefing. "Kuzan." Tsuneyoshi spoke, his voice laden with gravitas. "Yes. Since 10 years ago, it's been clear there are 2 owls. Before the Third Ward 2 attack, it was probably Kuzan's daughter, the true one-eyed owl. The owl that appeared afterward, including this time, should be Kuzan in disguise. He never kills a single person, a glaring tell." Yoshitoki continued, "Aogiri Tree's true leader should be the one-eyed owl, Kuzan's daughter. Combined with Aogiri's main force attacking Cochlea in Ward 23, Kuzan likely knows his daughter's whereabouts. Every time we've asked, he's played ignorant." Tsuneyoshi pondered before speaking. "Kuzan's daughter must be captured alive. Send Kaiko to handle this. If Kuzan still won't cooperate, punish him accordingly." "Understood." Yoshitoki nodded. "Additionally, there's another noteworthy newcomer, Amaha Byakuya." Yoshitoki felt it necessary to mention Byakuya. He performed best in this operation, the only investigator capable of fighting Kuzan. Just as Yoshitoki was mid-sentence, Kishu Arima entered. "Arima, good timing. Regarding that newcomer, any thoughts?" Tsuneyoshi addressed Arima. I believe once he's promoted to Associate Special Class, he should be assigned to Squad 0. It would be easier to monitor him. Arima said flatly. Then arrange it as such. Tsuneyoshi said no more. Clearly, Byakuya had attracted the Washu's interest. Previously, they'd viewed him as merely another gifted newcomer like UI. Such newcomers included Juzu Suzuya, whom Tsuneyoshi had personally selected. But after this operation, things had changed. A non-half-human like Byakuya, matching the owl as a newcomer, even if that owl was the aged Yushimura, no one in the CCG besides Arima could contend with it. Among humans or Ghouls, any powerful entity beyond the Washu's control posed a threat. But if Byakuya remained obedient, working normally for the CCG without prying into forbidden matters, the Washu wouldn't bother him. Just as Arima, despite his overwhelming strength, appeared completely loyal to V on the surface. Conversely, if Arima dared defy or betray them, the Washu had means to eliminate him, which was why he could only secretly lead Aogiri as the One-Eyed King. No matter how strong Arima was, he couldn't defeat the entire Washu clan. V alone had his master Kaiko and numerous other special class-level members. When Arima declared he'd assign Byakuya to Squad 0 for monitoring, the Washu relaxed their guard. They trusted Arima's capabilities completely. Having not visited Anteku in days, Byakuya came by with Rise today. Did Banju and his group come to Anteku? He was discussing the Ward 11 situation with Tuka. Yes, but after he heard the Ward 11 Aogiri stronghold was destroyed, he took his companions back. Seems he wants to continue leading Ward 11 and take care of his people. Tuka said. Byakuya nodded about what he'd expected. By the way, did you run into that brat Ayato in Ward 11? Though Tuka called Ayato that brat or that arrogant little punk, she clearly worried about his safety. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 120, Roma Hoito. 863 words. I did. Gave him a beating too, but don't worry, he's probably regenerated by now. Byakuya said directly. You beat him up? Tuka asked immediately. Yes. Just as Byakuya braced for Tuka's reproach, she clapped with satisfaction. Well done. That arrogant little punk needed a lesson. Tuka felt thoroughly vindicated. She knew perfectly well that Brat was tough as nails. As long as his Kakuhu wasn't critically damaged, a beating wouldn't cause any real harm. She'd wanted to pummel him for ages. Now Byakuya had done it for her. Byakuya smiled awkwardly. As expected from a loving sister. So is he still hanging around with that so-called Aogiri tree? Tuka continued. Probably. He won't come back anytime soon. Byakuya smiled. I called out a lot of things he didn't want to admit. Ayato was probably close to developing PTSD from this beating, though not as brutal as Kaneki breaking 103 of his bones in the original story. The humiliation was worse. He was human, after all. Beaten barehanded by a human? For proud Ayato, that was utter disgrace. Besides, Ayato was too embarrassed to face his sister after being exposed like that. He was only 14, peak rebellious phase. Give him a couple years to mature, and he wouldn't be like this anymore. What things he didn't want to admit? Tuka asked curiously. That he wants to protect you, his sister. But the idiot won't admit it. Byakuya said casually. No way. That brat just wants to show off in Aogiri tree. He doesn't care about me at all. Tuka didn't believe it. It's simple enough. Next time you see each other, ask him directly. If he looks shaken, you'll know. Byakuya suggested. Tuka fell silent, acknowledging his point. When they were young, Ayato had always clung to her. Then one day he suddenly vanished without a word. There had to be a reason. Even if he really wanted to protect her, he didn't have to join Aogiri and do such dangerous things. But she still couldn't accept his way of thinking. Living peacefully together was what really mattered. Unfortunately, things rarely went as people hoped. Anteku couldn't remain peaceful forever. Eventually the CCG, or rather the Washu, would destroy it. But Byakuya's transmigration made him the only variable. Just then, an unexpected guest arrived at Anteku. Hello, Hello. Are you hiring here? Byakuya heard a lively girl's voice. He turned and was somewhat surprised by her identity. The girl before him looked gentle and adorable, like a small loli. But this was actually Roma Hoito, the SSS-rated dodgy mother, Roma, founder of the clowns and the original Clown King. Her appearance suggested she was only around 20, but she was actually over 50. Roma Hoito honestly looks better in the manga than the anime. Byakuya recalled that Aogiri's cochlear assault had freed 37 A-rated Ghouls, 5 S-rated, and 3 SS-rated. Roma was one of those 3 escaped SS-rated Ghouls. Though she should have been SSS, she'd only been SS-rated when Tsuneyoshi Washu captured her years ago, hence her SS-level confinement. He hadn't expected her to show up so soon. She'd probably reunited with the current clowns right after escaping, learned about Anteiku, then came to stir up entertainment. May I help you? Tuka approached to receive Roma. No, I'm not a customer. I'm here to apply. Roma corrected. Apply? Hold on, first I need to confirm you know what this place is. Tuka grew serious. Anteiku couldn't just hire anyone, especially not humans, unless it was someone trustworthy like Byakuya. So she first had to confirm whether Roma was a Ghoul, then whether to hire her. I know. This is Anteiku, right? I've heard the Ghouls here are very kind, so I wanted to find a safe place too. Roma stated her purpose. Only Byakuya knew she was completely lying, but he wouldn't expose her carelessly. Others might be fooled, but the manager wouldn't be. If Yoshimura was willing to take Roma in, he clearly understood she meant no harm to Anteiku, so Byakuya had no need to interfere. Then please come upstairs with me. Hearing Roma mention Anteiku and Ghouls, Tuka understood. All that remained was identity verification. Roma was subsequently taken upstairs by Tuka to show her Kakugan, proof of Ghoul status, before the manager would decide. Meanwhile, Yoshimura approached Byakuya downstairs. Amaha-kun, would you mind coming upstairs to chat with me later? Yoshimura asked with a smile. He couldn't ignore Byakuya's final words to him in Ward 11, being recognized as the one-eyed owl was serious business. Of course. Byakuya nodded without hesitation. Shortly after, Tuka returned with Roma. Manager, she's confirmed as one of us. Claims to be a refugee from another ward. Will you take her in? Tuka sought Yoshimura's opinion. No problem. Yoshimura smiled. The calmer his reaction, the more Byakuya sensed the manager knew Roma was just here for fun. Of course, Roma's Clown King identity was virtually unknown, even the Washu didn't know. Tsuneyoshi had simply captured her as a dangerous Ghoul. Speaking of which, is this handsome guy also a staff member here? Roma suddenly shifted focus to Byakuya, staring with apparent fascination like she'd taken an interest. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Yoshimura Kuzen's Past. 1039 words. There was no doubt in Byakuya's mind this person wasn't actually interested in him, but rather found him highly entertaining. No, he's not a staff member here, but he is a regular customer. Tuka said. Oh, a regular customer is quite nice too. Roma said with a smile. Byakuya watched Roma expressionlessly. Noticing that Roma had been eyeing Byakuya with a peculiar look since earlier, Tuka immediately scolded her, "Don't harass customers here. As a newcomer to Anteiku, you'd better work properly or you'll get fired." With that, she handed Roma the items in her hands. "Now go take those cups and plates the customers left behind to the kitchen." Roma made a pouty expression but did as Tuka instructed. As she passed by Rise, Roma flashed her a smile. Rise didn't pay it any mind, simply returning the smile. Now then, Amaha-kun. Yoshimura gestured for Byakuya to come upstairs for a chat. Byakuya followed Yoshimura to the second floor. Amaha-kun. Are you actually one of the Washu's people? Yoshimura opened with this question. Byakuya shook his head. I'm not with the Washu. Manager, I assume you're wondering how I recognized you back then? Rise-san actually tipped me off. Rise-san tipped you off? Yoshimura was somewhat surprised. Yes. She told me that the Washu's organization, once had a cleaner named Yoshimura. He had a child who was a human-ghoul hybrid. Connecting the Yasuhisa sisters' situation with the one-eyed owl's single Kakugan, and considering there was no technology to artificially create one-eyed ghouls 10 years ago, then Byakuya laid out his reasoning. Additionally, I researched records about the owl. It's not hard to notice that 10 years ago, the owl already showed inconsistent behavior patterns. The owl that never killed a single person is you, manager. So the other owl should be your child, correct? Yoshimura couldn't deny these facts. Having been seen through to this extent, playing dumb would be pointless. That's right. The true one-eyed owl is my child. She's a natural-born half-ghoul. Yoshimura not only confirmed this but also reminisced about the past, sharing his history with Byakuya. His willingness to tell Byakuya these things showed he had come to trust him. Moreover, Yoshimura knew his days were likely numbered. The Washu were watching the one-eyed owl's whereabouts more and more closely. Sooner or later, they'd threaten him with death to force him to reveal the owl's location. After Yukina and I fell in love, a human-ghoul hybrid was born. Her name is Ito. But such a hybrid needs not only human food but also human flesh for nutrition. Yoshimura spoke slowly. Good times don't last. Yukina was a journalist who had initially approached me to investigate the Washu family. She learned some of their secrets, and they noticed. V labeled me a traitor and began hunting us. In the end, to prevent the Washu from discovering our child, I killed Yukina with my own hands and entrusted the child to an old friend in Ward 24. 10 years ago, when a ghoul called the One-Eyed Owl attacked the CCG, I knew it was my child. Yoshimura's expression was heavy as he recounted everything. Having killed Yukina with his own hands to protect Ito and himself, that was undoubtedly his greatest guilt and pain. This was also why he could never bring himself to face Ito. Though Byakuya already knew all this, hearing it again still felt deeply frustrating. Ito hated her father for killing her mother with his own hands and for abandoning her. But given the circumstances, there had been no better choice. Yoshimura couldn't defeat the entire V organization. If he hadn't killed Yukina, V would have discovered Ito soon after, and he would have lost both mother and daughter. Perhaps the anime's change, having V kill Yukina instead, felt easier to accept. But what if Yukina herself had asked Yoshimura to kill her? It was obvious Yoshimura couldn't have acted without her consent. Either way, this situation had no good solution. In truth, if it were only these matters, Ito wouldn't have hated Yoshimura to an irredeemable degree. She certainly knew her father had charged into the Ward 2 CCG branch alone to protect her. The critical turning point came years ago when Ito, having just become a moderately famous author, brought her debut work to Anteiku hoping to see her father. But before she could even enter, she saw through the window her father laughing and chatting with the other staff as if he'd been happy every day since abandoning her. Compared to her own painful, miserable past, this created extreme resentment in Ito's heart, and she gave up hope of relying on her father who merely scraped by at Anteiku. In short, the whole thing was one massive, heartbreaking misunderstanding. Yoshimura couldn't bring himself to face his daughter because of killing his wife. Ito hadn't actually hated her father that much until she happened to see him laughing with the staff. Manager, after telling me all this, aren't you worried I'll turn you over to the CCG? Byakuya said jokingly. Yoshimura shook his head slightly. I trust you won't do that. Besides, those people already know about my child's existence. Simply put, it wasn't Byakuya's place to report them. The anime's change where Ito reports Anteiku to the CCG was the same principle. It wasn't their role to do such things. The Washu had long known about Anteiku. The moment Yoshimura refused to reveal Ito's whereabouts, suppression was inevitable. Our Anteiku has never really helped you, yet you've continuously looked after us. If the day truly comes, let me fall by your hand. It should help your promotion considerably. Yoshimura knew it was actually Anteiku that owed Byakuya. He couldn't bring himself to ask Byakuya for anything, instead hoping to repay the favor this way. Ding. Host has activated a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1. In the future Anteiku raid, Defeat the manager as he requests. Reward, 40 fusion points. Option 2, promise to protect everyone at Anteku. Reward, 60 fusion points. Option 3, not only promise to protect everyone at Anteku, but also pledge to save the manager's daughter. Reward, 200 fusion points. Get 20 plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Nico's Intelligence. 1,143 words. Though the third option carried considerable pressure, these rewards seemed to be granted immediately. In other words, if he chose the third option, he wouldn't need to first complete protecting Anteku and saving the manager's daughter before receiving the reward. Moreover, Byakuya had always felt that the estrangement between Yoshimura and Ito was a tremendous tragedy. Even without the system's reward or the manager's request, he would have found it difficult to stand by and do nothing. Manager, why do you make it sound like death is your only option? In what should have been a serious moment, Byakuya spoke with a smile. I'm well aware of my fate. Someday I will atone for the countless sins I've committed. Yoshimura had already accepted death. Though he still had the ability to protect himself, he no longer wanted to run. At the same time, he could buy time for Tuka and the others, ensuring their safety. There's no need to be so pessimistic. I'll protect everyone at Anteku, including you, manager. And if there's an opportunity, I'm willing to save your daughter. Byakuya spoke earnestly. Calm words that carried extraordinary weight. After all, he was a CCG investigator. Yoshimura was visibly stunned for a moment. Why would you go so far to help us, Amaha-kun? And doing this will put you in grave danger. For Rise-san. Byakuya answered. Rise-san? I promised to protect her, and isn't she a member of Anteku now? Besides, I can tell she quite likes it here. Byakuya smiled. Also, helping others doesn't really need a reason, does it? You're right. Yoshimura smiled as well. Just as he had once helped Ranji Yomo, the Kirishima family, and the Ghouls of Ward 20, none of that had required reasons either. Perhaps it was because Byakuya was human, and moreover a Ghoul investigator, that made such actions from him seem unbelievable. If possible, I truly hope you can save my child. Please. Yoshimura spoke with sincere earnestness. I'll also do my best to repay you, for instance, by sheltering Rai-san. Because of everything that had happened, he as a father was unable to save Ito himself. He could only place his hope in Byakuya. Unlike other humans, Byakuya was probably the only investigator willing to accept and even help Ghouls, which was why Yoshimura believed Byakuya might be able to save Ito. No problem. Byakuya nodded in agreement. Ding. Host completed option 3. Reward, 200 fusion points. Note, if abandoned or failed subsequently, fusion points will be reclaimed. Their conversation ended there. When Byakuya went downstairs, he found Tuka confronting Nico. My, long time no see, Amahaku and Tilda. Nico greeted Byakuya the moment he spotted him. Hey, I'm asking you something. How dare you show up here? Tuka glared at Nico with hostile eyes, her attitude far from friendly. She still believed Nico was an Aogiri tree member, and given what Aogiri had done, her attitude toward them couldn't possibly be good. Oh stop Tilda, don't glare at me like that Tilda. Nico pouted coquettishly. If he were actually a woman, that might be acceptable. But with his drag queen appearance delivering such a tone, it was rather nauseating. Meanwhile, Roma watched from the sidelines with amusement. She naturally knew Nico, a fellow clown member, though they'd only just met a few days ago. Don't worry, he's not our enemy. Probably. Byakuya spoke up to reassure Tuka. Really? Tuka was skeptical. Of course it's true. What Amahakuan says is correct, I was never actually an Aogiri tree member. Nico added. Stop lying. You were walking around with those Aogiri people before. Tuka shot back. About that last time I came with those two little brothers, right? Actually, I mainly wanted to see who had killed Jason. My purpose was different from Aogiri's. Nico explained, I met Jason at a nightclub before. We hit it off and started hanging out together. Though Jason was already an Aogiri member by then, I got permission to come and go from Aogiri freely after greeting Tatara. I did help Aogiri with quite a few things, but that was just to stay by Jason's side. I had zero interest in their goals. What I pursue is beauty, the kind of beauty that makes your bones quiver, as if your marrow is being licked. I found that beauty in Jason. Unfortunately, he died. I wonder whose name he was calling out at the end. Such a pity I couldn't hear it myself. Tears of regret rolled from Nico's eyes. The beauty Nico spoke of in Jason was essentially the madness, the broken psyche that resulted from Tokage's torture. Nico's idea of beauty was truly twisted. So, are you here to avenge that Jason? Tuka's guard hadn't dropped at all. Of course not. I'm a free agent now, with no connection to Aogiri Tree whatsoever. I just came by today out of boredom, and happened to run into Amaha-kun. Perhaps it's fate between us. With that, Nico threw a flirtatious wink at Byakuya. In truth, the real reason was that Roma was here, so the equally bored Nico had come to join in the fun. Byakuya's mouth twitched slightly. Sorry, but my orientation is perfectly normal. How mean I'm a girl too, you know Nico pouted again. Tuka was speechless too, though she could tell this person genuinely didn't seem hostile. If you still don't trust me, I can tell you everything I know about Aogiri Tree. Nico continued. Go on. Since that brat Ayato was in Aogiri, Tuka was quite interested in information about them. Aogiri Tree is composed of highly militant Ghouls led by the One-Eyed King. I don't know the full picture, only that many of them are Ghouls from Ward 24. Perhaps the One-Eyed Owl is also from Ward 24. Nico began revealing his intelligence. He was mainly speaking for Byakuya's benefit. This way, there would be more entertainment to watch. Next came details about Aogiri's plan to attack Cochlea in Ward 23 and their purpose in capturing Rise. I don't know this Dr. Canoe or Rise personally, but Jason told me that capturing either one alive would be key to achieving Aogiri Tree's ultimate goal. As Nico said this, Rise was sitting right there listening. What exactly is Aogiri's goal? Tuka immediately asked. According to Tatara, it's to find the liar. Nico said truthfully, but just so you know, I have absolutely no idea what that means. The liar. If even Nico didn't understand, Tuka was completely lost. I feel like my intelligence has been a bit lacking in sincerity. So let me share something more significant, but I can only tell Amaha-kun. Nico walked up to Byakuya and whispered in his ear, the One-Eyed King is actually Sen Takatsuki. This deliberate behavior was purely to watch the fireworks, and only Byakuya could provide such entertainment. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, The Celebration. 1030 words. Nico wasn't a transmigrator like Byakuya. Though he didn't know the true One-Eyed King was Kishu Arima, being able to identify Sen Takatsuki as the One-Eyed King was terrifying enough intelligence gathering that even the Washu couldn't match. If the Washu knew, Ito couldn't have published under Sen Takatsuki for so many years. The clown's intelligence network was undeniably formidable, probably why Furuta had joined them. Byakuya showed no reaction to Nico's words. After all, he'd known all this already. There was nothing to get emotional about. But the calmer Byakuya remained, the more Nico felt this was the calm before the storm. He knew Byakuya was a fan of Sen Takatsuki's work. Byakuya surely knew who Sen Takatsuki was. Learning that Sen Takatsuki's true identity was the One-Eyed King would surely prompt some action. Perhaps Byakuya would first verify whether Nico's words were true, and then what happened next would be most interesting indeed. What did he just tell you? Tuka asked curiously. Nico showed no reaction to this. Though he'd only been willing to tell Byakuya, if Byakuya wanted to share with others, he wouldn't stop him. He was just here to watch the show. Nothing important. What I can confirm is that he's definitely not our enemy, Byakuya said. He kept silent about the One-Eyed King, not intending to tell anyone. Besides, Yoshimura was right there, the manager certainly wouldn't want him revealing Sen Takatsuki's identity. Though not the real One-Eyed King, She was definitely the one-eyed owl. If exposed, the Washu's current target was precisely this natural-born half-ghoul. They didn't actually care about who the one-eyed king was. Ito at this point couldn't easily handle V. Though she later tore through V members like fodder, firstly Kaiko wasn't present then, and secondly her Kakuja form in the later period was completely different from now. Ito's later one-eyed owl form had reached unprecedented heights through cannibalism, several times larger than her current size. After all, that was more than 3 years later, and Ito's strength couldn't have remained stagnant. One-eyed owl final form, the railing on the right can serve as a size reference. Moreover, once the pen name Sen Takatsuki was exposed, Arima couldn't continue his act. He'd have to follow VS orders, and Ito would have nowhere left to hide. She could only flee everywhere with Aogiri Tree. All right. Since Byakuya didn't want to say, Tuka didn't press. Oh, is this a new staff member? I don't think I've seen her before. Suddenly, Nico's attention shifted to Roma. Hi Tilda, I'm the new girl, Roma Hoito. Please take care of me. Roma greeted Nico with a bright smile. Roma-san? What a beautiful young lady, though not quite as beautiful as me. Nico started preening again. In reality, these two had known each other all along. What a performance. Well, I'll be going now. See you next time, Tilda. Nico specifically bid farewell to Byakuya. Byakuya gave an expressionless wave goodbye. Ah. Just then, whether intentional or not, Roma suddenly tripped on flat ground, sending the cups and plates she was carrying crashing to the floor. How do you even manage that? Tuka found it rather exaggerated. There was nothing on the ground to trip over. She's new, so let's give her some slack. Enji Koma said. Just be more careful next time. Tuka wasn't going to blame a new employee for one careless mistake. I'll be careful next time, Tilda. Roma scratched her head, her grinning face not looking like she'd learned her lesson at all. Byakuya now remembered this girl had a habit of constantly breaking cups and plates, whether genuine clumsiness or deliberate, who knew? Byakuya. Just then, Rise called his name. Byakuya returned to sit beside her. What is it? That drag queen just mentioned Aogiri wants to capture me and some Dr. Canoe, that it's key to their ultimate goal. So Aogiri isn't going to leave me alone? Rise said casually. That's right. You're probably still Aogiri's priority target. But I'll protect you. Byakuya didn't seem concerned. I knew you'd say that. But when those people actually come, I'll just leave you behind and run. Rise smiled faintly. Byakuya smiled without comment. A month after the Aogiri tree suppression operation, the CCG's commendation ceremony, or celebration, arrived as scheduled. However, there would be no formal promotion ceremony for the participants this time. Simply put, because many investigators who had participated were still recovering from injuries, especially Special Class Shinohara, who was still lying in the hospital in a cast. The promotion ceremony was far more formal than a celebration and certainly needed to wait until the wounded investigators had recovered sufficiently. The smaller celebration was less formal, more like a team-building event. First, Bureau Director Yoshitoki Washu gave a speech on stage, specifically commending investigators who had performed outstandingly in the operation. Naturally, Byakuya was mentioned first. Then Shinohara, Kuroa, and others. Since rumors of repelling the one-eyed owl had already spread throughout the CCG, Byakuya's reputation had soared. During the subsequent banquet, quite a few investigators came to exchange pleasantries with him. Seated at his table were Kuri Ui, Juzu Suzuya, Kutara Amorn, and others. Shinohara couldn't attend since he was still hospitalized. Eat up, Suzuya. You might still have a chance to grow. Byakuya added some more meat to Suzuya's plate. Suzuya was too thin, better to eat more meat. Though even later on, Suzuya's height and build never changed, instead becoming increasingly feminine. Just then, Arima suddenly approached their table, accompanied by Hairu Ihei and Shio Ihei. Amaha, Suzuya, Amorn, it's been a while. Arima greeted them. Unlike when he was on missions, Arima wore a formal suit, and his face bore a faint, friendly smile. Amorn immediately snapped to attention. He bowed deeply and solemnly. Special Class Arima, I hope you've been well. Not recognizing Hairu and Shio, he didn't mention the other two. No need for such formality. I heard you all performed excellently this time. Arima had virtually no airs about him. I heard too. Byakuya-san apparently defeated the one-eyed owl this time. That's amazing. Shio had moved behind Byakuya, placing both hands on his shoulders with an adorable smile. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, The Restless Tsukiyama Shu. 892 words. Wrong, it was repelled, not defeated. Byakuya corrected him matter-of-factly. Well, it's pretty much the same thing, he tilde. Shio pointed at something on Byakuya's plate. That looks really good. Can I try some, Byakuya-san? Sure. Byakuya picked up the piece of meat with his chopsticks and fed it to Shio. Tilde. It really is delicious. Shio's face was full of satisfied happiness. While Shio chatted with Byakuya, Amon glanced over and was immediately shocked this young girl was wearing both the white single-wing badge and the silver Osman Thus badge. This meant they had already eliminated an S-rated Ghoul and killed over 50 Ghouls in a single year. Despite appearing so young, their achievements already surpassed his own. No wonder they were with Arima-san. It would have been nice if Amaha had brought back a pair of the owl's arms too. Just then, Arima displayed his natural side again, as if equating Ghoul extermination with hunting wild boar. Yes. Byakuya responded perfunctorily without elaborating. Setting aside whether he could do it, he would never do such a thing anyway. The manager now wasn't what he'd been 10 years ago. Back then, having 2 Kagun arms taken by Arima was manageable. Now, not necessarily. Byakuya naturally wouldn't do anything to harm the manager. Suzuya, your performance this time should qualify you for promotion to rank 2. Though you'll need to work on the written exam and interview. I'll be cheering for you. Arima addressed Suzuya. Thank you, Arima-san. Suzuya smiled. Also, there's something I need to tell Amaha. Per the chairman's recommendation, once you're promoted to first class, you'll be assigned to Squad 0. How do you feel about that? Note, Associate Special Class in Chapter 119 has been changed to First Class. Arima's inquiry about his wishes was merely symbolic. Arrangements from the chairman left virtually no room for refusal. Of course, Byakuya had no intention of refusing anyway. He could guess that his performance this time had attracted the Washu's attention, hence wanting to place him in Squad 0 for observation. What he didn't realize was that Arima himself had suggested this to the chairman. The implications of these two scenarios were completely different, because Arima was the Washu's mole. If Byakuya knew the truth, he could deduce what Arima might be planning. No problem. It would be my honor. Byakuya agreed without hesitation. Amon also figured Byakuya wouldn't refuse. He felt envious. Besides Mado-san, Special Class Arima was the investigator he respected most. Arima was practically his idol. If he had the chance to join Squad 0 and work with Arima, he would absolutely seize it. Unfortunately, Amon could tell the two who'd come with Arima were probably Squad 0 members, which explained the child's remarkable achievements. By comparison, his own performance fell far short. He needed to work even harder. Looks like we'll be working together soon, he tilde. Shio said happily. Afterward, Arima and his group prepared to leave. Goodbye, Byakuya-san. Goodbye, Shio. Byakuya smiled in response. Suzuya, Rank 1 Amaha, it seems you both know Special Class Arima? Amon asked curiously. Yes. When Byakuya and I did our whack-a-mole internship, we were working with Arima-san. Suzuya said. I see. Suzuya's mention of whack-a-mole brought back memories for Amon. His ex-girlfriend, Harima Takuko, had been a fellow academy graduate from his year. She'd died during the Ward 24 whack-a-mole internship. Unlike Amaha and Suzuya, who had both survived. Amon felt deeply moved. To this day, he still used the keepsake Harima had left him, the Quinkyu Dujima 1/2. Ward 20, and Teiku. Strange. Tuka is really late today. Usually she'd give us a heads up if something came up. It was already Tuka's shift, but there was no sign of her. Kaya Irimi wondered aloud. Hey, could she have been taken by some bad guy? After all, such a cute girl would easily attract creepy old men. Roma's voice was full of worry. I hope Tukanichan just lost track of time. Hinami was worried too. Byakuya fell into brief contemplation. Roma definitely knew something, starting her speculation with Tuka being kidnapped. So then, Byakuya immediately thought of Tsukiyama Shu. Most likely, Tsukiyama hadn't given up on him and had kidnapped Tuka to use as leverage. Tuka at this point was no match for Tsukiyama. Her prolonged abstinence from fresh human flesh had seriously weakened her. If this was the case, then this situation had arisen because of him. He absolutely couldn't stand by. Rise, can you locate Tsukiyama? Byakuya asked Rise. Yes. As long as I know the general area, I can track him by scent. Rise nodded. Just as Nico had tracked her scent to quickly find Anteku, Ghouls with sufficiently developed senses of smell could do the same. So you're going to rescue that Kirishima girl? She could have been taken by Tsukiyama Shu. Rise sounded somewhat displeased. After all, Byakuya was going to rescue another girl again. I have to. She's in danger because of me. I can't just ignore her situation. Byakuya said. Fine, I'll help you find that guy. If he really won't stay put, we might as well just kill him this time. Rise could imagine that Tsukiyama's reason for kidnapping Tuka was his continued desire for Byakuya's body. She absolutely would not allow any Ghoul besides herself to have such designs on Byakuya. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, The Tsukiyama Family's Servants. 901 words. However, just as Rise was about to help Byakuya settle scores with Tsukiyama, a letter arrived at Anteku. Irimi checked the envelope. The sender is Tsukiyama Shu? Hearing Tsukiyama's name, Byakuya knew Tuka's disappearance was definitely his doing. Irimi-san, may I see it please? Byakuya said immediately. The letter actually says it's addressed to you, Amaha-kun. Irimi handed it over. Byakuya quickly scanned the contents. As expected, Tsukiyama had knocked out and kidnapped Tuka. And besides Tuka, he'd also captured Ken Kaneki. Tsukiyama explained his reasoning, knowing Kaneki was Byakuya's friend, and that Tuka was on fairly good terms with him, using them as leverage would be most effective. In truth, Tsukiyama didn't have many options. Rise, Koma, and Irimi were out of the question. He couldn't capture them without getting killed himself. Between the unfamiliar Fueguchi mother and daughter and Tuka whose strength he knew, he chose Tuka. According to the letter, both were currently unharmed, but Byakuya was required to come alone today in exchange for their freedom, otherwise their safety couldn't be guaranteed. So he wants me to come alone. Now Byakuya fully understood Tsukiyama's intentions. Tsukiyama probably had traps set up to ensure he could be captured. So what now? Should I secretly follow you? Rise asked. No need. I'll go alone and see what tricks he's playing. Byakuya said calmly. He knew the Tsukiyama family's capabilities well. The most troublesome were their S and SS-rated servants, not a significant threat to him. He had nothing to fear. Afterward, the Anteku staff learned that Tuka's disappearance was connected to Tsukiyama. So, is Oniichan going alone to rescue Tukanichan? Hinami asked with concern. Yes. That's the only way to ensure Kirishima-san and Kaneki's safety. Byakuya nodded. All right, please be careful, Oniichan, Hinami said worriedly. Amaha-san, we're entrusting Tuka to you. Irimi said. We're going to owe Amaha-san another favor. Koma added. Not at all. This is something I should do, since the situation arose because of me. Byakuya said. Rise wasn't worried about Byakuya's safety. Yoshimura wasn't either, only they had witnessed Byakuya's performance during the Ward 11 Aogiri suppression operation. Byakuya arrived at the designated location from the letter, an abandoned underground garage in Ward 19. Entering the garage, he stayed alert to his surroundings. After going deep enough, he spotted Tsukiyama Shu. This time, Tsukiyama wasn't alone, two people flanked him. One was a purple-haired servant with somewhat long hair, longer bangs on the right side, wearing a mask that only covered the upper half of his face above the nose. Byakuya recognized this as Tsukiyama's servant Kani, real name Karen. Originally from the German Rosewald Ghoul family, she'd fled to the main Tsukiyama family after the Washer-led German CCG annihilated her clan, changing her name and identity. Yes, changing identity meant this person was a girl disguised as a boy. Probably S-rated at most. The other person beside Tsukiyama was a woman in a maid outfit wearing a similar mask. But this was no ordinary servant, this was the Tsukiyama family's SS-rated Ghoul, Matsumi. Left, Matsumi. Right, Kani. The Tsukiyama servants were all formidable. In the original story, Hiru Ihei was killed in the Tsukiyama family extermination operation, partly due to carelessness, but also because she faced both the conservatively S-rated Miro and the SS-rated Matsumi simultaneously. Before being caught off guard and killed, Hiru had been dominating both an S-rated and an SS-rated Ghoul. She already possessed special class-level strength, despite still being first class at the time. Seeing that Tsukiyama had brought both Kani and Matsumi, Byakuya figured Tsukiyama thought he had this in the bag. But clearly, Tsukiyama was unaware of his feats during the Ward 11 Aogiri operation. His estimate of Byakuya's strength probably hadn't progressed past the Ghoul restaurant incident, otherwise he wouldn't have brought only Kani and Matsumi. Where are Kaneki and Tuka Kirishima? Where are they? Byakuya asked, as he hadn't spotted them yet. Tsukiyama then ordered Kani, bring them out for Amahakuan. Since Matsumi had confirmed only Byakuya had come, he wouldn't release them so easily otherwise. Yes, sir. Kani complied immediately. Shortly after, Kaneki and Tuka, bound and gagged, were brought out. Amahakuan, exchange yourself for them, and I'll let them go. Tsukiyama smiled faintly. Fine. Untie them first, and I'll come over. Byakuya began walking toward Tsukiyama's side, showing good faith. Release them. Tsukiyama ordered Kani. Kani swiftly freed Kaneki and Tuka from their restraints, then shoved them toward Byakuya. Why did you come alone? The moment she could speak, Tuka anxiously questioned Byakuya. Byakuya didn't answer that question, instead saying, Kaneki-kun, Kirishima-san, I'm sorry you got caught up in my affairs. Please leave now, those people won't bother you anymore. What's even going on here? Kaneki was still confused. He only remembered being invited out by Tsukiyama-san that morning, then having something pressed over his mouth, and losing consciousness. When he woke up, he was tied up in this underground garage, completely immobilized. Hearing what Amahakuan just said, this seemed connected to him somehow. Though still confused, the frightened Kaneki quickly fled. Maybe if he called the police for Amahakuan after getting out, there'd still be time to save him. Tsukiyama-san, I'm the one who told Amahakuan to come alone. Otherwise I would have killed you. It seems Amahakuan values you quite highly, I really caught the right people. Tsukiyama looked smug. Such enviable friendship, perhaps even some romance in there tilde. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Shit Tsukiyama. 900 words. Despicable. Tuka spat at Tsukiyama. This damned bastard had used her and an innocent student to threaten Byakuya, forcing him to come alone. Tsukiyama was already formidable, and this time he'd brought two servants of unknown strength. Tuka couldn't help but worry for Byakuya. So she didn't want to leave Byakuya here alone. Kaneki had nearly escaped the garage by now, but Tuka still stood there, glaring at Tsukiyama with hatred, clearly not intending to leave. Oh! Kirishima-san doesn't want to leave. That's even better, how delightful to contemplate. Seeing Tuka stay behind, Tsukiyama grew even more pleased. Even with Tuka interfering, he didn't care. Her current strength was too weak. Had it been some time earlier, he might have been wary. Kirishima-san. Byakuya was about to tell Tuka she didn't need to worry. But Tuka spoke first. I'm not leaving. I don't want to leave you here alone. I'm going to beat that disgusting, revolting shit Tsukiyama. How dare you insult the young master like that? Kani was immediately enraged by Tuka's words and wanted to teach her a lesson. Don't mind her. The priority is capturing Amaha-kun. I can't wait to eat him. Tsukiyama calmed Kani. Then he pulled out the handkerchief Rise had thrown to him before, still carrying Byakuya's scent. His expression became manic and intoxicated. Ah, such an unforgettable aroma. Byakuya scanned the surroundings again. Only Tsukiyama, Matsumi, and Kani were present. Apparently Tsukiyama thought this was enough. Because there hadn't been any powerful Ghouls at the Ghoul restaurant last time, Madame A at S- was among the strongest there, and Byakuya had only casually taken out some unlucky ones. Tsukiyama had severely underestimated him. Even the S-rated Kaneki from the original story could solo the entire Ghoul restaurant, since attendees were generally B and A-rated Ghouls. Tsukiyama and Furuta, who'd fled when things went south, didn't even count. Aside from the family head Mirumo, the SS-rated Matsumi was the Tsukiyama family's strongest fighter. No wonder Tsukiyama was so confident. If you really don't want to leave, Kirishima-san, then let's fight together. Though Tuka staying wouldn't really help, Byakuya wouldn't show any disdain. Looks like Amaha-kun wants to resist. I suggest you cooperate, that way I can make it quick. Tsukiyama offered his kind advice. If I'm about to be eaten by a Ghoul, wouldn't it be strange not to resist? Byakuya said flatly. Leave shit Tsukiyama to me. Can you handle the other two? Tuka had moved to Byakuya's side, quickly coordinating their battle plan. No problem. Be careful. Byakuya reminded her. You too. With that, Tuka coldly addressed Tsukiyama. Shit Tsukiyama, I won't let you succeed. Heh. Tsukiyama scoffed. Kirishima-san, aren't you overestimating yourself? Are you sure you're still my match after going so long without fresh human flesh? We'll only know by trying. Tuka said grimly. She released her ukaku, only half a complete wing, which actually had a unique aesthetic to it. Tsukiyama snorted coldly. Kani, Matsumi, don't interfere with my fight against her. I can handle this overconfident little girl myself. Just capture Amaha-kun. Matsumi nodded slightly. When she'd captured Tuka per the young master's orders, she'd already noticed Tuka wasn't strong, so she wasn't worried about him now. Then Matsumi and Kani charged at Byakuya while Tsukiyama engaged Tuka directly. Byakuya calmly opened his portable case and fired ukaku projectiles at the two servants using 13's Jason in cannon form. Matsumi dodged the projectiles while closing distance with relative ease. Kani's shoulder got grazed. Damn. Kani clutched the wound, expression souring. The young master's target was more troublesome than expected. Meanwhile, Tsukiyama and Tuka clashed with their Kagun. Within moments, Tuka was losing. She, who had once been stronger than Tsukiyama, was now far weaker simply because she'd gone so long without eating fresh human flesh. She hadn't anticipated how severely her strength had declined. Just then, Tsukiyama found an opening and drove his Kagun through Tuka's arm, then kicked her several meters away. Kirishima-san, you really can't do it anymore. Tsukiyama smiled. But don't worry, I won't kill you. My only target is Amaha-kun. You just need to sit there and enjoy the show. He'd been smiling 1 second, but the next, he looked up to see Kani flying toward him. Unable to dodge in time, he was knocked down. Even Matsumi had taken a wound to the abdomen, clearly in bad shape. Ding. Host has activated a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1. Quickly finish off Kani and Matsumi, then heroically save the beauty by defeating Tsukiyama Shu. Reward, 40 fusion points. Option 2. Let Tuka eat your flesh to restore her strength, enabling her to personally defeat Tsukiyama Shu. Watching Tuka enjoy, you will also devastate Tsukiyama. Reward, 100 fusion points. A choice appeared in Byakuya's mind. Option 2 would clearly be more satisfying, and it offered more fusion points. The only catch was getting eaten again. Byakuya walked straight toward Tuka. Kirishima-san, your strength declined because you haven't eaten fresh flesh in too long, right? Then eat my flesh now. Are you sure? Tuka was somewhat surprised. Byakuya said without hesitation. Hearing this exchange, Tsukiyama's expression twisted violently. He hadn't even tasted this delicacy yet, and now Tuka was going to get the first bite? Absolutely unacceptable. You filthy sow. Don't touch my food. Tsukiyama screamed, practically crawling desperately to stop Tuka, but it was already too late. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Playtime is over. 870 words. Tuka grabbed Byakuya's arm. Still hesitant, she only took a small, gentle bite. Thanks to the Hashirama cell's potent effect, just that tiny amount instantly restored the severely weakened Tuka to her peak condition. Perhaps even slightly beyond her peak. Tuka was astonished by the dramatic change in her body and equally shocked by Byakuya's taste. Though she'd long known Byakuya's scent was incredibly appealing, actually tasting him was a completely different experience. Now she fully understood why Tsukiyama was so obsessed with Byakuya. And Rise too, always clinging to Byakuya, obviously for the same reason. Tuka didn't dwell on it further. With her strength restored, she immediately charged at Tsukiyama. Tsukiyama. Tsukiyama happened to be rushing toward her. Looking completely deranged, he'd completely neglected defense against Tuka's attack and took a knee strike directly to the jaw. Already solid contact, plus Tsukiyama's own forward momentum. His jaw shattered instantly, and who knows how many teeth were knocked out. Young master, Kanei cried out. Though wounded, she desperately tried to rush over to protect Tsukiyama. But she was a step too slow. Tuka spread her ukaku and launched Kagun at Tsukiyama. Unable to dodge, his body was riddled with projectiles. As Tuka devastated Tsukiyama, Byakuya received his system reward. Ding. Host completed option 2. Reward, 100 fusion points. Seeing the young master in danger, Matsumi immediately moved to intercept Tuka. Though Tuka had grown significantly stronger, at most she was roughly on par with or slightly below Ayato's level. She was no match for the SS-rated Matsumi. Matsumi's Kukaku struck at Tuka. Surprised by her speed, Tuka immediately raised her ukaku to block. But the opponent surpassed her in not just speed but strength. Tuka was sent flying. Just as she was about to slam into the wall behind her, Byakuya flashed over and caught her. He lifted Tuka in his arms and set her aside, saying lightly, "Leave the rest to me." Tuka's mind went momentarily blank. She'd just been held by him, and in that position. Her cheeks flushed slightly. This was definitely a bit embarrassing. Playtime is over. With his system reward secured, Byakuya had no intention of wasting more time with these Tsukiyama people. Kanei, get the young master out of here. Having witnessed Byakuya's power, Matsumi immediately shouted to Kanei. She could only try to stall him, buying time for the young master to escape. Kanei didn't hesitate, urgently helping Tsukiyama flee. Did Byakuya really think he'd let Tsukiyama go that easily? He immediately used body flicker to catch up with Kanei, his speed momentarily startling her. Jason in his hand slashed at Tsukiyama, but Kanei shielded him with her own body. A massive, hideous wound appeared on her back. A pained grunt escaped her, but she had no regrets if it was for the young master. Matsumi's expression changed drastically. Only now did she rush over to block Byakuya. Though her Kukaku was the heaviest of the 4 Kagun types, in her hands it seemed anything but clumsy. She was also one of the rare Ghouls who had mastered Kagun detachment technique. Normally, Ghouls could only release fixed-form Kagun like the Kirishima siblings' Ukaku wings or Tsukiyama's sword-type Kukaku. But with Kagun detachment technique, one could separate their fixed-form Kagun and recombine it into any other shape. Right now, Matsumi had separated her Kagun into a net-like barrier, trying to keep Byakuya outside. Byakuya had known from the start that Matsumi had this ability. His expression didn't change. Jason in sword form was in Rinkaku mode. Rinkaku's hallmark attack power could counter Kukaku's hallmark defense. Indeed, the 4 Kagun types had a rock-paper-scissors relationship. Kukaku Ukaku Bikaku Rinkaku Kukaku. This was the Kagoon countercycle. It was as if Ghouls were born for slaughter, even their own kind had built-in weaknesses against each other. Rinkaku countering Kukaku, combined with Byakuya's tremendous strength, quickly tore a gap in Matsumi's net barrier. Forced to engage Byakuya up close, Matsumi's attacks were fierce yet couldn't touch him at all. Every move, no matter how tricky, was dodged at even trickier angles, as if he'd seen through all her techniques. She felt increasingly hopeless and powerless. Just then, Byakuya suddenly drew Hiruko 176th from inside his coat and thrust the dagger quink at Matsumi's eye. Too fast and too sudden, Matsumi couldn't react in time. The dagger blinded her left eye, followed immediately by a sweeping strike from Jason that sent her flying with severe damage to her waist. No. Matsumi's first thought wasn't her own injuries, but Kanei and the young master who hadn't escaped the garage yet. Byakuya raised Jason, now transformed to cannon form, already aimed at the fleeing Kanei and Tsukiyama ahead. Kanei's already wounded back took more damage, even her Bikaku Kakuhu at her waist was pierced. Her legs gave out and she collapsed, bringing the Tsukiyama she'd been supporting down with her. Matsumi still tried to reach them, but Byakuya instantly flashed over to intercept. A single sword thrust into her Kukaku's Kakuhu rendered her completely unable to fight. Ding. Host defeated S-rated Ghoul Kanei. Reward, 30 fusion points. Ding. Host defeated SS-rated Ghoul Matsumi. Reward, 80 fusion points. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, The Akatsuki Organization. 877 words. Now Kanei and Matsumi had essentially lost all ability to resist, at least they wouldn't regenerate anytime soon. Next, time to finish off Tsukiyama. Byakuya had originally intended to leave Tsukiyama alone, but the fool kept threatening people around him. Even if it meant offending the Tsukiyama family, he had to eliminate this pest. Tuka stood stunned. Byakuya had crushed those two Tsukiyama servants in no time, complete domination. She'd badly underestimated his strength. She'd worried he might struggle against those two Ghouls, especially since Matsumi seemed even stronger than Jason. Now it was clear her concern had been utterly unnecessary. Just as Byakuya was about to deliver the finishing blow to Tsukiyama, a figure suddenly blocked his path. You're... Byakuya looked closely, a middle-aged man in a suit, with the face of Tsukiyama Group President Mirumo Tsukiyama. Tsukiyama Shu's father. Mirumo didn't speak immediately. Instead, he dropped to his knees before Byakuya, a full Dajiza. I apologize for my child's offense. Please show mercy and spare him. I'm willing to offer any terms as compensation. Mirumo was pleading for Tsukiyama's life. He'd heard Shu planned to bring Kanei and Matsumi somewhere involving a CCG investigator. Uneasy, he'd followed, and sure enough, disaster had struck. Byakuya watched Mirumo expressionlessly, unsurprised by this behavior. The original Mirumo had been exactly like this, indulging Tsukiyama in everything, then going to any length to protect him when trouble arose. The Tsukiyama family extermination operation happened because Kanei and the servants kept hunting humans and Ghouls indiscriminately to cheer up a despondent Tsukiyama, eventually drawing CCG attention. In the original story, Mirumo had chosen to let the CCG capture him without resistance just to protect Shu. With his probable SSS-rated strength, the operation would have been far more difficult otherwise. Why only probable? Because Matsumi's strength was known to be below Mirumo's. A conservative estimate put him at SS+ or SSS-. Just as Byakuya was about to ignore Mirumo and step past him, a system choice appeared. Ding. Host has activated a selection quest. Option 1. Ignore Mirumo's plea. Eliminate Tsukiyama Shu, Kanei, and Matsumi together. Reward, 50 fusion points. Option 2. Capture Mirumo as well, exposing the entire Tsukiyama family as Ghouls. However, this will draw intense Washu attention, possibly being viewed as a threat. Reward, 100 fusion points. Option 3. Spare Tsukiyama Shu's life, but demand Matsumi's servitude and unrestricted access to Tsukiyama Group's wealth. The group's finances can serve as startup capital for the Akatsuki organization. Reward: 200 fusion points plus further declassification of infinite Tsukuyomi intel. Byakuya's expression grew serious. All three options offered substantial rewards, clearly a significant quest. Also, Option 3 seemed to want him to establish the Akatsuki organization. Using the Tsukiyama Group as Akatsuki's foundation made sense given their immense wealth. Ito had struggled with poverty when first building Aogiri Tree. She'd even tried writing for money, accidentally becoming a famous author. Aogiri's growth was funded largely by her royalties. But what truly caught Byakuya's attention was the infinite Tsukuyomi intel. After pondering, Byakuya made his choice. Agreed. My terms: enslave that reasonably strong servant, unrestricted access to Tsukiyama Group's wealth, and Tsukiyama Shu is never to touch anyone around me again, otherwise I'll crush him like an ant. Byakuya stated his conditions coldly, without any courtesy. No problem. As for Matsumi, Mirumo glanced at Matsumi, still struggling on the ground. He knew that reasonably strong servant meant Matsumi. I'm willing to. If it means sparing the young master. Matsumi's voice was weak and strained. She couldn't defy this demand, their lives were in his hands. Moreover, if she failed to satisfy him, his status as an investigator meant he could bring the CCG down on the Tsukiyama family. The young master and master would both be endangered. So she could only submit to being called master. Ding. Host completed option 3. Reward: 200 fusion points plus infinite Tsukuyomi intel. Infinite Tsukuyomi intel. This world has no tailed beasts and people have no chakra, yet the Eye of the Moon plan can still be achieved. The modified infinite Tsukuyomi can trap all humans and ghouls worldwide in a beautiful illusory world. There will be no chakra absorption or white Zetsu transformation. Instead, it will absorb all ghouls' Kakuhu, Kagun, and RC cells beyond human norms until all ghouls are completely converted into humans. Note: establishing the Akatsuki organization will unlock additional infinite Tsukuyomi intel. Akatsuki establishment requirements: 1 leader plus 2 SS-rated ghouls plus 4 S-rated ghouls. Reading this intel, Byakuya's pupils contracted sharply. If the system was telling the truth, this modified infinite Tsukuyomi was the optimal solution for this world. True peace between humans and ghouls was impossible, ghoul nature guaranteed this. Even if special food allowing ghouls to eat was developed, it wouldn't stop ghouls pursuing gourmet experiences or greater power from continuing to prey on humans. The original ending had dragon orphans becoming a common enemy for humans and ghouls, plus the one-eyed King Kaniki's intimidation, achieving temporary relative peace because many disobedient ghouls still hunted humans. And the dragon orphans were also humanizing. Years later, they'd likely evolve into human-like ghouls, then the world would return to mutual human-ghoul slaughter. By comparison, the system's infinite Tsukuyomi was clearly the optimal solution. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Enslaving Matsumi and Kani. 910 words. However, before achieving infinite Tsukuyomi, per the system's instructions, Byakuya needed to establish the Akatsuki organization first. Honestly, Byakuya found the idea of establishing Akatsuki and then implementing the Eye of the Moon plan rather fitting. The immediate question was how to gather the requirements for founding Akatsuki. First, he would obviously be the leader himself. Then he needed at least 2 SS-rated ghouls and 4 S-rated ghouls as members for official establishment. He now understood why the system had suggested enslaving Matsumi as a condition. She was a ready-made SS-rated ghoul. Then there was Rise, whose true strength should reach SS or above. The system's judgment would determine that. That left 4 S-rated ghouls still needed. Corona and Nishiro could count as 2. Kani might also be recruited to fill the ranks. As for Tsukiyama Shu, he'd pass for now. Unless that guy truly reformed, forget recruitment, next time there'd be no more chances. Also, make that one over there my servant as well. Then I won't trouble your son again. Byakuya said flatly. More precisely, I never troubled him at all, he's the one who kept coming after me. No problem. I'll definitely discipline my child properly. Mirumo spoke humbly. Even as president of Tokyo's prestigious Tsukiyama Group, when it came to his son's safety, he would bow without limit to Byakuya. Mirumo was truly a good father, just cursed with a troublesome son. Without Shu's antics, the original Tsukiyama family extermination operation wouldn't have happened. Unlike Matsumi, who was still conscious, Kanei had passed out from her more severe injuries. She had no idea she'd already been enslaved by Byakuya. Mirumo's sudden appearance surprised Tuka. She knew Tsukiyama's backing, the Tsukiyama family, was supposedly formidable. She hadn't expected the family head himself to personally appear and kowtow to Byakuya. Even now, Mirumo remained in Dajiza position without rising. Please get up, President Tsukiyama. This matter is settled for now. Since Mirumo kept kneeling, Byakuya had to tell him to rise. When Mirumo stood and noticed Tuka beside Byakuya, realizing she was also among those his son had harmed, he performed another Dajiza to her as well. Tuka was somewhat startled. Please get up. This is making me feel awkward. She'd already beaten Tsukiyama thoroughly, her anger had mostly dissipated. Afterward, Mirumo prepared to take Shu away, instructing Matsumi, Matsumi, from now on you and Kanei will obey that young man's orders. Consider it punishment for your mistake this time. Yes. Matsumi knelt on one knee, mainly because the Kakuhu damage had temporarily crippled her regeneration. She could barely stand. After Mirumo left with Shu, Byakuya spoke to Matsumi in a cold tone. That one probably won't wake up for a while. Support her and follow me. Despite knowing Matsumi was injured and could barely move, he showed no concern whatsoever. Ghouls could regenerate slowly anyway. As long as the Kakuhu wasn't critically damaged, nothing serious would happen. Besides, if Matsumi and Kanei hadn't attacked him, they wouldn't be in this state. They'd brought it on themselves. Yes. Matsumi could only nod, not daring to complain even though each step was agonizing. Her and Kanei's lives were now in his hands. Moreover, if they failed to satisfy him, his status as an investigator meant he could bring the CCG down on the Tsukiyama family. The young master and master would both be endangered. Matsumi endured the pain and difficulty, supporting Kanei as she followed Byakuya. As they exited the underground garage and approached populated areas, Tuka whispered to Byakuya, haven't they been punished enough? If someone sees them and calls the police, wouldn't that be troublesome? Since Tuka still didn't know Kanei was actually a girl disguised as a boy, she referred to Matsumi and Kanei as them. You're right. You take one, I'll take the other, let's bring them to Anteku to rest first. Byakuya nodded. He couldn't actually make Matsumi and Kanei walk all the way back. If passers-by saw wounds and blood on those two, they'd probably call the police. Having cops and investigators show up would be troublesome. What's your name? Byakuya walked up to Matsumi and asked directly. Not expecting the sudden question, Matsumi paused before answering with difficulty. Matsumi. Tsukiyama Matsumi. All right, Matsumi. I'll carry you to recover first. Hold on tight. With that, Byakuya positioned himself for her to climb onto his back. You're... Matsumi hadn't processed this. She'd assumed he would keep punishing her by making her painfully support Kanei the entire way. Obviously I'm carrying you back. Or would you prefer a princess carry? Byakuya asked flatly. No. This is fine. Matsumi responded with some embarrassment. She climbed onto Byakuya's back, while Tuka could only support Kanei. Wait, why do I have to carry this guy? Tuka protested immediately. Guy. You're mistaken, that one's actually a girl disguised as a boy. Meaning she's female. Byakuya explained. Matsumi, on his back, was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected him to have seen through Kanei's true gender. Huh. You're saying this person is female? Tuka found this hard to believe. Come to think of it, there was indeed a faint perfume scent on this person, and the appearance leaned toward an androgynous, delicate look. But in her view, the most effective way to confirm was. With that thought, Tuka grabbed directly at Kanei's chest. The unconscious Kani let out a soft moan. Now Tuka was certain, though they seemed bound down, there was definitely something there. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 130, Chapter 130, Amaha. 893 words. So she really is female. Well, never mind that for now. Tuka immediately hoisted Kani onto her back. Since Kani was still unconscious and couldn't hold on, Tuka had to be careful not to let her fall. Then Byakuya and Tuka leaped rapidly across rooftops. Being carried on Byakuya's back, Matsumi could only wrap her arms around his neck. Due to the position, her chest inevitably pressed against his back. If she weren't currently unable to move, she definitely wouldn't have done this. Soon, Byakuya and Tuka brought Matsumi and Kani back to Anteku. They laid them on the second-floor couch to rest. Just stay here and regenerate slowly. With that, Byakuya headed downstairs. He wasn't worried about Matsumi or Kani acting out, not unless they were brainless. Downstairs, Irimi asked curiously, "Who were those two just now?" "They're two Tsukiyama family servants. That shit Tsukiyama has been dealt with." Tuka then explained the whole situation. "That Tsukiyama bastard is really despicable, pulling such underhanded tricks," Irimi said indignantly. "But Amaha-san really is impressive. I hear that Tsukiyama servants are no weaklings, ordinary people couldn't defeat them." Koma praised. Those two servants were indeed very strong, one was even no weaker than Jason. But he still crushed them completely. Tuka nodded. "Jason? I've heard of that Ward 13 Jason. He was supposedly the Ward 13 boss before, brutal and powerful. Amaha-san can actually beat Ghouls even stronger than Jason." Roma suddenly grew excited. "It's decided. From now on, Amaha-san is my idol." "No wait, Amaha-sama." Byakuya was somewhat speechless. Roma was such an actress. In the original story, she'd never even met Kaneki yet constantly screamed Kaneki-sama at Anteku purely for entertainment value, since Kaneki was the most successful artificial one-eyed Ghoul. The same logic applied to him now. A powerful investigator willingly hanging out with Anteku's Ghouls, and Rise was among them too. The clowns probably knew quite a bit about his affairs, except for his transmigrator identity and system, which they definitely didn't know. Good that Tuka's safe. "So what do you plan to do with those two Tsukiyama servants upstairs?" Yomo asked while wiping a plate, his tone flat as always. "Nothing special. They're my servants now. The Tsukiyama Group's president offered them as a condition for sparing his son's life," Byakuya said. Before this, when Tuka still didn't know Kani was a girl disguised as a boy, hearing Byakuya's condition about enslaving those two servants hadn't struck her as anything particular. Now that she knew Kani was female and Byakuya had been the one to tell her, meaning he'd seen through it long ago, suddenly something felt off. "So, you spared Tsukiyama because you fancied those two girls' looks?" Tuka questioned Byakuya in an eerie tone. "Girls? Enslaved?" These two words combined created quite an impact on Hinami's mind. She wasn't a clueless child, she could imagine various scenarios, all rather stimulating for her. "Oh my. Hinami shouldn't overthink it. I don't think Amaha-kun would do that sort of thing," Ryuko said with a smile. "Though Amaha-sama seems a bit perverted, I remain Amaha-sama's devoted fan." Roma's cheeks reddened slightly, her voice shy. Undoubtedly, this was acting. Koma and Irimi just smiled without comment. Yomo showed no reaction whatsoever, such trivial matters weren't worth noting. "Of course not." Byakuya immediately protested. "I enslaved them naturally to have them work for me. What I valued most was the Tsukiyama Group's wealth. How could I possibly spare Tsukiyama just for their looks?" Tuka nodded slightly. "I see. Then I wrongly accused you. Sorry." The Tsukiyama Group's wealth was indeed formidable, ranking among the top in all of Tokyo. And their true identity as a Ghoul family was well known in the Ghoul world. Given Byakuya's condition of unrestricted access to Tsukiyama Group finances, thinking about it carefully, that was indeed far more valuable than any servant's looks. Afterward, Tuka continued chatting with the staff downstairs about the Tsukiyama situation while Byakuya went upstairs to check on things. Out of habit, he pushed the door open directly only to find Matsumi undressing. Fortunately, Matsumi had her back to him, and her clothes weren't fully off. He didn't see anything critical, just pale skin and a graceful figure. But the next moment, hearing the door open, Matsumi immediately turned her head and her body began turning too. "Stop!" Byakuya commanded immediately. "Don't turn around, or I'll really see everything." Realizing what was happening, Matsumi's eyes went wide, trembling with agitation, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. Fortunately, Byakuya had warned her in time. Coming to her senses, she maintained her position facing away while quickly putting her clothes back on. Why didn't you lock the door?" Byakuya asked calmly, as if the incident hadn't affected him at all. Normally in such situations, the man who'd seen something would get blamed, but here Byakuya was questioning Matsumi. After all, when undressing one should lock the door first. Fault needed to be assigned properly. "I didn't want to move around. I just wanted to check my wounds. I didn't expect." "Master, you'd come up just then." When Matsumi reached didn't expect, she remembered her current enslaved status and immediately changed her address. She couldn't afford carelessness here. If she failed to satisfy him, the young master and even the entire Tsukiyama family would be endangered. So she could only humbly call him master. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, One must not be disrespectful to the master. 985 words. Tsukiyama Matsumi was known as the knight of the Tsukiyama family, the strongest among all their servants, renowned for her formidable power. Yet even someone of her caliber could only bow her head and address Amaha Byakuya as master. "Fine. Just remember to lock the door next time before doing something like that." Byakuya spoke casually. "By the way, hasn't that one woken up yet?" "No, she hasn't." "Should I wake her?" She could tell that Kaney had passed the danger zone and was simply still unconscious. Waking her directly wouldn't be a problem. "No need. Let her sleep for now." After Byakuya said this, he noticed the bloodstains on Matsumi's and Kaney's clothes needed to be dealt with. "Right, I can't let you two stay like that. Wait here a moment." Matsumi nodded and sat obediently beside Kaney. Byakuya then found Yoshimura. "Manager, does the shop have any spare uniforms? I need to borrow 2 sets for the servants from the Tsukiyama family." "Of course. I'll go get them for you." Yoshimura retrieved 2 work uniforms identical to what Tuka and the others wore. Byakuya handed them to Matsumi without any fuss. "I borrowed these from the manager. You two change into them for now." Before leaving, he added one more thing, "and don't forget to lock the door this time." Matsumi felt slightly embarrassed. "Yes." She then changed into the uniform Byakuya had provided and helped Kaney change as well. "Master, we've finished changing." Assuming Byakuya was waiting outside the door, Matsumi walked over and announced this. There was no response. When she opened the door, Byakuya was nowhere to be seen. After a moment's thought, Matsumi headed downstairs. "Master." The moment she spotted Byakuya and opened her mouth to call out, she felt several gazes converging on her at once. "Wow, she's already calling you master?" Roma exclaimed. "You made her call you master that quickly?" Tuka gave Byakuya a slightly strange look. "This must be the Tsukiyama family servant that Tuka-san and Amaha-san mentioned. And she's wearing our shop's uniform? It actually suits her quite well." Koma stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Indeed. She has an excellent appearance, fitting for a professional butler from a prestigious family," Irimi agreed. "Big brother is so mean." Hinami murmured quietly. She too apparently assumed Byakuya had forced the woman to call him master. After all, Matsumi had been so natural about it from the start that it was easy to assume coercion was involved. "No. I never asked her to. She started calling me master on her own." Byakuya's expression was somewhat helpless. "That's correct. This is not a requirement from the master. I simply believe one must not be disrespectful to the master." Matsumi's expressionless explanation effectively cleared up the misunderstanding. "So what brings you down here?" Byakuya steered the conversation back to business. I came to inform the master that Kani and I have finished changing. That's fine. You don't need to report such things to me. Go back upstairs and look after Kani. Understood. Matsumi nodded and followed orders. She still had some questions in her mind, though she didn't voice them. She could tell by scent that every employee in this cafe was a Ghoul. She recalled Byakuya mentioning this place was Anteiku. She knew perfectly well what kind of place Anteiku was. After all, the young master often came here to play. What puzzled her was that this young man, her new master, was clearly a CCG investigator, yet here he was in Anteiku, a place teeming with Ghouls, chatting and laughing with the staff. Come to think of it, the girl that young Master Shu had ordered her to capture alive was also a Ghoul, and clearly a friend of this young man. An investigator befriending Ghouls. Matsumi found this rather incredible. Was he really an investigator who didn't consider the Ghouls of Anteiku his enemies? Kani opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was an unfamiliar ceiling. But she could smell Matsumi nearby, which brought her immediate comfort. Then she remembered what had happened before she lost consciousness. Young master. Kani shot upright with a cry and urgently asked Matsumi, Headmaid Matsumi, how is the young master? Matsumi's official title in the Tsukiyama household was headmaid, essentially the manager of all servants. The master has taken the young master home. However, we've become collateral for the young master's survival. Matsumi explained calmly, her tone flat. Phew. Hearing this, Kani let out a long breath of relief. She didn't care at all about what Matsumi meant by collateral, knowing the young master was safe was all that mattered. Then the rest caught up with her. Wait. Headmaid, what do you mean by collateral? It means we've been enslaved by the master now. Matsumi's tone was so matter-of-fact she might as well have been discussing the weather. Master. Kani didn't immediately register who Matsumi was referring to. She looked around the room and spotted the third person present, Amaha Byakuya. It's you. The moment she saw him, she treated him as an enemy. After all, Kani had just woken from unconsciousness and hadn't yet processed the situation. The only thought in her mind was to fight the enemy. Kani. Sensing that Kani was about to offend Byakuya, Matsumi immediately spoke sharply. One must not be disrespectful to the master. What? Kani was stunned. She pointed at Byakuya. Headmaid, you're saying he's our master. That's correct. As servants, we must maintain proper manners. Did the master of the house not teach you this? Matsumi lectured her. She was doing this for Kani's own good. Otherwise, the consequences could be unthinkable. Before Kani could figure out what was going on, she suddenly realized her clothes had been changed while she was unconscious. In that instant, her mind filled with all sorts of chaotic imaginings. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, Willing to Sacrifice Everything for the Young Master. 997 words. The most distressing thought was that her clothes had been changed by the very person who had hurt the young master. If that were true, not only had her identity as a woman been exposed, but her body had already been defiled. Watching the rapid changes in Kani's expression, Byakuya could guess she was letting her imagination run wild. I will never submit to you. Kani's expression was one of someone prepared to die, as if Byakuya had designs on her body. In her agitation, she'd even spoken in German. German was her native language. She was originally from Germany. Her features carried that dignified, striking quality characteristic of German women. As for her purple hair, that was another matter entirely. Don't speak a language I can't be bothered with. Speak the local language when you're in a place. Byakuya's expression was flat. The system had granted him fluency in all languages from the beginning, so he actually understood her German perfectly. But this self-important fool was too ridiculous to deserve a polite response. However, Kani seemed unable to hear what Byakuya was saying anymore. Still speaking in German, she said with intense indignation, "You've already defiled my body, are you planning to trample my dignity next? No matter how you humiliate me, I will never." Midway through, Matsumi, realizing Kani had misunderstood something, immediately cut her off. Kani, calm down. The master didn't do anything to you. Those words brought Kani back to her senses. He didn't do anything? Then my clothes. I changed them for you. And these clothes were borrowed by the master on our behalf. You should be thanking him, not being so disrespectful. Matsumi lectured her again. She sincerely hoped Kani would be more rational. If she accidentally angered this young man, the master's sacrifice would be in vain, and the entire Tsukiyama family would. Only then did Kani lower her head. I understand. Then why haven't you apologized to the master for your rudeness? And don't forget to thank him for the clothes he borrowed for us. Matsumi's requirements were strict. In truth, back in the Tsukiyama household, servants had followed similar protocols, only now the object of service had changed from the young master to their new master. For someone as rational and absolutely loyal as Matsumi, she could sacrifice everything for the young master, the master of the house, and the entire Tsukiyama family. But Kani's rationality and resolve were far inferior to Matsumi's. Right now, she was deeply reluctant, her heart still struggling. Did you not hear me? Matsumi displayed the authority she wielded as the Tsukiyama family's head maid. Kani had no choice but to comply. I was disrespectful just now. I hope the master will forgive me. She said this with extreme reluctance, her expression stiff. Not only was it painful for her to say, but Byakuya found it rather uncomfortable to hear as well. He hadn't forced her to call him master or demanded an apology. Matsumi had taken it upon herself to do all of this. All right, that's enough. Byakuya spoke coldly. I'm not forcing you to call me master, but the fact remains that you're now in my hands. Know your place, especially you self-important woman. That last part, you self-important woman, was clearly directed at Kani. Feeling Byakuya's cold gaze, Kani realized he was talking about her. Hadn't the head maid changed her clothes? How did he know she was a woman? To prevent any more self-important assumptions, Byakuya spoke first. Your pathetic attempt at cross-dressing couldn't fool my eyes. Take some time to come to terms with your current situation. After that, do what I tell you. Try anything funny, and you won't like the consequences. With that, he turned and left. After Byakuya had been gone for a while, Kani asked Matsumi in a subdued voice, Head maid, are we really at this human's mercy now? Yes. Accept this reality and do what needs to be done. Don't disappoint the young master and the master of the house. Matsumi sighed softly. She'd sensed that the young man had already become somewhat displeased. Kani's words and actions just now had been truly rude. Fortunately, his temperament seemed reasonable, he hadn't been provoked. All right. Hearing the mention of the young master and the master, Kani gritted her teeth and forced herself to endure. Head maid, can you tell me what happened while I was unconscious? She wanted to fully understand the situation. Matsumi then explained everything, how Mirumo had appeared, and the conditions he had agreed to in order to save the young master's life. Only then did Kani understand everything. So we're now slaves to that guy. Damn it. Kani was deeply unwilling to accept this. Stop that. If the master were still in this room, I absolutely wouldn't allow you to show such disrespect. Matsumi's tone was stern. I was wrong. Kani immediately admitted her error. She understood why the head maid was being so strict with her. It was all for the young master. Only their sacrifice could ensure the young master's safety. Head maid, for the young master's safety, I'm willing to sacrifice everything I have. Kani then spoke to Matsumi with complete seriousness. It was a declaration of her loyalty to Shu and the entire Tsukiyama family. Good. No matter what happens, never forget that everything we do is for young Master Shu. Matsumi smiled slightly with relief. Now she could feel somewhat more at ease about Kani. Still, she felt some unease about what might come next. She knew almost nothing about this young man, only that he was a Ghoul investigator who seemed to get along quite well with the Ghouls at Anteku. But who knew if he had some terrifying other side? Yes. Kani nodded firmly. She had made up her mind. No matter what happened, even if she was humiliated, abused, defiled, she was willing to sacrifice everything for the young master. Get 20 plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 133. Chapter 133. Are you the lady of the house? 967 words. For now, I don't have any specific tasks for you. Just help out here at Anteku for the time being. You're already wearing their uniforms anyway. Once Matsumi and Kani had recovered enough from their injuries, Byakuya gave them their assignment. It wasn't really an assignment per se, he simply didn't want to leave them with nothing to do. As for the Akatsuki organization, Byakuya's original intention was to recruit Matsumi and Kani to fill the numbers. But numbers were one thing, these two weren't trustworthy yet. There was no rush to tell them about the Akatsuki organization. Better to observe their attitudes first and see if they actually had any value to offer. The last thing he needed was to bring in two traitors and create problems for himself. The Akatsuki organization could be built slowly. No need to rush. Working here. Yes, understood. Matsumi nodded without objection, following the master's orders completely. Kani had also calmed down considerably since earlier. Though she didn't respond verbally, she nodded obediently. So we have two new companions, even if they're temporary. Koma's tone sounded quite welcoming toward Matsumi and Kani. Since you're going to be working here, do your jobs properly. Don't try anything funny. Tuka warned the two women. She couldn't trust them yet, after all, they'd been fighting each other just hours ago. We won't. We are now absolutely loyal to the master. Matsumi said immediately. Yes. I don't understand what funny businesses you're referring to. Kani said calmly. Better be that way. Tuka said nothing more. From then on, Matsumi and Kani worked as servers in the cafe. This kind of work was second nature to them. They'd been servants in the Tsukiyama household, doing similar tasks every day. It was even much easier than before, since there weren't nearly as many rules to follow. Still, neither of them believed this was the extent of what Byakuya would demand from them. They didn't let their guard down. When Anteku closed for the day, the staff prepared to go home. Matsumi and Kani hesitated, uncertain where to go. Going back to the Tsukiyama mansion probably wasn't allowed. Did that mean they had to go home with the young man? Byakuya noticed their indecision and spoke up. You can choose to go back to the Tsukiyama mansion, or you can rent a place nearby. That's up to you. Just be available when I need you. Byakuya had no interest in restricting their freedom. Besides, the more freedom he gave them, the easier it would be to gauge their true attitudes and usefulness. Yes, Master. We understand. Matsumi nodded slightly. But she misinterpreted Byakuya's meaning, thinking the two choices he'd offered were a test and both were traps. Since they'd been enslaved, they should have the self-awareness of slaves. Even when she was merely a servant before, she'd had to attend to the young master and the master of the house daily. How much more so now that she was enslaved? Matsumi gave Kani a meaningful look, hoping she'd understand. Kani caught the headmaid's signal and nodded seriously. Byakuya assumed they'd return to the Tsukiyama mansion and didn't concern himself further. But after a while, something felt off. Matsumi and Kani had been following behind him ever since. Was the Tsukiyama mansion in the same direction as his home? Yet even after arriving at his front door, Matsumi and Kani were still behind him. Only then did Byakuya turn around to ask, "Are you two planning to come home with me?" "Yes. Servants should attend to the master at all times." Matsumi nodded, her expression neutral. "You're the one who enslaved us, master, yet you seem surprised." Even now, Kani still wasn't entirely comfortable calling this human boy master. Byakuya was somewhat speechless. "Didn't I just say you could go wherever you wanted? But since you're already here, you might as well stay the night. My house is fairly large. There are several spare rooms. Make yourselves at home." With that, Byakuya walked through the front door. Matsumi's thoughts remained unchanged. She still believed the master was testing them and that she had to be careful not to make mistakes. Kani thought the same, so she followed Matsumi inside. "Pardon me, master, but I need to familiarize myself with the layout of your home. After entering, Matsumi made her request immediately. To better serve the master, she naturally needed to know her way around. Same here. I hope the master will permit this. Kani added her request. Do as you like. Byakuya replied casually. Matsumi and Kani set off to explore, but almost immediately ran into Rise in the living room. Who are you? Rise questioned them at once. Though she'd already caught Byakuya's scent and could guess he'd brought these two strangers home, she didn't know why. Might you be the lady of the house? We are the master's servants. Matsumi bowed respectfully. Kani didn't speak but bowed alongside her. The master you mention, that would be Byakuya? Rise didn't deny the lady of the house label. Instead, she asked about the master. That's correct. Amaha-sama is our master. Matsumi nodded. By this time, Byakuya had also entered the living room and was immediately greeted by Rise's gentle smile. Darling, would you mind explaining what this is all about? Byakuya proceeded to explain, giving her the general outline of what had happened. Meanwhile, Matsumi and Kani stood silently to the side. They could tell by scent that the beautiful woman before them was a Ghoul. But they had no idea she was the infamous binge eater. Given that the master was a CCG investigator, the fact that there was also a Ghoul living in his home and apparently as his wife astonished them completely. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, The whole house is full of Ghouls. 718 words. If this young investigator really had married a Ghoul, that would explain why he could get along so well with the Ghouls at Anteku. But still, an investigator falling in love with a Ghoul was truly unthinkable. So these two are servants of that Tsukiyama guy. I see. Rise nodded slightly. Speaking of which, where are Corona and Nishiro? Haven't they come back yet? Byakuya noticed the house seemed to have only Rise at the moment. They're not back yet. Probably still on some assignment. Rise said. Afterward, Byakuya took Matsumi and Kani upstairs to let them choose their rooms. If I may ask, Master, was that woman just now your wife? Matsumi asked curiously. It was such an unbelievable situation. No. Byakuya denied it. He didn't want to share too many details about himself with Matsumi and Kani, so he said nothing more. Matsumi nodded and refrained from asking further, lest she displease the master. Matsumi and Kani then chose to share a room, wanting to be able to look out for each other. Sitting on the bed they'd made up, they took advantage of Byakuya having gone downstairs to chat. That really startled me. I thought an investigator had actually married a Ghoul. Though it does seem like he's living with that Ghoul. Kani remarked with some wonder. Come to think of it, aren't we now also living with the master? Perhaps it's some kind of preference of his. Matsumi said flatly. What a strange person. But regardless of what preferences he has, I'm already prepared to sacrifice everything. Kani's gaze was resolute. In private, we can talk about it, but you absolutely must not mention preferences or anything like that in front of the master. Matsumi reminded Kani. It would be best if you got used to saying the master instead of him, even when talking to me. Yes, I'll remember that, headmaid. Kani nodded seriously. After only a brief exchange, they went back to properly organizing the room, rearranging furniture, cleaning dust, and so on. They didn't idle afterward either, voluntarily going downstairs to find Byakuya. Master, is there anything you need us to do? Matsumi asked. Then I'll leave the housework to you. Nothing else for now. Byakuya replied casually. Both Kani and Matsumi were professional servants, so handling household chores was their specialty. Byakuya figured he could leave all future housework to them. Not bad at all. Understood. Kani and Matsumi responded in unison. Corona and Nishiro had received extra training from Kyoko Ora, so they returned later than usual. When they walked in, they immediately saw two uniformed strangers sweeping and mopping the floor. They were momentarily stunned. Matsumi hadn't expected two more girls to come home, but she reacted quickly and bowed immediately. Welcome back. Ah, who are you? Corona asked. We are Amaha-sama's servants. Matsumi explained once again, unfazed. Servants. Corona and Nishiro both immediately thought of certain, unhealthy things. Their faces slightly flushed, they quickly made their way over to Byakuya. However, Matsumi wisely spoke up first, explaining on Byakuya's behalf what had happened. Learning the truth, Corona and Nishiro relaxed considerably, though part of the reason might have been that they didn't know Kani was female. Night fell. Matsumi and Kani prepared for sleep in their shared room. What surprised Kani was that nothing had happened tonight. Housework didn't count to her, that was trivial. What she'd anticipated hadn't occurred at all. She'd braced herself for the worst, unspeakable, humiliating scenarios. Matsumi, by contrast, hadn't overthought things. She accepted that anything could happen, whatever came, she'd grit her teeth and obey. With that resolve already in place, there was no point dwelling on possibilities. Head maid, Heath, no, the master doesn't seem like he'll do anything to us. Kani ventured. This is only the first day. Don't overthink it. Who knows what might happen next? Matsumi said. And even if something did happen, so what? For the young master and the master of the house, they'd simply have to endure it. Kani lay down with her heart still unsettled. She thought about the young master while also worrying about what might come next. By the time she finally fell asleep, she had no idea what hour it was. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, Call Me Madam. 1,206 words. The following morning, Matsumi woke up early. She'd intended to wake Kani as well, but noticed Kani still seemed to be sleeping soundly, so she decided to let her wake naturally. Master, would you like me to prepare breakfast for you? Matsumi asked Byakuya, who was also already awake. Though she couldn't eat human food herself, she knew how to prepare it. The Tsukiyama group had always maintained a human identity publicly, often hosting business partners with human cuisine, prepared, of course, by servants like herself. Sure. Thank you. Byakuya nodded. Not at all. It's my duty. Matsumi said. Before long, breakfast was ready. Now that there were 6 people living in this house, Byakuya was still the only one who could sit at the dining table and eat normally. The other 5 were all Ghouls. Since Corona and Nishiro had gotten up a bit late, by the time they came downstairs, Matsumi had already prepared Byakuya's breakfast. Nishiro, I think we got up too late. Yeah, that woman beat us to it. The Tsukiyama family's servants really are impressive. Just then, Matsumi heard the sisters talking but paid no attention to the content of their conversation. Corona-sama, Nishiro-sama, would you like me to prepare breakfast? Matsumi asked them respectfully. No need. I usually eat out. No need. I only eat what Oniichan makes with his own hands. Corona and Nishiro replied almost simultaneously. Clearly, Corona and Nishiro had no intention of revealing their status as one-eyed Ghouls in front of the unfamiliar Matsumi. Without them telling her, Matsumi couldn't tell anyway. As long as they didn't expose their Kakugan, the only way Ghouls could identify each other was by scent. But artificial half-Ghouls like Corona and Nishiro smelled the same as humans, at most slightly more appetizing, so Matsumi assumed the twins were human. When facing Rise, Matsumi asked the same question. Madam, no, Kamishiro-san, would you like me to prepare breakfast? She knew Rise was a Ghoul, and after last night's introductions, she'd learned Rise's name. But knowing just her name, she still had no idea Rise was the binge eater. Shu had rarely mentioned the binge eater around her. Since Rise was a Ghoul, the breakfast Matsumi referred to was naturally human flesh. Although ordinary Ghouls only needed to feed once or twice a month to maintain normal nourishment, elite Ghoul families like the Tsukiyamas enjoyed a lifestyle quite different from common Ghouls. For instance, breakfast might be a thinly sliced eyeball, lunch some other body part, essentially small meals throughout the day. Even ordinary Ghouls didn't consume an entire person at once when feeding, they'd preserve most of the body for later, just as Ito stored her food in a refrigerator. Oh, why did you suddenly stop calling me madam? Rise asked at once. Because I made bold to ask the master yesterday, and he denied that you were his wife. Matsumi answered honestly. I see. Rise didn't say anything to Byakuya directly. Instead, she told Matsumi, then don't listen to him. You may continue calling me madam. Hearing Kamishiro-san doesn't feel quite as nice. At this, Matsumi looked toward Byakuya, seemingly seeking his opinion. No. Before Byakuya could say anything, Corona spoke up first. She's clearly not Byakuya Oniichan's wife, yet she wants to be called madam? Is Rise-san making things up? Nishiro was even more direct. I was merely offering a suggestion to Matsumi-san. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, don't you also call Byakuya Oniichan without permission? Rise said with a smile. Byakuya felt a headache coming on. Why were they fighting over something so trivial again? Alright, that's enough. Byakuya cut off the dispute directly. He had something more important to say. Matsumi, you mentioned preparing breakfast for Rise-san just now. Were you planning to get her human flesh? Yes. I have foolproof methods for hunting. Matsumi nodded. She'd always been in charge of hunting for the Tsukiyama household, and she had extensive experience in this area, enough to ensure the CCG would never notice. But perhaps because it was early morning and her mind was still foggy, she'd overlooked something. Her new master was a CCG investigator. Did you forget? I'm an investigator. How could I possibly allow you to do something like that? Byakuya nearly laughed at the absurdity. Rise-san's food situation isn't something you need to worry about. She works at Anteiku and gets enough carrion from there. And I won't allow you or Kanei to hunt humans under my watch. From now on, you'll both eat carrion at Anteiku. Indeed, Rise had always helped Anteiku collect human corpses, even before meeting him. It was just that this troublesome woman insisted on hunting freely in Ward 20 despite helping out, which was why she was considered part of Anteiku, more or less. Under Byakuya's influence, she no longer hunted humans, but she still went out to collect bodies for Anteiku. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. I can't believe I was so careless. Matsumi finally realized her brain had short-circuited. She'd actually forgotten the master was an investigator. It's fine. Just remember what I said. Byakuya said flatly. Yes. I will engrave it in my heart. Matsumi nodded. Meanwhile, Kanei still hadn't come downstairs. Matsumi was starting to feel anxious on her behalf. To think that Kanei would sleep in on her first official day of service even back in the Tsukiyama household, such behavior would have warranted strict discipline. Fortunately, this young man had a surprisingly good temper and hadn't taken offense. But Kanei couldn't possibly stay in bed much longer. The worst-case scenario came to pass. A long time had passed, and Kanei still hadn't appeared. Matsumi was even getting angry now, her opinion of Kanei dimming. How could this possibly satisfy the master? Had this been back at the Tsukiyama mansion, as head maid, she would have absolutely punished Kanei. Matsumi requested directly, Master, would you be willing to go upstairs and wake Kanei? I want to finish the housework and then get to Anteiku for work. She also made sure to plead on Kanei's behalf. Kanei may simply be unaccustomed to the new environment. I hope the master will forgive her. Her thinking was that Byakuya personally going up there would effectively intimidate Kanei, preventing future carelessness. Alright, I'll go wake her. Byakuya didn't think much of it. When he reached the door and knocked, there was no response. He simply opened the unlocked door and saw the bedding still lumped up. Kanei, time to get up. Byakuya approached and called out. But the lump under the covers still didn't react. He raised his voice and called again. Kanei. Kanei had been deep in dreamland until she was jolted awake. The moment she sat up, she found Byakuya right there. Her nightwear was disheveled, and she seemed disoriented from sleep. Her first reaction was that the master had come to assault her. Her hands flew to her chest, but almost immediately, she gave up resistance. Her face showed a mix of shame, indignation, and resignation as she presented herself in a posture of take what you will. She had already resolved to sacrifice everything for the young master. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Tsukiyama Shu joins. 1046 words. Seeing Kanei's strange expression and posture, Byakuya knew this fool's head was filled with nonsense again. What's that supposed to mean? You think I'm going to assault you? Byakuya questioned, feeling rather speechless. Just hurry up and get it over with. Instead, it was Kanei urging him on. She had resigned herself to her fate. Byakuya's brow furrowed slightly. Get what over with? When did I ever say I was going to assault you? You woman with nothing but filth in your head, look at what time it is already. At his reminder, Kanei turned to look at the clock and realized it was already 8 a.m. Back at the Tsukiyama mansion, not being up by this hour would have meant punishment. Now Kanei realized she'd been completely self-important. Obviously, the master had come to wake her up. The flush on Kanei's face hadn't faded, and now it deepened considerably, spreading all the way to her ears. Looks like you've come back to reality. Get up already, or Matsumi will end up doing all the housework by herself. Byakuya spoke flatly. With that, he headed back downstairs without looking back. Kanei changed out of her nightwear, her face burning with shame. Before, she'd been embarrassed because she thought she was about to be assaulted. Now she was embarrassed because of her own self-importance. As she changed, her mind kept wandering back to what had just happened. After all, she'd already presented herself in that take-what-you-will posture, yet he hadn't seemed the least bit affected. So maybe that human wasn't what she'd imagined? Or perhaps he didn't find her attractive enough. Feeling like her thoughts were drifting too far, Kanei shook her head vigorously, casting aside all the random musings. A few days passed. Matsumi and Kanei worked dutifully at Anteiku. As fellow newcomers, their performance was leagues ahead of Roma's. Just then, Roma somehow managed to trip on flat ground again. Accompanied by her shriek, several plates and cups she just gathered went crashing to the floor. Roma, how did you fall again? Seeing this, Tuka could only rub her forehead in exasperation. It had only been a few days, yet she'd already had another fall. If this kept up, it would be hard to handle. Don't do this again, you hear me? To prevent such incidents from happening frequently, Tuka deliberately adopted a harsher tone with Roma. But unexpectedly, Roma went straight to Byakuya with an aggrieved expression. Amaha-sama, Kirishima-san is being mean to me tilde. She hid behind Byakuya, hugging him from behind. Being rather petite, her head could only peek out from under his arm. You making a mistake and then not letting anyone say anything about it. Seeing Roma being so intimate with Byakuya, Tuka, who had only been pretending to be harsh, was now genuinely annoyed. Roma-san, try to be more careful in the future. Byakuya smiled helplessly. Okay tilde. Roma nodded, looking pitiful. But without question, she'd do it again next time. Kanei, who was working nearby, noticed the commotion. She found it hard to understand how someone so clumsy had gotten a job here in the first place. Welcome. At that moment, Matsumi was greeting a new customer at the door, only to find that the customer standing before her was the most familiar person in her life. Hey, Matsumi. You seem to be doing well. It was Tsukiyama Shu who had come to Anteiku. Young master. Why are you? Matsumi was momentarily stunned. Hearing Matsumi's voice, Kanei immediately turned her head and, sure enough, saw young Master Shu. Young master. Kanei's voice carried surprise. She hadn't expected the young master to suddenly appear here. Wouldn't this put him in danger? Oh, I didn't expect shit Tsukiyama to dare show his face in front of us. Tsukiyama's arrival made Tuka frown. She sneered coldly. Hearing Tuka use that insulting nickname shit Tsukiyama again, Kanei felt displeased, but she held her tongue. After all, this was their territory, and she was now Byakuya's servant. Why wouldn't I dare? Tsukiyama smiled composedly. But let me make clear, I'm here to see Amaha-kun. Still not giving up? I'd advise you to quit while you're ahead. Tuka mocked with a smile. By the way, I was absolutely blown away by how Amaha tasted last time. Too bad you'll never get to experience it in your lifetime. Tsukiyama's smile instantly stiffened. He was definitely rattled inside, but he forced himself not to show it. Instead of responding to Tuka's mockery, he bowed respectfully to Byakuya. Amaha-kun, no, Amaha-sama, my father is making me follow you as punishment. Is that so? And Tsukiyama Shashu is comfortable with that? Byakuya asked expressionlessly. It was hard to say whether Mirumo had demanded this of Shu, or whether Shu had wanted this himself, or perhaps the father and son had discussed it beforehand. After all, Matsumi, the knight of the Tsukiyama family, had been enslaved by him. Perhaps Mirumo had noticed that Matsumi and Kani had been treated well these past few days, and decided that putting Shu under his care would actually be better. Regardless, if Tsukiyama genuinely wanted to follow him, his personality meant that few people could be more reliable. And there was another benefit. With Tsukiyama around, he basically didn't need to worry about whether Matsumi and Kani might turn traitor. Of course. Tsukiyama replied with gentlemanly poise. As long as Amaha-sama doesn't find me a nuisance, I'm willing to follow in your footsteps. Fine. Then you can help out at Anteku too from now on. Byakuya was surprisingly agreeable this time, accepting immediately. Wait. Tuka was immediately concerned. Is this really okay? That shit Tsukiyama might still be plotting something. It's fine. Byakuya smiled lightly. To be trusted so readily by Amaha-sama, I'm deeply honored. Tsukiyama said at once. Honestly, even he hadn't expected such immediate acceptance. But let me make one thing clear, if you ever dare threaten anyone close to me again, I'll personally twist your head off and wipe out your entire Tsukiyama family. Byakuya's eyes suddenly turned ice-cold, his voice frigid as he warned Tsukiyama. Tsukiyama's expression immediately changed. He nodded solemnly. Absolutely not. As expected, this was the Amaha-kun who fascinated him the most. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, Make sure to take safety precautions. 914 words. Since the Akatsuki organization hadn't been formally established yet, they didn't even have a base. For now, all these people from the Tsukiyama family were lumped together at Anteku. Anteku had essentially become Byakuya's temporary storage facility. But there were already enough servers at Anteku. Under manager Yoshimura's arrangement, Tsukiyama would handle the same duties as Rise, periodically going out to retrieve human corpses for the cafe. Shit Tsukiyama, if you don't do your job properly, I'll have the manager fire you. Tuka had never gotten along with Tsukiyama, and she hadn't expected him to suddenly become a member of Anteku. This guy was every bit as troublesome as Rise had been before, especially given what had happened just a few days ago. That had left quite an impression on Tuka. So her attitude toward Tsukiyama was terrible. She'd immediately put him in his place. Then Tuka suddenly recalled something. Rise had also been a huge problem before, but after getting involved with Byakuya, she'd become remarkably well behaved. Could shit Tsukiyama also be changed by Byakuya? But now Tuka had something else on her mind. How exactly had Byakuya made Rise so docile? Rise hadn't hunted humans lately, nor had she been picking up supplies at Anteku. Could it be, she was sating her hunger directly through Byakuya? Tuka had actually guessed correctly on this point. Though her imagination was more extreme, she assumed Rise had eaten Byakuya many times over. In reality, Rise now satisfied her hunger through blood drinking alone. The power of the Hashirama cells meant that just an occasional drink was enough to keep Rise nourished, so she never needed to pick up supplies from Anteku. Unless absolutely necessary, she couldn't be bothered with carrion. Kirishima-san is still as unlovable as ever. Such prejudice against me, it's truly heartbreaking. Tsukiyama sighed. It's not prejudice. You're just inherently untrustworthy. Tuka rolled her eyes at Tsukiyama and stopped engaging with him. Instead, she walked over to Byakuya and asked quietly, speaking of which, didn't I bite your arm last time? It seemed to heal really fast. She hadn't noticed before, but it just occurred to her now. These past few days, Byakuya showed no signs of arm injury whatsoever. No bandages, no careful movements, as if the arm had never been harmed at all. Yeah. Maybe it's because I have an unusual constitution, healing abilities similar to you Ghouls. Byakuya didn't bother hiding this. It was too obvious to conceal anyway, so there was no point trying. There's actually a constitution like that. Tuka was immediately astonished. Yoshimura, who happened to overhear, also took notice. He'd never heard of any human possessing such a constitution, not even half-humans. Could Amaha-kun also be a half-Ghoul like Ito? Even if not natural-born, he could have been artificially created through experimentation. After all, Korona and Nishiro were living examples, and Amaha-kun was close to those sisters, which made the speculation even more compelling. That would also explain Amaha-kun's abnormally powerful abilities. And if Amaha-kun was indeed a half-Ghoul, Yoshimura felt even more confident that he could save Ito. Besides Yoshimura, Roma was also thinking quite a bit about Byakuya's constitution. This Amaha Byakuya kept bringing more and more pleasant surprises. No wonder Nico and Sauta had recommended she come play at Anteiku. Coming here had definitely been the right choice. At that moment, Byakuya simply removed his outer jacket, revealing an arm that had healed perfectly. More accurately, it had healed without a trace the very same day Tuka had bitten him. It's true. I remember biting right here. Tuka grabbed Byakuya's arm and examined it closely. There really wasn't the slightest mark. A human with such a constitution, she found it incredible. But a moment later, her expression turned somewhat peculiar. She leaned in and whispered in Byakuya's ear, "I was wondering why Kamishiro-san has been so well behaved lately. Is it because you're always letting her eat your flesh?" She couldn't help but be concerned. After all, Rise was infamous for her brutal, insatiable appetite. Her feeding urges were massive, and her methods savage. Byakuya must have suffered considerably dealing with someone like that. Not really. Just once or twice total. Byakuya said. As for the blood drinking, that was basically negligible, he barely even felt pain from it anymore. As his physical capabilities kept improving, so did his pain tolerance. What are Tuka-chan and Amaha-san whispering about? Why can't you share with us? Is it something private between just the two of you? Just then, Irimi spoke up teasingly. Not surprising at all. Tuka-chan is at that age when youthful passion runs highest. Koma chimed in with a sigh. Make sure to take safety precautions. Yomo was even more direct, speaking these words with a completely straight face. Does that mean Oniichan and Tuka Onichan are? Hinami's bright eyes went wide. Ryuko wasn't present, today wasn't her shift, and she'd only come later to pick up Hinami. Yoshimura smiled without comment. Tsukiyama lightly supported his chin, thinking, I see Tilda. Matsumi and Kani didn't participate in this conversation, staying focused on their work. That's not it at all. What are you all imagining? Tuka immediately denied everyone's assumptions, her face flushed, especially her uncle's comment, which was the most outrageous. Safety precautions. That was way too far-fetched. Why is Kirishima-san denying it so vehemently? Could it be because she's too embarrassed to admit it? At this moment, Tsukiyama's tone carried a suggestive lilt. Shut up, shit Tsukiyama. Tuka glared viciously at him. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, The Meaning of the Akatsuki Organization. 996 words. It's really nothing private. Kirishima-san was just asking me about Rise-san. Byakuya explained on Tuka's behalf. His calm demeanor, unlike Tuka's flushed, emphatic denial, made it difficult for everyone to continue teasing. Tuka breathed a sigh of relief, but she found herself inexplicably fixating on one detail in Byakuya's words. He called Rise-san, but called her Kirishima-san. There was a substantial difference in the nature of those forms of address. But she didn't bring it up. Asking someone to call her Tuka-san directly would be too embarrassing. While Tuka was preoccupied with such things, Byakuya was conversing with Tsukiyama. Since you're following me now, why don't you take Matsumi and Kani back to the Tsukiyama mansion? They just need to come when I call for them. That won't do. Matsumi and Kani are now Amaha-sama's servants, so they should stay by your side to attend to you. Even my father wishes for them to fulfill their duties properly. Tsukiyama replied. Hearing the young master say this, Neither Matsumi nor Kani showed any dissatisfaction, they agreed with what he said. Fine. Byakuya was momentarily at a loss for words. When closing time came, Tsukiyama returned to the Tsukiyama mansion on his own, while Matsumi and Kani went home with Byakuya. Perhaps because the young master had also chosen to follow this human boy, Kani's resistance toward him had lessened considerably. Walking home, Byakuya thought of something. Including Tsukiyama now, and with Matsumi and Kani essentially confirmed, the requirements for establishing the Akatsuki organization had been met. The 2 SS-rated Ghouls were Rise and Matsumi. The 4 S-rated Ghouls were Corona, Nishiro, Kani, and Tsukiyama. It all depended on whether the system would classify Rise as SS-rated. Currently, the CCG still had the Binge Eater listed at S+, and since she'd essentially vanished from their radar lately, her danger rating wouldn't change. Now that the personnel were assembled, the next step was preparing a base. Byakuya wasn't about to mooch off Anteiku for a base, he'd have to set up his own. The Tsukiyama Group's financial resources would come in handy for that. Though technically his own house could serve as a base. It was large enough to work as a temporary headquarters for now. But eventually, he'd need to prepare a proper base. Given its membership composition, the Akatsuki organization would undoubtedly be classified by the CCG as a Ghoul organization. For something that would constantly be under CCG surveillance, the official base couldn't be set up casually. For now, Byakuya just wanted to confirm one thing: the system's rating for Rise. Given Kamishiro Rai's extremely high growth potential and her innate ability to achieve Kakuja form, the system conservatively rates her as SS class. The system once again demonstrated its mind-reading-like ability, addressing the question in Byakuya's mind. Good. The Akatsuki organization now meets the establishment requirements. Byakuya thought to himself. The system's assessment was indeed objective. Not all Kakuja were SSS-rated Ghouls. Tatara could also achieve Kakuja form, but his danger rating was only SS. Although CCG ratings were based on danger level rather than pure combat power, the ratings did generally correspond to strength. The higher a Ghoul's danger rating, the more their power matched that classification. Take the SSS-rated non-killing owl and one-eyed owl, that father-daughter pair. No SS-rated Ghoul could even come close to their level of strength. But Rise had always eaten purely for pleasure, with no pursuit of power. She'd never engaged in cannibalism after all. Ghoul flesh tasted awful. Though she possessed the innate ability to achieve Kakuja form, she'd never used it. So from a strength perspective, she definitely didn't reach SSS level. Now Byakuya had just one remaining issue: explaining the Akatsuki organization to Tsukiyama, Matsumi, and Kani. He could certainly force them to obey, but that was meaningless to him. He'd prefer these 3 to join the Akatsuki organization willingly. Byakuya considered this part of the preparatory work for establishing the organization. The same applied to Rise and the Yasuhisa sisters. He needed to explain to them the meaning of the Akatsuki organization's existence. So the first thing Byakuya did upon returning home was to call Rise, Corona, and Nishiro to his room. Why is Byakuya suddenly calling all 3 of us to his room? After these past weeks of familiarity, Corona could now naturally call him Byakuya without the awkwardness of earlier, when she'd stumbled and changed it to Byakuya-san. Maybe Oniichan has something important to say? Nishiro spoke softly, her expression neutral. Though it could also be that Oniichan is feeling lonely. After all, there are more and more girls in the house, and he's still single. Nishiro, how did your mind go there? But I can't exactly deny it makes sense. Corona couldn't argue with that. Thinking that that kind of thing might happen, her face reddened slightly without her control. Nishiro, by contrast, showed no trace of embarrassment, as if she didn't care about such matters at all. When they entered the room, they found Byakuya seated with a solemn expression. It seemed this wasn't the second possibility they'd imagined. He had something important to tell them. What's going on? Calling all 3 of us here so suddenly. Rise was the first to ask. Have a seat first. I have something important I want to discuss with you. Byakuya's tone was serious. This serious. Seeing him like this, even Rise adopted a more earnest attitude. Corona and Nishiro obediently sat down on the bed. I'm planning to establish an organization, not simply a human organization, nor simply a Ghoul organization. Byakuya got straight to the point. Establish an organization? For what purpose? Rise immediately asked. The goal is to change the current state of this world. I want humans and Ghouls to coexist peacefully. But my strength alone isn't enough, I need you. Byakuya spoke frankly. The organization will be called Akatsuki, the character for dawn. To bring daybreak and hope to this world. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Takatsuki-sensei, you're the one. 2063 words. Akatsuki? World peace. Rise smiled faintly. I have absolutely no interest in that sort of thing. But I am interested in you. Halfway through, Byakuya had thought Rise might refuse. By the end, he smiled with relief. It wouldn't have been strange at all if Rise had truly refused to join the Akatsuki organization. For instance, when Banju had once hoped Rise would become the leader of Ward 11, she'd nearly killed him in annoyance. The solitary Rise found such matters extremely uninteresting, even repulsive. If it had been anyone other than Byakuya inviting her, she would have given them the same treatment as Banju or Tsukiyama. What about you two, Corona and Nishiro? Anything you want to say? Byakuya turned to the sisters. Nothing. Neither do I. Whatever Oniichan asks, Nishiro is willing. Corona and Nishiro spoke simultaneously. Good. Byakuya smiled at them. I won't let you down. Eventually, you'll be able to return to normal, become regular humans again. Really? Nishiro and I can actually become human again? Corona immediately asked with interest. She'd thought she and Nishiro would be one-eyed Ghouls for the rest of their lives. She hadn't expected there might be hope of returning to normal. Of course. As long as the Akatsuki organization achieves its ultimate goal. Byakuya spoke with certainty. The ultimate goal he referred to was naturally the infinite Tsukuyomi. The system had already hinted at it very clearly, practically stated it outright. The unlocking of information about the infinite Tsukuyomi was tied to the Akatsuki organization. Byakuya also agreed with this path, achieving the organization's goal through the Eye of the Moon plan. If all Ghouls could truly be transformed into humans, there would be no more conflict between species. The racial divide between humans and Ghouls was the key issue. Resolving it would undoubtedly bring relative peace to the world. He said relative peace because war among humans themselves would always exist. That was unavoidable. Human nature was simply like that. Sometimes, class issues could be even more severe than racial ones. Just look at how comfortably the upper-class Ghouls lived, especially the Washu clan. Meanwhile, lower-class Ghouls were merely tools for the Washu to maintain their dominance. The same went for lower-class human investigators. They too were tools being used by the Washu. The clan had gone to great lengths to develop Quinks precisely so human investigators could fight on equal terms with lower-class Ghouls. And naturally, upper-class humans were complicit as well. The Washu clan couldn't have risen to their current position without colluding with certain human elites. Lower-class investigators and lower-class Ghouls would fight to the death, never knowing who was truly oppressing them. But this was getting too far off topic, a slippery slope best left alone. In any case, Byakuya couldn't be bothered with all that chaos. He just wanted to resolve the human Ghoul problem first. Although Corona and Nishiro didn't know what Byakuya meant by ultimate goal, they were willing to trust him unconditionally. After all, Byakuya was the only person they could rely on now, not family by blood, yet closer than family. Besides you three, Tsukiyama Shu and those two Tsukiyama servants will probably also become members of the Akatsuki organization. I just haven't told them yet. Byakuya continued. I'm planning to wait a while before bringing it up with them. Tsukiyama is still an unknown quantity. Theoretically, given Tsukiyama's personality and after what had happened, he should become quite obedient and reliable. But in practice, things weren't always so predictable. Some observation was definitely needed before he could feel at ease. I have no objections. But I still won't go easy on him if he gets any ideas about you. Rise said lightly. On that point, even I wouldn't go easy on him. Byakuya said. Korona and Nishiro naturally had no objections either unless Tsukiyama proved untrustworthy, in which case they'd be the first to help Byakuya eliminate the problem. During this period, or rather, ever since the Aogiri suppression operation had ended, Byakuya's life had been quite comfortable. Occasionally, he'd be assigned to go on extermination missions with Kuri Ui, since Ui was still technically his partner. They'd eliminated a handful of Ghouls here and there. His promotion to first class would have to wait for the promotion ceremony, when the CCG would hold a unified promotion ritual for qualifying investigators. During this time, Aogiri Tree had been quiet. The CCG had been investigating them intensively, but with little success. It seemed Aogiri was biding its time, waiting for the day they'd strike again with something as major as the Cochlear prison assault. Suzuya, how's the preparation going for the written exam and interview? Today, Byakuya had come to the Ward 1 CCG main office for some business. He happened to run into Suzuya and greeted him. Should be fine. Shinohara-san has been coaching me, Suzuya said with a smile. By now, Suzuya's Ghoul elimination record was enough to promote him from rank 3 to rank 2. As long as he passed the relevant written exam and interview before the promotion ceremony began, he'd be promoted smoothly. Suzuya was working hard toward that goal. Both the written exam and interview were considerable challenges for him. Speaking of which, Suzuya will be promoted to rank 2 soon. I still don't know when I'll ever get promoted. Byakuya and Suzuya were chatting in the rest area when Takizawa passed by and joined the conversation. Takizawa-san, Huji-san. Seeing Takizawa and his partner Huji beside him, Suzuya greeted them politely. Under Shinohara's guidance, he'd become considerably more mature and composed than at the start. Besides, if he didn't change, he'd easily fail the interview. Suzuya looks like he's in good spirits. You must feel confident about the exam and interview. Huji replied kindly. So Suzuya is about to achieve rank 3 to rank 2 in 1 year. The last person, and the only person, to do that was Arima-san, wasn't it? Takizawa said enviously. Going from rank 3 to rank 2 in 1 year might not sound that impressive, but to date, only Kishu Arima had ever accomplished it. As for Byakuya going from rank 2 to rank 1, that was a different matter entirely, and even more remarkable. By the way, Amaha-san went from rank 2 to rank 1 in less than half a year, right? That's even more terrifying, Takizawa exclaimed. He'd previously idolized Amon and Arima. Now he had one more person to admire. He really wanted to hear Amaha-san recount his exploits, like how he'd eliminated Jason, but he was too embarrassed to ask, not wanting to waste his time. Byakuya just smiled without comment. In reality, he'd done it in less than a month. Mainly because he'd passed the written exam and interview at lightning speed. But there was no need to emphasize such things. After some more small talk, everyone went their separate ways. Byakuya had come to the Ward 1 main office today for the written exam and interview materials. He needed to take some relevant materials back to prepare. The first-class promotion exam would definitely be harder than the rank 1 exam. Even so, it was no challenge for Byakuya. In his room, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and effortlessly memorized all the theoretical knowledge needed for the written exam. Half a month later, he passed the written exam with a near-perfect score. The written exam ended in the morning. By afternoon, he'd cleared the interview as well. Ding. Host has completed the written exam and interview for promotion to first-class investigator. Reward, 10 fusion points. Now he just needed to wait for the upcoming promotion ceremony, where Bureau Director Washu would bestow upon him the first-class investigator's badge. Perhaps because Aogiri Tree was lying low, Ito had more time for her side job, things like holding fan meet and greets. Her main job was, of course, the great cause of Aogiri Tree. Oniichan, Takatsuka-sensei's fan meet and greet is about to start. Can you come with me? Hinami was sitting on Byakuya's lap, reading one of Sen Takatsuki's books together with him, when she brought this up. Sure. Byakuya agreed without hesitation. The mention of Takatsuki's fan event reminded him of Kaneki. He hadn't seen Kaneki at the cafe lately. Probably because of the Tsukiyama incident. Actually, Kaneki had come by occasionally during this period, but upon seeing Tsukiyama through the window, he'd fled in terror. After that previous incident, he'd called the police after escaping, but when they arrived, they'd found nothing. Mirumo had had the scene cleaned up, and the whole matter had been swept under the rug. Byakuya felt he should find an opportunity to explain things to Kaneki and bring Tsukiyama along, since he was the one who'd caused the whole mess. I knew Oniichan was the best. Hinami beamed with joy. By the way, Oniichan, what does this word mean? She pointed to a word in a certain passage of the book. Her reading had improved to the point where she could get through most things without trouble, though she still occasionally encountered complex vocabulary. It didn't really affect her overall comprehension, but she'd grown accustomed to having her big brother read with her. A few days later, Sen Takatsuki's fan meet and greet arrived as scheduled. Hinami had dressed up especially pretty today, with her mother's help. Perfect. Our little Hinami is the cutest now. Ryuko looked at Hinami's reflection in the mirror with satisfaction. Hinami smiled happily. When you meet Byakuya Oniichan later, remember to ask him what he thinks first. Ryuko began instructing her. I understand. Hinami nodded seriously. Then when it gets crowded, hold on to Byakuya Oniichan's hand. He definitely won't refuse. That should be enough for now, don't rush things. After that, just enjoy your date today, Tilda. Hinami had been following along, but gradually started feeling something was off. It's not, this isn't a date. Oniichan is just going with me to meet Takatsuki-sensei. Hinami's cheeks flushed slightly as she explained. Ryuko just smiled knowingly without saying more. When Hinami arrived at the agreed meeting spot, she'd come half an hour early yet found that her big brother was already there. Am I late? I didn't make you wait too long, did I? No, I just got here myself. Byakuya said. He wasn't being polite, he really had just arrived. That's good. Then Hinami remembered what her mother had said before she left. What do you think, Oniichan? She asked somewhat bashfully, keeping her question vague. Byakuya's reaction was quick. One look at Hinami's expression and he knew what she was asking. Hinami-chan looks very cute today. You must have put a lot of effort into dressing up. Yes. Hinami's face lit up with joy, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, making her even more adorable. Later, at the meet and greet venue, Hinami also remembered her mother's words. Taking advantage of the crowd, she reached for her big brother's hand. Sure enough, he didn't shake her off. If anything, he held on a bit tighter. After waiting in line for a while, Byakuya and Hinami sat down in front of Sen Takatsuki. Isn't this Amaha-kun from last time? And this time you've brought such a cute little sister? Ito spoke first. Her hair looked even more disheveled than at the last meet and greet, probably having overslept and rushed to the venue. But the messy style only made her look more like an eccentric genius. Hinami hadn't expected Takatsuki-sensei to be so chatty right off the bat. She immediately felt a bit nervous. What's your name, little one? Can you tell big sister? Ito asked Hinami with a smile. Hinami. Fueguchi Hinami. Hinami responded nervously. So it's Hinami-chan. You and Amaha-kun seem to get along really well, so close, Tilda. As she spoke, Ito's gaze drifted downward, landing on Byakuya and Hinami's joined hands. Hinami suddenly realized she'd forgotten she was still holding her big brother's hand. She let go shyly, embarrassed. So cute, Tilda. Ito giggled. Having teased little Hinami enough, Ito turned her attention to Byakuya. So, Amaha-kun, any wishes this time? A signed autograph, perhaps? Byakuya shook his head slightly. He beckoned with his finger, gesturing for Ito to come closer. Ito actually complied, standing up and leaning in toward him. Byakuya whispered directly into Ito's ear, I've heard that Takatsuki-sensei is the one-eyed king of Aogiri Tree. Is that true? Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 140, Chapter 140, Ito's Invitation. 1017 words. Hearing these words, Ito's pupils trembled slightly. But she wasn't particularly surprised. She could guess who had told Byakuya this. Just as in the original story, Nico had hinted to Kaneki that the one-eyed king was Sen Takatsuki. Later, when Kaneki lost his memories and became Sasaki Haze, then eventually recovered them, he'd immediately gone to Takatsuki's home with Furuta to arrest her. At that time, Ito hadn't been surprised at all. She'd even turned herself involuntarily, as if everything had been within her predictions. At this point in the timeline, Ito probably already knew that the clowns might be stirring things up behind the scenes. At the very least, she definitely knew of the clowns' existence. She likely knew that both the construction site steel beam incident involving Rise and the one-eyed Ghoul experiments had the clowns' involvement. Whether she knew about Furuta specifically was another matter. "I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. As you can see, I'm just an ordinary author who enjoys creating." Ito's face still wore its composed smile. "But I'm interested in you. Would you mind waiting until the meet and greet ends and having a drink with me?" "Of course." Byakuya responded without hesitation. Only Hinami looked completely bewildered. She hadn't heard what Byakuya had whispered to Takatsuka-sensei, so naturally she couldn't understand their exchange or why Takatsuka-sensei had suddenly invited her big brother for a drink. "Then I'll trouble Amaha-kun and Hinami-chan to wait a bit," Ito said. "Or you could go have fun elsewhere first and come back for me when the time comes. I wouldn't want to ruin your date, after all, Tilda." At this, Hinami's cute little face flushed red. "That's not. Oni-chan is just accompanying me. It's not a date or anything." I know. Big sister knows everything." Ito grinned, clearly enjoying teasing little Hinami. "Then we'll go explore elsewhere first," Byakuya said. Hinami lowered her head shyly. "Have fun, Hinami-chan." "Thank you, Takatsuka-sensei." With that, Byakuya and Hinami temporarily left the meet-and-greet venue. As they were leaving, more and more people were flooding in from outside. At that moment, Byakuya extended his hand toward Hinami. Hinami was slightly startled. She hadn't expected her big brother to reach out first. "This way we won't get separated," Byakuya said. Hinami nodded happily. Afterward, Byakuya walked around with little Hinami, exploring various places. Since this Takatsuki meet-and-greet was being held in Ward 19, which happened to be Hinami's original home, their wandering eventually brought them past the Fueguchi family clinic. Little Hinami reminisced about the past here. "I always used to play here when I was little. Those times were really happy," Hinami said wistfully. "But I'm happy now too, because I have Oni-chan and everyone at Anteiku. I hope Hinami-chan can stay happy forever. I won't let the things you cherish be destroyed again." Byakuya smiled warmly. "Thank you, Oni-chan. But please don't push yourself too hard." Hinami felt both grateful and worried. After all, she could imagine that the only ones capable of destroying Anteiku would be the CCG. If her big brother wanted to protect Anteiku in such a situation, he'd inevitably be going against the entire CCG. She didn't want him to put himself in danger for something like that. "Don't worry. I'll definitely act within my means," Byakuya said. Hinami relaxed somewhat. As they continued walking, they came across a shopping mall. Byakuya was about to ask if Hinami wanted to buy anything when he noticed her gaze fixed on a particular storefront. It was a shop selling various accessories. Little Hinami seemed captivated by all the pretty, cute accessories. But there was also some conflict in her eyes, probably because she didn't have the money to buy them. "Come on. I'll get you a little gift." Byakuya led Hinami over. He picked out a cherry blossom pink hair clip that seemed perfect for her. "What do you think of this one? Or you can pick something you like." "I really like this one. Thank you, Oni-chan," Hinami said with a smile. Truthfully, she'd love anything her big brother chose for her. "Then this is the one." Byakuya bought the hair clip for her. It barely cost anything, but making little Hinami this happy was definitely worth it. But just then, Byakuya happened to turn his head and spotted an unexpected figure. It was Nutcracker, specifically, the adolescent version of Nutcracker. She wasn't dressed boldly or provocatively yet, had no garish makeup, and wore only a thin, worn-out dress. Her somewhat disheveled black hair was long, and her dark red eyes weren't unusual enough to draw suspicion. Though completely unadorned and even a bit grimy, her delicate features couldn't be hidden. Her figure had already developed gracefully. Byakuya suddenly recalled that Ward 19 was indeed Nutcracker's home territory. He just hadn't expected to run into her by chance. In the original story, the Nutcracker who appeared at the Ghoul auction was about 3 or 4 years in the future. Her name came from her fondness for crushing men's testicles. But the Nutcracker of this era didn't seem so twisted yet. Her clothing clearly showed she was still just a poor, down-and-out young girl. Nutcracker's eyes were fixed on Hinami, apparently drawn by the new hair clip on Hinami's head and her prettily dressed appearance. This was quite understandable. Nutcracker loved being beautiful but was too poor to dress herself up. That frustration would eventually drive her to increasingly deranged behavior like devouring or auctioning off any woman she deemed prettier than herself. And then there was the origin of her Nutcracker moniker. Even at the very end, when she was killed by Mitsuki, she was still murmuring, "I want to be beautiful." Ding. Host has triggered a choice mission. Choice 1. Ignore Nutcracker entirely. Reward, 10 fusion points. Choice 2. Eliminate Nutcracker on the spot to prevent future trouble. Reward, 10 fusion points. Choice 3. Spend a few bucks to gift her a pretty hair clip. Perhaps it will change Nutcracker's future fate. Reward, 10 fusion points. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 141. Chapter 141, Nutcracker. 998 words. Looking at the 3 options before him, Byakuya felt there was nothing to deliberate over. Since Nutcracker hadn't yet gone down that path of no return, he figured if there was really a chance to change her fate, it was worth trying. Besides, killing her outright would actually be more troublesome than spending a few bucks, because first, you'd have to prove she was a Ghoul. Of course, as a transmigrator with a god's eye view, he could ignore CCG rules and forcibly eliminate a target who hadn't been identified as a Ghoul. He'd receive mild reprimand at most. But there was no need for that. Byakuya stepped forward, coming to stand before Nutcracker. "Would you like one? Which do you like?" Byakuya asked directly. Nutcracker's expression froze. She clearly hadn't expected him to speak to her, let alone ask what she wanted. She hesitated for a moment, then her gaze shifted away from Hinami. She extended her hand and pointed at a purple hair clip. She seemed to really like the color purple. In the original story, she'd eventually dye her black hair purple. Without another word, Byakuya bought that purple hair clip and gave it to Nutcracker. He didn't say much, just offered her a small smile. Ding. Host has completed choice 3. Reward, 10 fusion points. Thank you. Nutcracker was overwhelmed by the unexpected kindness. After all, this was the first time anyone had ever given her something beautiful. "Oni-chan, do you know this girl?" Hinami asked curiously. "No." Byakuya shook his head. "But she looked like she really wanted it, so I gave it to her." "Oh, I see." Hinami didn't think much of it, she just thought her big brother was really kind. She certainly didn't mind. The older girl in front of her seemed quite pitiful. She could already tell from the scent that this person was one of her own kind. Between the girl's disheveled appearance and her identity as a Ghoul, it was easy to imagine how difficult her circumstances must be. Just then, Nutcracker thought Byakuya was about to leave and spoke up. Could you tell me your name?" Ding. Host has triggered a choice mission. Choice 1. Avoid getting too involved with Nutcracker. Leave with Fueguchi Hinami immediately. Reward, 10 fusion points. Choice 2. Tell Nutcracker your name. Reward, 10 fusion points. Choice 3. Tell her your name and recommend that Nutcracker go to Anteiku in Ward 20 for help. Prepare to cultivate Nutcracker as a member of the Akatsuki organization. Reward, 20 fusion points. Seeing the choice mission appear, Byakuya immediately said to Nutcracker, "My name is Amaha Byakuya." "Amaha Byakuya." Nutcracker murmured the name, as if trying to commit it to memory. "And you?" Byakuya asked in return. Moyu. Nutcracker replied. It seemed she had only a given name and no family name, which was actually quite common. Ghouls who had legitimate surnames had usually received help from humans at some point. For example, Rai's Kamishiro surname had been passed down from Shachi's human martial arts master, who then passed it to Rai's. Without a surname, Moyu couldn't live a normal life like humans. School was completely out of the question, she could only wander the streets day after day. She was probably bullied by other ghouls regularly, since she could easily stumble into another ghoul's feeding ground. What about your parents? Byakuya continued asking. Moyu fell silent for a moment. I don't have parents. What had been Byakuya's guess was now confirmed. Moyu had lost her parents long ago. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such dire straits. Hinami's eyes also filled with sympathy. Moyu. I'd suggest you go to Anteiku in Ward 20 for help. The manager and staff there are all very kind. Byakuya told her. Ding. Host has completed choice 3. Reward, 20 fusion points. Ward 20. Anteiku. What is that place? Moyu asked, looking confused. It seemed she'd never left Ward 19 and didn't know Anteiku existed. Moyu Onichan, you're the same as me, right? At this point, Hinami spoke quietly to Moyu. Moyu nodded, unable to deny it. She had already detected the ghoul scent on the other girl, so she wasn't surprised. But something did concern her. The big brother named Amaha Byakuya clearly smelled human, yet he was so close to this ghoul girl. Did he not realize? Onichan, can you help Moyu Onichan? Hinami seemed to sympathize with Moyu and made her request to Byakuya. Of course. Byakuya smiled. Then Moyu, let's take you to Anteiku right now. He had nothing else to do anyway, and he thought the system's suggestion was quite good. Moyu was indeed a suitable candidate. If he remembered correctly, Moyu was just like little Hinami, both were prodigies who possessed 2 types of Kagun. Hinami's hybrid Kagun was Rinkaku plus Kukaku, while Moyu's was Bikaku plus Kukaku. These were Kagun inherited from both parents. Only an extremely small number of ghouls had this kind of talent, and the prerequisite was that both father and mother had to be ghouls with different Kagun types. As for Ryo possessing all 4 Kagun types at once, that was a mystery. All that was known was that he was uniquely born with all 4 types. Currently known ghouls born with 2 Kagun types were limited to Fueguchi Hinami and Moyu. Such individuals could be called prodigies in the ghoul world, because their ceiling was extremely high, and they often came with an additional innate ability. For instance, Hinami's ability was perception far more acute than ordinary ghouls. Ghouls already had sensory capabilities far beyond humans, and Hinami surpassed even regular ghouls in this regard. Moyu's talent lay in the Kagun detachment technique. The special technique that Matsumi had painstakingly mastered, Moyu seemed to learn it easily, possibly even as an innate ability. Okay. Thank you, Onichan. Moyu followed behind Byakuya just like that, almost like one of those little girls easily lured away by a suspicious uncle with a lollipop. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, Hybrid Kagun. 1098 words. Moyu wasn't actually much older than Hinami at this point, but her parents' genes were probably quite good. Even as an adolescent, she'd already reached about 165 centimeters. And that was while severely malnourished, so her figure hadn't fully developed yet. For Japan's average female height, this was already quite tall. She was definitely a big sister in front of Hinami. As for the appointment with Ito, Byakuya certainly hadn't forgotten, but Sen Takatsuki's fan meet and greet hadn't ended that early. Taking Moyu to Anteiku first wouldn't affect anything. Wards 19 and 20 weren't far from each other, and taking the subway made it even faster. As they walked, Moyu carefully placed the purple hair clip Byakuya had given her in her hair. Though she couldn't see what she looked like wearing it, a happy smile still spread across her face. Just having such a pretty hair clip was enough to make her overjoyed. Seeing Moyu's face light up with that smile, Byakuya felt a sense of satisfaction. He was planning to take Moyu to the subway station when several figures suddenly emerged from a narrow alley beside them. Well, well, isn't this poor little Moyu bringing us a big meal, are you? From these words alone, it was clear these people were Ghouls. They all fixed Byakuya with unfriendly, greedy gazes. More than because of Moyu, these people seemed to have been lured out by the scent wafting from Byakuya. Moyu naturally recognized these fellow Ghouls from Ward 19. She'd been bullied plenty by this particular group. Even the carrion she'd managed to find had been snatched away by them and other Ghouls before. Because she was too weak, no organization would take her in. She had no fixed feeding ground of her own, she could only wander everywhere, hoping to scavenge whatever scraps other Ghouls left behind. She'd grown accustomed to being bullied herself. Usually, when it wasn't about food, other Ghouls didn't go out of their way to pick on her. But now these Ghouls wanted to attack this kind big brother. That was something she couldn't accept. No. Moyu shouted harshly. Don't come any closer, or I'll call the police. She knew this was a stupid threat, but she had no other way. Huh? Did you say call the police? The group burst into laughter, as if they'd never heard anything so funny. Don't be ridiculous. You're one of us. If you actually called the cops, you'd be the first one caught. Would you dare? They even mocked her. Matters between Ghouls couldn't be resolved by calling the police were humans. They could even use the police to make Moyu suffer while they themselves escaped. After all, police were nowhere near as capable as investigators. And they had masks, Moyu didn't. If the police saw her face, investigators would target her specifically. Run, Oni-chan. Moyu positioned herself in front of Byakuya and Hinami, apparently intending to hold them off with her own strength to buy time for Byakuya and Hinami to escape. Getting bold, aren't you? Daring to stand in our way. The leader was a woman with dark lipstick who seemed to be the head of this little group. She signaled her companions to grab the human boy and the little girl while she herself would teach little Moyu a lesson. They didn't take the three in front of them seriously at all. Moyu was obviously pathetically weak, she couldn't even manifest her Kagun. That human boy was surely even weaker than Moyu. As for the little girl, though she smelled like a Ghoul, such a small kid probably wasn't any better off than Moyu. That's why they dared to act so brazenly in broad daylight. Taking advantage of the momentary absence of bystanders, they planned to quickly grab the human and drag him into the alley to devour him. In the blink of an eye, Byakuya and Hinami were surrounded. They appeared to have nowhere to go, but Byakuya hadn't planned on going anywhere. Hinami's face showed no worry either, she knew these people were no match for her big brother. But Byakuya wasn't in a hurry to act. He wanted to see if this incident could stimulate Moyu into releasing her Kagun. In the original story, something similar had happened to Hinami. After her parents were killed one after another, just when Tuka was about to die at Kuryo Meido's hands, Hinami had suddenly erupted with her hybrid Kagun and grievously wounded Meido. If Moyu could replicate that situation, her strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, if it didn't work out, he'd definitely ensure Moyu's safety. No. Seeing Byakuya and Hinami about to be harmed, especially this big brother who had given her that beautiful gift, whose importance in her heart had already become extraordinary. Her emotional turmoil triggered unprecedented potential, and both her Bikaku and Kukaku burst from the Kakuhu on her back simultaneously. Theoretically, every Ghoul could use Kagun, it was just that at the beginning, some kind of catalyst might be needed to unlock it. Moyu's Kukaku manifested as two long, armor-like projections, while her Bikaku was the common tail type, distinguishable from Rinkaku by the absence of scales on its surface. Ding. Host has facilitated Moyu's mastery of hybrid Kagun, Bikaku plus Kukaku. Reward: 30 fusion points. What? The Ghoul boss was shocked by the two types of Kagun Moyu had suddenly released. They each had only one type of Kagun. Why did this brat have two? Their knowledge was clearly limited, they'd never heard of hybrid Kagun. Almost instinctively, Moyu directed her Kagun to attack the Ghouls surrounding Byakuya and Hinami first. These were all just B-rated Ghouls, only the boss was slightly stronger, barely reaching A-rated. Compared to Moyu, who was at least A+ rated the moment she released her hybrid Kagun, they were far too weak. Those Ghouls were all swept away and instantly killed by Moyu's Bikaku in one swing. The main reason was their overconfidence. They'd never imagined Moyu could suddenly become this strong. They were obliterated before they could even release their own Kagoon. Not only that, Moyu also used her Kukaku to shield Byakuya and Hinami. Meanwhile, her own front was completely unprotected. Having just learned to use Kagoon, her combat experience was severely lacking. At this moment, despite being heavily shocked, the boss managed to seize the opportunity to attack Moyu. Her Rinkaku was about to pierce through Moyu's abdomen. As long as I can kill this suddenly mutated little brat, that human boy and the little girl will be nothing to worry about. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Investigator Oniichan. 1044 words. Her imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Just as the boss's Rinkaku was about to strike Moyu, a dagger came flying. The terrifying force behind it strung her Rinkaku together like beads on a thread. This was mainly due to Byakuya's overwhelming strength. Otherwise, a B-rated Quinkyu would have difficulty dealing such effective damage to an A-rated gal's Kagoon. What is this? For a moment, she had no idea what had just happened. Then she noticed a silver-white briefcase had appeared in the human boy's hand at some point. Only then did she realize this was no ordinary human. That white briefcase was clearly a dove's weapon. That damn Moyu, she was working with a CCG dove? But before the boss could curse Moyu, Byakuya had already sliced her head clean off with 13's Jason. Watching her head fly through the air at close range, Byakuya suddenly thought of the original story's Nutcracker. He suspected that the original Moyu had developed her bizarre aesthetic sense from spending too much time around trashy gals like these. The hair dye was one thing, but she'd also worn all sorts of excessive makeup like that thick, dark lipstick. Perhaps after this, Moyu's sense of aesthetics wouldn't turn out so strange. Ding. Host has eliminated an A-rated Ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. With all enemies dealt with, Moyu's face had gone deathly pale. Realizing that Byakuya was a Ghoul investigator, she hurriedly withdrew her Kagoon into her body. Though she'd never been harmed by investigators herself, she'd witnessed other Ghouls being captured and killed by them. Even her parents had been killed by investigators when she was young. She'd survived by luck and had been wandering alone ever since. So she knew what it meant for her Ghoul identity to be discovered by an investigator. Moyu was too afraid to meet Byakuya's eyes, yet she didn't want to fight him either. She stood there looking completely defenseless. At this moment, Byakuya returned 13's Jason to its briefcase form and walked toward Moyu. Then he reached his hand toward her, and Moyu immediately shut her eyes in fear. But what happened next was completely unexpected. The beating she dreaded didn't come. Instead, a hand gently brushed across her face, seeming to wipe something away. Huh. Moyu opened her eyes in surprise. She found that Oniichan's expression was the same as before. He wasn't looking at her with disgust or contempt, which surprised her greatly. "I've wiped the blood off your face." Byakuya smiled. "Why? Aren't you a Ghoul investigator? And I'm a Ghoul, your enemy." Moyu stammered in disbelief. She couldn't imagine that even with her Ghoul identity exposed, he would still treat her so gently. It made no sense to her. "Why would you say that? You just protected Hinami and me. I don't consider you my enemy at all." Byakuya shook his head slightly. "Then, you won't hurt me, right?" Moyu still looked incredulous. "Of course not." To keep Moyu from dwelling on this, Byakuya changed the subject. "Let's keep going. By the way, Moyu, have you ever ridden the subway?" "Subway? No, never." For Moyu, this was something completely unfamiliar. "Then you can experience it for yourself soon," Byakuya said. Following behind Byakuya and watching his back, Moyu found it also strange. Investigators were supposed to be Ghoul's mortal enemies, yet one had become the kindest person to her, and person applied regardless of whether they were human or Ghoul. She suddenly wondered if he also knew that little Hinami was a Ghoul, yet could still walk so closely together with her. Byakuya and Hinami brought Moyu to the subway station, where they boarded a train passing through Ward 20. Suddenly finding herself in such a crowded place, Moyu felt awkward. Her body was a bit dirty and smelly, mainly because she'd been wearing these worn-out clothes for so long. Noticing what Moyu was thinking, Byakuya draped his outer jacket over her shoulders. There, problem solved. But how can I? I'm so dirty, Moyu said embarrassedly. It's fine. I don't mind, Byakuya said. Instead of worrying about little things like that, you should look at the scenery outside. Following his suggestion, Moyu looked out the window. Her mouth fell slightly open. Not just because of the beautiful view passing by, but also because the subway's speed amazed her. Moyu was enjoying the novelty of new experiences while wearing Oniichan's jacket, much warmer than her thin, worn clothes. Though a gal's constitution meant she didn't really fear the cold, she liked this warm feeling. When they reached Ward 20, Moyu was brought to Anteku immediately. Amaha, is this a friend of yours? Seeing a completely unfamiliar new face, Tuka asked Byakuya. What caught her attention, though, was that this girl seemed to be wearing Byakuya's jacket. Not a friend. I just met her in Ward 19. I thought Ward 20 would be better for her, so I brought her here. Byakuya explained simply. Though his explanation was vague, Tuka understood the gist. With so many gals in the shop, it wouldn't be appropriate to discuss gal matters openly in case the occasional human customer overheard. Then let me take her upstairs to confirm things. Tuka could smell that this girl did carry a gal scent, though it was faint, which made verification even more necessary. For example, if a gal spent a long time among a group of humans, their scent could become mixed with human scent, making it very similar to a human's. The reverse was also true. To prevent anyone from faking a gal's scent, checking for Kakugan was the most direct and reliable method. Moyu didn't say anything. Instead, she looked toward Byakuya. The gal's scent here was strong, but given her past experiences, this investigator Oniichan was the only one she dared trust. It's fine. Go with Kirishima-san. She just needs to verify your identity, Byakuya said immediately. Moyu nodded and obediently followed Tuka upstairs. Now then, show me your Kakugan. And tell me your name while you're at it. On the second floor, Tuka sat facing Moyu. Even now, Moyu was still wearing Byakuya's jacket, and the more Tuka looked at it, the more it bothered her. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Old Maid Ito Yoshimura. 954 words. My name is Moyu. Moyu replied while displaying her Kakugan. Good. That checks out. Tuka nodded. Afterward, Yoshimura also welcomed Moyu to join them. Byakuya's idea was to have Moyu help Anteku collect human corpses regularly. Occasionally, if the shop was short-staffed, Moyu could also help out as a server. Since the shop didn't have a bathroom, Moyu could only wash her face and hands at the sink for now. Ryuko kindly offered to let Moyu bathe at her place. Moyu's first instinct was to check with Byakuya. That's fine. Go ahead and use the bathroom at Fueguchi-san's place. Byakuya nodded. Thank you, Fueguchi-san. Moyu turned and thanked Ryuko. Don't mention it. Hinami and I both welcome you, Ryuko said with a smile. Hinami beside her was also smiling. Clearly, little Hinami had already told her mother about Moyu. Moyu left with Ryuko for about an hour. When she returned, she was wearing new clothes. Apart from Byakuya's jacket still draped over her shoulders, all her old, worn clothes had been changed. This is. Byakuya guessed these were probably Fueguchi-san's clothes, lent to Moyu. Fueguchi-san lent them to me. Moyu's explanation confirmed Byakuya's guess. My clothes fit this child quite well, Ryuko said with a smile. This was because Moyu and Ryuko were nearly the same height, with similar builds. They really do look nice. Moyu looks much prettier now. Byakuya nodded. The Moyu before him had not only bathed thoroughly but also changed into pretty clothes. Compared to before, she looked like a completely different person. Hearing Byakuya's compliment, Moyu's heart filled with joy. She loved being beautiful, so naturally she loved receiving praise, especially when it came from Byakuya. Byakuya checked the time. Before Sen Takatsuki's fan meet and greet ended, he prepared to go alone for his appointment. What he and Ito needed to discuss privately wasn't suitable for anyone else to hear, not Hinami, not Moyu. Seeing Byakuya about to leave, Moyu wanted to say something but held back. His jacket was still on her. But since she'd been wearing it for so long, it wouldn't be appropriate to return it to him just like this. She planned to wash it herself before giving it back, which was why she'd hesitated. About 10 minutes before the fan meet and greet's scheduled end, Byakuya returned to the venue. Though it wasn't officially over yet, the crowd had mostly dispersed. He could see Ito packing up her things. Today she'd brought only a small, elegant handbag. Ah, perfect timing, Amaha-kun. Today's meet and greet is almost over. Ito spotted Byakuya and waved. Good to know I'm not late, Byakuya said. Ito noticed Hinami wasn't there. Speaking of which, where's Hinami-chan? Has she already gone home? Yes. Byakuya nodded slightly. That works out better, actually. Saves us from playing riddle games later. Ito remarked casually. If little Hinami had been sitting beside them while Ito and Byakuya discussed things that couldn't be spoken openly, they would have had to speak in cryptic hints. So then, for our first date destination, where does Amaha-kun have in mind? Though I was the one who invited you, it's better if the man decides where to go, right? Ito immediately started joking around with Byakuya. Is that so? Then let's find a cafe. I think that kind of atmosphere is quite nice. Byakuya played along. Both of them knew perfectly well this wasn't anything like a date, yet they acted as if it were. Byakuya's choice of a cafe was somewhat deliberate, given that Ito's father Yoshimura also ran a cafe, Anteiku. Through this, Ito thought of certain things, such as the possibility that he already knew about her relationship with Anteiku's manager. But she didn't show any concern. Besides, she often went to cafes to write and read anyway. As long as it wasn't that antique coffee shop, anywhere was fine. If Byakuya had actually taken Ito directly to Anteiku, that would have been too much. She'd probably have turned on him instantly. He was here to talk with Ito, not to mess around, so he naturally wouldn't do that. Finding a somewhat upscale-looking cafe nearby, Byakuya brought Ito inside. They chose a window seat on the second floor. There weren't many people near their spot, unlikely for their conversation to be overheard. Excuse me, miss, could we get a couple's set, please? As soon as they sat down, Ito called out to a waitress passing by. Certainly. One couple's set for two. Please take a look at which one you'd like. The waitress flipped the menu to the page showing couple's sets. Which one do you want? I'm fine with anything. Ito handed the choice to Byakuya. Watching Ito's repeated attempts to tease him, Byakuya felt this conversation probably wouldn't go smoothly. He randomly selected a set without even taking a second look. After the waitress left, Byakuya got straight to the point. So, Takatsuka-sensei really is the one-eyed owl of Aogiri Tree, correct? This served as the opening for their conversation. I've never admitted to that, you know. I just found Amaha-kun interesting and wanted to have a drink together. Ito smiled lightly. Please just say what's on your mind, Takatsuka-sensei. It's not as if you've actually taken a fancy to me. Byakuya said flatly. He didn't want to beat around the bush with Ito, it felt like a waste of time. But Ito went along with it. Is that so impossible? Would it be so strange for me to take a fancy to you? Honestly, you're quite handsome. As an older single woman, I have needs too, you know, Tilda. Ito could joke about her own age without a care, even calling herself an older single woman. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, The Couple's Set. 996 words. This was indeed something Ito would say. She'd even called herself a 24-year-old old lady before. I know where I stand. Byakuya didn't want to say much about this, feeling somewhat speechless. As a transmigrator who knew Ito's personality and her identity as the one-eyed owl, there was no way he'd believe such nonsense. If he were an ordinary person who actually believed this, his fate would be far worse than just having his organs harvested. All right. I'll stop joking. Ito finally became more serious, though she still wore a smile. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised my identity was exposed so quickly. Though she'd long been wary of the clowns, she was still surprised that they'd revealed her identity to Byakuya so soon. Even though she wasn't the true one-eyed king, this still had a significant impact on her. But at this point, there was no meaning in hiding anymore. Once the CCG suspected someone of being a Ghoul, there were plenty of ways to investigate raiding homes, surveillance, and tailing. Even if she immediately disposed of the food in her refrigerator, she couldn't evade being followed. If she killed the investigators tailing her, that would only give the CCG more evidence. Especially given her special status as the prime suspect for the One-Eyed King, the CCG would investigate her with maximum intensity. So it was better to have a conversation with Byakuya like this. So it really is you. Sen Takatsuka-sensei, who has written multiple best-selling works, actually has this other identity. It's hard to believe. Byakuya remarked with feeling. You're supposed to be an investigator, Amaha-kun, yet you didn't bring an investigator's weapon. Knowing I'm such a dangerous Ghoul, aren't you afraid I might suddenly attack you? Ito said lightly. You mean a quinkyu? I did bring one. With that, Byakuya produced a dagger from his pocket. As for 13's Jason, he hadn't brought that. The bag containing the briefcase with 13's Jason had been left at Anteiku. He simply felt there was no need. Based on his understanding of Ito, he was certain she wouldn't attack him in this situation. Ito had a curious dual nature between her human form and her bandaged Ito form. In human form, she was a lively, interesting big sister. In her bandaged Ito form, she was brutal and merciless. Moreover, Ito was extremely goal-oriented. She basically wouldn't do anything detrimental to her plans. Looking at the dagger in Byakuya's pocket, Ito seemed amused and laughed heartily. Ha 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 tilde such a tiny thing. B-rated. A-rated at most. You've got quite the nerve, Amaha-kun tilde. It's fine. I believe Takatsuka-sensei wouldn't harm her fans. I'm actually a fan of your books. Byakuya smiled lightly. Really? Being trusted like this makes me a bit embarrassed. At this moment, Ito suddenly shifted topics. Her gaze turned sharp, as if trying to see through to Byakuya's innermost thoughts. So then, could you bear to hurt an author you like? As a CCG investigator, you'll probably rush to report my identity the moment you get back to claim credit, won't you? Under normal circumstances, perhaps. Byakuya said flatly. Oh. And what about abnormal circumstances? Ito's lips curved upward. I'm actually quite tolerant toward Ghouls. You could even say I have a bit of a savior complex. Byakuya said self-deprecatingly. So my guiding principle is to address the root causes of all evil and tragedy. This world has never been as simple as conflict between humans and Ghouls. Am I right, Takatsuka-sensei? You seem to understand quite a lot tilde. Ito found him increasingly interesting. The Ward 11 Aogiri suppression operation, you participated, didn't you? First you encountered the one-eyed owl and repelled it. Then you encountered another executive. Though you beat him badly, you still spared his life. Ito brought up the Aogiri suppression operation. It's clear that Amaha-kun is quite tolerant toward Ghouls. That doesn't quite match your identity as an investigator. Most of the Kagun on Noro was actually hers, so she could sense certain things that had happened at the time. Perhaps. But one thing worth mentioning was that one-eyed owl, the real one-eyed owl. Byakuya's words carried a certain significance. Ito smiled slightly. If Amaha-kun is willing to join our Aogiri tree, wouldn't you find out whether it was the real one-eyed owl? I'll pass on joining Aogiri tree. But if there's an opportunity to tour Aogiri, I think that could work. Byakuya naturally wouldn't accept Ito's invitation otherwise. What would be the point of his Akatsuki organization? That's a bit of a shame, but you'd still be very welcome. At this point, Ito handed over a business card. This is my contact information. Feel free to reach out when you have time. All right. Byakuya accepted the card and nodded slightly. He could see the name on the card was also Sen Takatsuki, not Ito's real name. Though this conversation hadn't produced anything substantial, He'd accomplished what he came to do, subtly conveying his stance to Ito. It was important not to rush at the beginning. If he'd blurted out everything from the start, like shouting about wanting to save her or declaring that she was the real one-eyed owl, that would have been too obvious and frankly stupid. It wouldn't have led anywhere. Gradual progress was best. He wasn't in any hurry to save Ito. His overall goal was to change this world. Saving Ito was just something he'd do along the way. He wasn't some selfless saint, it was just that the way things played out in the original story left him feeling unsatisfied. Since he now had the power as a transmigrator to change this world, he was willing to work toward that. Besides, if he'd come to this world and done nothing, wouldn't that be boring? Afterward, Byakuya stood up to leave. In his view, this conversation was over, there was no need to stay. But Ito called out to stop him. What's the rush? Our couple's set is almost here. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 146. Chapter 146. Ito Yoshimura's trust level. 992 words. Hearing this, the corner of Byakuya's mouth twitched slightly. A couple's set, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Unless you're saying you look down on an old lady like me? Ito immediately adopted a sorrowful expression. Not at all. Takatsuki-sensei really loves to joke. At first, I honestly wondered if you might only be 18. Byakuya said. Such a sweet talker. Ito smiled faintly. Byakuya didn't say much more, but he'd actually meant what he said. Without knowing Ito's true age, just looking at her appearance, even saying 18 felt like an overestimate. Especially since her height seemed to have stopped growing when she was very young, though her figure had developed. It was probably due to malnutrition from growing up in Ward 24. Ito's genes were certainly no worse than Moyu's. Both had suffered from malnutrition, yet they turned out completely different as they grew up, which showed just how painful and miserable Ito's childhood in Ward 24 must have been. If Amaha-kun isn't in a hurry, why not stay and have a drink before leaving? Ito said. I'm certainly not in any hurry. Byakuya had been about to stand up and leave, but now he sat back down. Mainly because the couple's set had already been ordered and was about to arrive. If he left now, it would look like he was trying to skip out on the bill. Since it had already been ordered, might as well try it. Soon, the waitress brought out their couple's set. Please enjoy, you two. 2 cappuccinos plus some desserts, not too expensive, with decent value for money. Just looking at it makes me think it'll be delicious. Ito's eyes showed anticipation. Isn't Takatsuki-sensei a ghoul? Can you really conclude that human food is delicious? Byakuya asked, already knowing the answer. Coffee is fine. As for those desserts, I can just pretend to eat. As long as it looks like I'm enjoying myself to others, that's enough. Ito deliberately concealed her half-ghoul identity. Natural-born half-ghouls were different from artificial half-ghouls, they could normally consume human food. They possessed a ghoul's powerful abilities while also being able to live a normal life like humans. Byakuya wasn't in a rush to expose this. But I've heard that Aogiri Tree's one-eyed king has only one Kakugan. Could it be that single-eyed ghouls have some unique differences compared to regular ghouls? Not at all. Ghouls are ghouls, humans are humans. No matter what, ghouls can never live like humans. Ito calmly denied Byakuya's speculation. I suppose so. Byakuya said lightly. But speaking of which, does Aogiri Tree have 2 one-eyed members? Or was the one-eyed owl I faced actually you, Takatsuki-sensei? There's no need to test me on something you already know the answer to. Ito's perception was naturally sharp, she'd long since noticed he was trying to get her to reveal information. From this, she could suspect that he most likely already knew the true identity of the one-eyed owl who had appeared during the Aogiri suppression operation, and might even know about the relationship between that person and herself. As expected of Takatsuki-sensei, you saw right through me. Byakuya's tone remained calm. Since you already know, there's no need to fish for information from me. Ito made her stance clear. This was essentially an admission, though she wouldn't directly answer any of Byakuya's questions. Because she couldn't be entirely certain how much Byakuya actually knew. What he already knew was one thing, but if she accidentally revealed something he didn't know, that would be problematic. Then let me be sincere. We can exchange information. Byakuya's expression became more serious. Takatsuka-sensei's real name should be Yoshimura Ito. Am I correct? Hearing this, Ito's eyes immediately narrowed. This single statement revealed a great deal. For him to know her name, it had almost certainly been disclosed by her father. In that case, how much else did he tell you? Ito's expression became somewhat grave. Well, actually not that much. It was because I sensed it was him when facing that one-eyed owl that I went to ask him about it afterward. Byakuya said. He was covering for Yoshimura somewhat, because he felt that if Ito knew her father had revealed so much information, including things about half-ghouls, her resentment toward him would only deepen. Especially regarding the so-called salvation. Something a father wouldn't do himself, yet entrusted to an outsider like Byakuya. From Ito's perspective, that's roughly how it would appear. Though objectively speaking, Yoshimura had no choice and trusted Byakuya enough. But complete understanding between people was always a luxury, otherwise, the relationship between this father and daughter wouldn't be so awkward. As for why I could sense that the one-eyed owl at that time was him, you know why, Takatsuka-sensei. Rise-san is usually by my side. Byakuya continued. It seems Rise-san told you quite a lot. Like the secret of the washu. Ito said mysteriously. Byakuya nodded slightly. Then our positions are roughly aligned unless you're also one of the washu's dogs. Ito spoke frankly. If I were a washu dog, the CCG would have mobilized in full force to surround Takatsuka-sensei's fan meet and greet today. Byakuya remarked casually. Indeed. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's first try the coffee. Ito picked up the coffee on the table and began to drink. After this exchange, her trust in Byakuya had increased considerably. Largely because Byakuya knew the washu's secret. The washu would never let an ordinary human who knew those secrets live, just like her mother. Otherwise, back then, Yoshimura could have completely submitted to the washu with his wife and daughter to preserve their lives, secretly handing the yet undiscovered Ito to Noroi. But the washu gave no chance of survival to Yukina, the human journalist who had learned their secrets. So Ito understood clearly that Byakuya had no way out unless he was himself a washu half-human. But that was simple to verify, she could just confirm with Kishu Arima. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, The Date for Visiting Aogiri Tree. 979 words. In Ito's view, the cornered Byakuya had only two choices. One was to pretend he knew nothing and obediently serve the CCG, which represented the washu's interests. The second was to resist the washu. Since he dared tell her these things, he probably wouldn't obediently serve the washu. His usual conduct also showed some hints of this. Now Byakuya was practically telling her outright that he intended to oppose the washu, otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately discussed so many things with her. Byakuya also tried the coffee. He felt the taste was slightly inferior to Anteiku's. The manager and his staff made better coffee. But he wouldn't say such things in front of Ito. However, unexpectedly, it was Ito who brought up the topic. How does it compare to Anteiku's coffee? Byakuya was somewhat surprised. Do you want me to be honest? He hadn't expected Ito to not avoid this kind of topic. Go ahead. Are you being considerate of my feelings? Ito asked with a light smile. Yes. Byakuya replied. It's fine. I'm not that petty. At most, I hold grudges. Ito laughed. Then honestly speaking, Anteiku's coffee is better by comparison. Byakuya said truthfully. I see. Too bad I've never tried it. Ito's tone carried some regret. Though Ito's words were just casual chatter with Byakuya, there was indeed something to regret. If, back when Ito went to Anteiku to find her father, she hadn't happened to see the manager laughing and chatting with two staff members, if she had actually stepped through Anteiku's door, she could have tasted Anteiku's coffee, and the father-daughter relationship might have been somewhat mended. What happened back then wasn't simply about Ito's hatred for her father. More importantly, her last shred of hope for this world had been extinguished, driving her to resolve to change this world at any cost. Her adoptive father Noroi had already been killed by V while protecting her. Yoshimura was her only living relative in this world, her only hope. That incident made her completely lose hope in this world, essentially the same as Furuta. Furuta ruthlessly used Rise as a sacrifice to change the world. Ito also ruthlessly used Yoshimura as a sacrifice to change the world. The fundamental reason was that they had both despaired of this world. From the original story's plot development, these two sacrifices were indeed necessary. Without Rise, there would be no one-eyed Kaneki Ken. Without Yoshimura providing his Kakuhu to Takizawa Seidu, it would have been difficult to trigger Kaneki's memory recovery. Takizawa was actually particularly tragic. He became a complete stepping stone for Kaneki. Not only was he tortured for a long time, but unknowingly, he ate a meatball made from his own mother and sister. And then there was Kani, who was abused and modified by Ito, all sacrifices for Kaneki to become the one-eyed king. They were practically indispensable on Kaneki's path of growth. "How about I bring you a cup next time we meet?" Byakuya offered. "Thank you for the kind offer, Amaha-kun, but that won't be necessary." Ito declined with a smile. Her resentment toward that place was still quite deep. If she actually tasted coffee from there, it would only sour her mood. Afterward, Byakuya and Ito finished most of the couple's set. Ito talked about pretending to eat, but when she actually ate those desserts, she did so with obvious delight. Of course, a skilled ordinary Ghoul could also achieve this effect with good enough acting, which was why Ito was so unguarded about it. "Does Takatsuki-sensei find it delicious?" Byakuya asked casually. "You're trying to get me to slip up again. This is pretend eating acting, you understand?" "Acting tilde," Ito said unhurriedly. Byakuya smiled without comment. "By the way, when do you plan to visit our Aogiri tree? I need to make arrangements in advance." Ito suddenly asked. "Actually, any time works. Before I'm promoted to first class, I have quite a bit of free time," Byakuya said. Because after being promoted to first class, not only would he have to mentor a new investigator as his partner, but he'd also be assigned to Squad 0. Essentially, he'd be doing two jobs. If the CCG didn't give him a raise at that point, it would be unreasonable. "What do you mean? Is there something besides mentoring a partner?" Ito asked casually. "Yes. I'll be assigned to Squad 0 to work with Arima-san and the others." Byakuya mentioned this quite casually. Because he knew perfectly well that Arima was actually Aogiri Tree's true one-eyed king, so saying such things didn't matter. "Oh tilde, I see." Ito found this even more interesting. If Byakuya truly became a colleague working alongside Arima, their interactions would be much more convenient. As for Arima's true identity, she would never tell Byakuya. Little did she know that Byakuya knew everything about Aogiri Tree inside and out. "Then let's say next Monday. How does that sound? I'll give you the specific address then." Ito set the date. "That works. I'll bring Rise-san along to visit Aogiri Tree as a gesture of sincerity," Byakuya said calmly. Though he knew Rise was one of Aogiri Tree's targets, since he dared bring her along, he naturally had absolute confidence in leaving with her safely. "That's quite bold of you. You'd be very welcome, of course." Ito was somewhat surprised. He should know that Aogiri Tree had been planning to capture Rise, this Washu escapee, alive. Especially since he emphasized it as a gesture of sincerity, which showed even more clearly that he knew Rise was one of Aogiri Tree's targets. "I hope everyone at Aogiri Tree can be somewhat friendly when the time comes," Byakuya said. "Of course. I wouldn't want to make things difficult for my fan," Ito replied immediately. As for what would actually happen, that would only be known when they got there. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, I had a chat with your daughter. 965 words. The conversation ended. After settling the bill, Byakuya and Ito parted ways. He returned to Anteiku first. Wasn't Oniichan on a date with Takatsuki-sensei? "You're back so soon?" Seeing Byakuya return, Hinami was somewhat surprised. "A date with Takatsuki-sensei?" Tuka immediately took notice. She knew of the famous author Sen Takatsuki, but why would Byakuya go on a date with her? It wasn't a date. I just discussed some things with Takatsuka-sensei. Byakuya corrected. Oh, I thought it was a date. Hinami had been misled by what Takatsuka-sensei had said earlier. At that moment, noticing manager Yoshimura wasn't downstairs, Byakuya went directly up to the second floor to find him. Sure enough, he saw the manager organizing supplies on the second floor. Amaha-kun, is something the matter? Yoshimura paused what he was doing. I've already had a chat with Sen Takatsuki, that is, your daughter. Byakuya said directly. Yoshimura fell silent for a moment, his expression becoming somewhat grave. What did you discuss with Ito? He naturally knew that the author Sen Takatsuki was his daughter Ito. He'd always been secretly watching over her. Quite a lot, though I was careful about boundaries. Overall, I'd say I've earned some of Takatsuka-sensei's trust. Byakuya said. Now it just depends on how things go when Rise-san and I visit Aogiri Tree. You're taking Rise-san with you. Will that be alright? Yoshimura was somewhat worried. It'll be fine. I'm fully prepared. Byakuya said lightly. That's good then. Hearing Amaha-kun say this, Yoshimura could relax. In his impression, Amaha-kun wasn't the type to make empty boasts. That said, when the time came, he still wanted to follow secretly and observe. If anything unexpected happened, he definitely wouldn't stand by and do nothing. After a while, Anteiku was about to close. Where Moyu would stay tonight became a problem that needed solving. She couldn't just keep wandering the streets. Besides Byakuya, no one else's home was really suitable for taking in an extra person. Surviving in human society as a Ghoul was quite difficult, even renting a room was no easy matter. Among Anteiku's Ghouls, Yoshimura was undoubtedly the wealthiest. His time as a cleaner 4V in his youth had earned him considerable wealth, otherwise, he couldn't have opened such a large cafe. I recall that Tsukiyama-san and Kane-san are staying at Amaha-san's place. Can your house accommodate Moyu-san as well? Koma asked. Since Tuka already knew Kane was a girl disguised as a boy, the others at Anteiku basically knew her true gender as well. However, even though this was no longer secret, she still maintained her male disguise. This was because she wanted to shoulder the responsibility of reviving the Rosewald family like a man, and to avoid pursuit by the German CCG. Now she was the only surviving member of the Rosewald family, so no one else could bear this responsibility. There's still room. Byakuya said. Hey, Amaha-san's house is that big? To accommodate so many people. Irimi said with some surprise. It's decent. Byakuya smiled slightly. He'd never mentioned to anyone at Anteiku that his home was a large villa. Truth be told, even a few more people moving in wouldn't be a problem. Though the composition of his household was becoming increasingly strange aside from himself, none of them were human. My house is fine, but it mainly depends on Moyu's wishes. Byakuya then asked Moyu, what do you think? I definitely have no objections. I mean, would you find me a burden? Moyu said weakly. Of course not. Byakuya smiled. Then let's go. Time to head home. Moyu suddenly felt a sense of novelty and anticipation. She'd never experienced what going home felt like. Then Moyu walked alongside Byakuya, with Matsumi and Kane following behind. Master is really kind to Ghouls, even though you're an investigator. At this moment, Matsumi suddenly spoke up. Oh, I nearly killed all of you before, can you still conclude that I'm kind to you? Byakuya remarked casually. That was a special circumstance. We were in the wrong first, after all. It was already remarkable that the master spared us. Matsumi said logically. Even Kane couldn't deny this. Back then, it wouldn't have been strange for this human boy to kill them all. Yet at the master's pleading, he'd spared the young master and them, though with conditions attached. But nothing was more important than their lives. Byakuya made no comment. Moyu beside him was a bit confused, not knowing what had happened between this Oniichan and those two. Moyu, up ahead is your home from now on. As they approached the front door, Byakuya said to Moyu beside him. This is it. Moyu's face immediately showed surprise. She didn't have much concept of villas, she just hadn't expected Oniichan's house to be so big. Even more incredible was that she'd be living here. Before, if she'd managed to find an abandoned shack not occupied by other ghouls, she would have been overjoyed and grateful. Yes. Though there are quite a few people in the house, you'll meet them soon. Byakuya said. Moyu nodded. She was thinking there were other girls besides Tsukiyama-san and Kane-san. I'm home. I'm home. As Byakuya said this, Moyu tried to imitate him. Welcome back, darling. But, why did you bring home another new girl today? Seeing the unfamiliar Moyu, still wearing Byakuya's jacket, Rise couldn't help but question this. Byakuya walked over and quietly explained to Rise, she's a new member of Anteiku now, but she has nowhere to stay temporarily, so. Plus, she actually possesses 2 types of hybrid Kagoon, a prodigy. I think she'd be an excellent candidate for the Akatsuki organization. So that's your reason for bringing her home and putting your boyfriend jacket on her? Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, The Mask Maker Yuta. 939 words. Byakuya was silent for a moment, then decided not to bother explaining. You're overthinking it. Anyway, it's not what you're imagining. Rise didn't press the topic further. Moyu looked completely confused, she had no idea what boyfriend jacket meant. This is Moyu. Like Hiname-chan, she's from Ward 19. Byakuya properly introduced Moyu to Rise. I'm Moyu. Nice to meet you. Moyu immediately spoke to Rise as well, though her tone was somewhat nervous. Hello, Moyu-chan. I'm Kamishiro Rise. Rise said with a smile. Rise Onichan. Moyu said obediently. She immediately felt this big sister seemed quite easy to get along with. In reality, this was just Rise's surface act. She could smile at anyone, but she could also turn on them in an instant. A scary woman indeed. But regardless, her surface act was at least done well, and Moyu's unease basically disappeared. Afterward, Byakuya had Moyu meet Corona and Nishiro. Seeing identical twins for the first time, Moyu found it quite novel. This is Corona Onichan, and this is Nishiro Onichan, right? Moyu confirmed the twins' names. Correct. Actually, you can tell them apart by their hair color. The one with black hair is Corona, and the one with white hair is Nishiro. Byakuya taught Moyu the simplest way to distinguish them. Oh, I see. Moyu nodded, this really was very simple. Though Byakuya Onichan bringing girls home every day is a bit of a headache, having a little sister feels pretty nice. Nishiro deadpanned. Agreed. Corona added. It's not quite every day, is it? Byakuya smiled somewhat awkwardly. This was the one point he really couldn't refute. It had happened so gradually that before he knew it, there were this many people in the house. Matsumi, Kane, please help Moyu set up her new room. Byakuya then instructed Matsumi and Kane. Yes, master. Understood. Matsumi and Kane immediately got to work. Meanwhile, Rise was sitting on the sofa reading a fashion magazine. Moyu happened to catch sight of the magazine's cover and was instantly drawn to it. She almost unconsciously walked over, wanting to see what was inside. Rise noticed Moyu's gaze and handed the fashion magazine to her. Want to look? Yes. Moyu nodded immediately. She took the magazine from Rise, sat down on the sofa, and began reading with great interest. Rise had more than one fashion magazine, she picked up another and continued reading. Moyu looked at all the fashionable outfits in the magazine while fantasizing about how beautiful she'd look dressed like that. Speaking of which, Moyu doesn't have any clothes to wear. She's just borrowing Fueguchi-san's clothes right now. Why don't we go buy some new clothes tomorrow? Seeing how engrossed Moyu was, Byakuya suddenly remembered this. But I don't have a single yen. Moyu's expression fell. That's not a problem. I can buy them for you. If you feel bad about it, you can owe me and pay me back when Anteiku pays you. Byakuya said. The money for clothes wasn't the point was that constantly giving someone things for free would actually make them uncomfortable. The manager gave Anteku members a salary each month that was certain. Otherwise, people like Tuka wouldn't be able to pay for tuition and rent without any income. Okay, thank you, Oniichan. Moyu was immediately grateful. She really couldn't wait to get beautiful new clothes, she couldn't bear to wait until Anteku paid her. Later, in private, Byakuya discussed Aogiri Tree matters with Rise. I talked with one of Aogiri Tree's executives today. We agreed that I'll visit Aogiri Tree next Monday. Would you like to come with me? Byakuya asked Rise. Considering that Rise didn't know about Yoshimura's daughter yet, he didn't specify which executive it was, explaining that would be quite troublesome. Do you even need to ask? Rise answered with a question of her own. So that's a yes. But before that, we need to get masks made. Byakuya said. Since Aogiri Tree was a mixed bag of all kinds of ghouls, he couldn't let random ghouls see his and Rise's faces. Sure. Where do you plan to go? Rise didn't particularly like wearing masks, but she could guess why Byakuya wanted her to get one, so she didn't resist. Ward 4. There's a mask maker there who specializes in this. He's made masks for quite a few ghouls. Byakuya said. The mask maker he was referring to was naturally Yuta, Renji Yomo's best friend. Never heard of him. Rise said casually. That guy used to be Ward 4's manager and the leader of Clown Masks. Though the Clown Masks Ghoul group was mostly wiped out by a team led by Kishu Arima long ago. Byakuya briefly explained Yuta's background. Clown Masks and the clowns were different things, though Yuta, as the former leader of Clown Masks, was indeed a member of the clowns. So, that guy is one of the clowns? Hearing clowns, Rise made the connection. Probably. According to CCG intelligence files, it was because Clown Masks had connections to the clowns that Arima was sent to lead the suppression. Byakuya said. But we're just going to have masks made. Whether he's a clown doesn't really matter. Among the clowns, the only one who actually posed a threat to Rise was probably Furuta. Someone like Yuta would rather spend his days harassing Yomo than take any interest in Rise. In a sense, his love for Yomo had reached a fanatical level. Every clown member had their own target for amusement, and Yomo was his. Rise smiled with amusement. It really doesn't matter. After all, you said you'd protect me, didn't you? Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 150, Chapter 150, Straight Black Hair. 945 words. The next day, morning. Byakuya first took Moyu shopping for new clothes. But Rise, Corona, and Nishiro also wanted to come along. To be fair, Corona and Nishiro really didn't have many clothes. When they'd completely cut ties with Dr. Canoe, they hadn't brought anything, they'd only bought 1 or 2 outfits before to make do. Rise was different. She spent most of her spare money on various beautiful clothes, with a small portion going to books. Rise's wardrobe was full of clothes, she could practically wear something different every day. Don't you already have plenty of clothes? Byakuya couldn't help asking Rise. I'm not buying new clothes this time. I feel like I need new shoes. Rise said. Oh, I see. Byakuya nodded. Matsumi and Kani had gone to work at Anteku. Walking toward the mall, Moyu still felt a sense of unreality. She was about to get the beautiful clothes she'd dreamed of. With immense anticipation and longing, Moyu followed Byakuya and the others to the clothing store. As soon as they arrived, Corona and Nishiro purposefully went to pick out the clothes they wanted. They looked at color first. Corona liked black, Nishiro liked white. They basically wouldn't consider other colors. Moyu was first drawn to some sexy lingerie. It seemed her pursuit of sexiness was ingrained in her bones. But at this stage, she wasn't about to wear only sexy lingerie and stockings. She picked out a beautiful black dress. Not wanting to trouble Oniichan too much, she only chose 2 outfits she found most beautiful. But sexy lingerie and black stockings were her core equipment. Then came the fitting stage. Byakuya, who had been relaxed until now, suddenly got busy. Moyu was halfway through changing in the fitting room when she suddenly cracked the door open, poked her head out, and quietly said to Byakuya, Oniichan, could you come here for a moment? Sure. Byakuya didn't think much of it, assuming Moyu had run into some problem while changing and needed a bit of help. When he reached the fitting room door, Moyu gestured for him to come inside. Byakuya sensed something was off, but he entered anyway. What he saw was Moyu wearing only black lace lingerie, her legs wrapped in black stockings. Apart from her hairstyle and bare hands, Moyu looked almost exactly like the original Nutcracker. In the original story, Nutcracker even wore stockings on her hands. Oh, and her figure hadn't developed to its later extent, though the foundations were already there. Seeing the emerging form, Byakuya couldn't help but reflect. Moyu's aesthetic sense had apparently always been like this. This look was certainly sexy, but it was somewhat lacking in modesty. Even so, Byakuya didn't plan to interfere too much with Moyu. He wouldn't impose his own aesthetic on her. At most, he'd mention something about modesty. Otherwise, if Moyu actually walked around in public wearing only lingerie and stockings, that would be problematic. Oni-chan. Moyu's face had a faint blush, but her tone wasn't shy at all. She boldly displayed her figure before Byakuya. Any thoughts? Byakuya hesitated for a moment, considering how to broach this topic with her. From a sexiness standpoint, it really does suit you. But one thing is, I don't think you should show this look to just anyone. It should be reserved for people who are important to you. He didn't have time to think it through completely, so he'd just thrown together some words. Moyu tilted her head slightly, looking puzzled. Byakuya's words seemed to confuse her. But, Oni-chan, you are someone important to me. Moyu explained why she looked so confused. Byakuya hadn't expected Moyu to answer like that. He laughed awkwardly. All right then. I do feel it would be embarrassing if others saw me like this, but when it's Oni-chan, I don't feel that way at all. That's why I asked you to come in and take a look. Moyu continued. Wanting to wear beautiful new clothes wasn't just because she liked pretty things, she also wanted to be appreciated and complimented by others. Of course, her current appearance was only for Oni-chan's evaluation. Normally, she would definitely wear her new dress. Otherwise, what would be the point of buying it? I see. Seems I jumped to conclusions. Byakuya used a smile to mask his awkwardness. Anyway, it suits you well. Moyu nodded happily. I'm thinking about changing my hairstyle. Does Oni-chan have any suggestions? Moyu suddenly said. She seemed unsatisfied with her current loose black hair. You want my opinion? Byakuya confirmed what she meant. Yes. I can't decide what hairstyle would look better. Moyu explained. I actually think your current hairstyle is already quite nice. It goes well with your figure too. Just remember to brush it regularly. Byakuya expressed his view. It has that straight black hair quality. You might not understand what I mean, but basically, what you have now is good. Of course, this wasn't objective advice, it was rather subjective, though such matters couldn't be completely objective anyway. He personally felt there was nothing wrong with smooth, long black hair. Combined with Moyu's figure, it had that straight black hair aesthetic. If she changed to the original Nutcracker's hairstyle, by his aesthetic standards, he really couldn't appreciate it. It gave the feeling that her figure and face are somewhat let down by the hairstyle. Okay. Hearing Oni-chan's opinion, Moyu immediately abandoned the idea of changing her hairstyle. At the same time, she was curious about what straight black hair meant. She planned to secretly research what straight black hair meant when she got home. After all, it sounded like something Oni-chan liked. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, A Perfectly Serious Critique. 1029 words. Byakuya Oni-chan? Just then, Nishiro's voice came from outside. She had finished changing and emerged from the fitting room only to find that Byakuya had vanished. Rise-san, where did Byakuya go? Corona addressed Rise, who sat nearby. Him. He just went into Moyu's fitting room. Who knows what those two might be doing in there? Rise's words carried more than a hint of mischief. Still inside the fitting room, Byakuya heard the conversation between Rise, Corona, and Nishiro. This wasn't good. He found himself in an awkward position. Stepping out seemed wrong, but staying put wasn't any better. On balance, Leaving directly seemed like the better option. Fortunately, Moyu was already putting on her dress. Once she was mostly dressed, he walked out with complete composure. He immediately found Rise, Corona, and Nishiro right in front of him. Having formed an unusual united front, the three girls appeared ready to barge in and see what he and Moyu were up to. Being stared at by three girls simultaneously, Byakuya maintained his calm expression. "Byakuya Oniichan, why were you in a girls' fitting room?" Nishiro asked immediately. "Yes, I'd also like to raise the same question as Nishiro." Corona chimed in. "Darling, if you were really that desperate, you could have just told me directly." Rise looked like she was thoroughly enjoying stirring up trouble. She could more or less guess that Byakuya hadn't done anything inappropriate in there. "I asked him to come in and help." At that moment, Moyu spoke up in Byakuya's defense. With that, Byakuya felt there was no need for him to explain anything himself. Besides, he couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. As the little commotion drew to a close, Corona and Nishiro asked Byakuya to evaluate the new clothes they had tried on. The sisters' tastes in clothing were nearly identical. They had both chosen light, flowing dresses, differing only in color. Corona's was naturally black, while Nishiro's was white. "They both suit you well. More precisely, you both look cute." Byakuya spoke frankly. "Then I'll take this one." Nishiro nodded with satisfaction. "Is cute really the only comment you have?" Corona seemed somewhat exasperated. Byakuya had called her cute before too. But she was definitely happy about it on the inside. Just then, Rise suddenly took hold of Byakuya's arm. "Since everyone's finished picking out their clothes, come with me to look at shoes." This clothing store didn't sell shoes, so they would need to find a shoe store. Rise quickly pulled Byakuya away. Before leaving, however, Byakuya paid for Moyu's clothes first. As for Corona and Nishiro, they received salaries from both the CCG and Anteiku, so money wasn't an issue for them. The original clothing store was just 2 shops away from a shoe store. So Byakuya and Rise turned left out the door and arrived after just a few steps. Rise selected a pair of white canvas shoes and a pair of purple casual shoes. Compared to high heels, she actually preferred wearing this kind of casual footwear. Taking off her original shoes, her feet wrapped in flesh-toned stockings, Rise first tried on the purple casual shoes. "How do these look?" Rise looked down at the shoes on her feet. "They're nice. They suit you." When it came to evaluating girls' outfits, Byakuya was consistently at a loss for words. "Then these will do." Rise didn't mind that Byakuya's evaluation was only a few words. For her, as long as his assessment was positive, that was enough. Then she changed into the other pair of white canvas shoes. "What about these?" "Also nice, though comparatively speaking, white stockings would match these shoes better than the flesh-toned ones." Byakuya offered a perfectly serious critique. Only when it came to this sort of commentary that somewhat touched on personal preferences did his evaluations not sound so perfunctory. "Is it really appropriate to be so seriously evaluating a girl's white stockings, Tilda?" Rise's lips curved upward as she asked Byakuya in an amused tone. "It's fine. I'm just offering an objective observation." Byakuya's expression remained calm. "Understood, Tilda. Next time I wear these new shoes, I'll pair them with white stockings," Rise said with a smile. Apart from Byakuya himself, everyone had finished buying what they needed. They were ready to head back, yet Byakuya alone seemed to have nothing he wanted to purchase. "By the way, Byakuya, aren't you going to buy some new clothes for yourself?" At that moment, Rise suddenly spoke up. "I have enough clothes at home. There's no need to buy new ones," Byakuya said. "But isn't the CCG's promotion ceremony coming up soon? You can't show up dressed so casually. At the very least, you should wear formal attire, right?" Rise recalled the matter of the promotion ceremony. "Now that you mention it, I really do need at least one suit." Reminded by Rise, Byakuya nodded slightly. For such an important formal occasion as the promotion ceremony, wearing a suit was indeed appropriate. Japan was quite strict about wearing formal attire for formal occasions. Although as a transmigrator he didn't need to follow every convention, He didn't want to stand out awkwardly at the promotion ceremony either. If all the investigators attending the promotion ceremony were dressed formally while he alone wore casual clothes, wouldn't that make him conspicuous? Then let me help you pick something out, Rise said, seizing the opportunity. You mean us? This isn't just your affair alone, Rise-san. Corona corrected her in a cool tone. That's right. I'll also provide the most reliable advice I can for Byakuya Oniichan. Nishiro added. I want to help too, Moyu said softly. Alright, let's go take a look then. Byakuya said, compared to other colors, I think I prefer a white suit. After that, he was practically dragged by Rise and the others to a men's clothing store. The salesperson inside was somewhat startled by this grand procession. He had worked here for years and had never seen anything like this. 4 beautiful women, each stunning in her own way, accompanying a single male customer to look at clothes. Get 20 plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, The Ward 4 Mask Shop. 1031 words. Ward 4, also known as Shinjuku. This district, once ruled by the Clown Masks Ghoul organization, was a dangerous area where numerous ghouls fiercely competed for feeding grounds. After the clown masks were wiped out by Arima, Ward 4's danger level hadn't improved much. This was because Yuta, the former manager of Ward 4, had retired and now ran a mask shop called HYSI Art Mask Studio. Meanwhile, Renji Yomo, who held similar prestige to Yuta, had been rescued by Yoshimura during that great battle against Arima and had since remained at Anteiku in Ward 20. Ward 4 today was even more chaotic than when Yuta and Yomo had been in charge. Truthfully, Byakuya didn't know the exact location of that mask shop. He was indeed a transmigrator, but he wasn't so impressive as to know the precise location of every place. Even if he did know the exact location, showing up unannounced wouldn't be appropriate. His plan was to ask Tuka Kirishima or Renji Yomo to take him there. Where's Yomo-san? Arriving at Anteiku today, Byakuya didn't see Renji Yomo. Yomo-san went out on business. He probably won't be back until late. If there's anything, Amaha-san, you can tell me and I'll pass it along to him. Kaya Irimi responded. That won't be necessary. I'll ask Kirishima-san. Byakuya said. Is there something you need from me? Hearing Byakuya mention her name from behind, Tuka turned to ask. It's like this, I need to have a mask made for Rise-san. I heard there's a mask maker in Ward 4 who specializes in making masks for ghouls, but I don't know where to find him. Byakuya explained. Since the manager isn't here, I thought I'd ask Yomo-san. I see. You need a mask made. Tuka replied, I know the person you're talking about. How about I take you there? Among ghouls, masks were commonly referred to as just that, masks. Byakuya nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Kirishima-san. Compared to the 2 times you saved me before, this is nothing. Having said that, Tuka temporarily handed her work over to Roma Hoito. Hoito-san, I'm leaving the rest of the work to you. Hey, come on. I wanted to rest for a bit. Roma immediately started complaining. I'll help share your workload when I get back. Is that acceptable? Tuka said helplessly. This Hoito girl hadn't been at Anteiku long and was already thinking about slacking off. Afterward, Tuka changed out of her work uniform into casual clothes, a blouse, plaid skirt, and tall boots. She looked no different from an ordinary human girl. Tuka immediately led Byakuya and Rise toward the mask shop in Ward 4. Down a small alley in Ward 4 stood a mask shop called HYSI Art Mask Studio, the destination of their trip. Although this mask shop's primary service was making masks for ghouls, it would also serve human customers if any happened to come by. After navigating various alleyways, a somewhat eerie-looking mask shop appeared before them. Tuka casually pushed open the door with one hand in her pocket. The interior decorations were even more bizarre, displaying all sorts of strange, frightening masks and even human skeletons. Besides these, 2 people sat inside the shop, Yuta and Itori. Yuta had long hair and numerous tattoos on his body, especially the Latin phrase on his neck that fully expressed his feelings for Renji Yomo. Translated, it meant, I cannot live with you, But I cannot live without you. Beyond the tattoos on his body, even his eyes had been injected with pigment, making them look very much like Kakugan. He called these tattoo eyes. Upon closer inspection, one could tell these weren't true Kakugan. Real Kakugan would be more vivid and unsettling, with vein-like patterns appearing around the eyes. Itori was a mature woman with long orange-red hair. She was good friends with both Yomo and Yuta, and was also a member of the clowns organization. Little Tuka? What brings you here so suddenly? Seeing Tuka's unexpected arrival, Itori asked with surprise. It's been so long. Tuka-chan, you've become even prettier than before. Yuta also spoke up. Yomo had an excellent relationship with both Yuta and Itori. Even now, he occasionally came back to visit them. As his niece, Tuka was naturally quite familiar with these two as well. Yuta-san, Itori-san, actually someone needs you to make a mask. Tuka said directly. Then she introduced Byakuya and Rise. This is Yuta-san, the one who makes masks for us Ghouls. A Ghoul, and a human? Itori looked at Rise and Byakuya beside Tuka, initially identifying them by their scent. Of course, as a member of the clowns, she could easily recognize Byakuya and Rise. She just couldn't be so obvious about it on the surface. I assume it's this Ghoul lady who needs the mask? Yuta asked calmly, as if he knew nothing at all. Tuka sat down nearby, as there was nothing for her to do at the moment. I'm Amaha, and this is Kamishiro. Byakuya made polite introductions to Yuta and Itori. Kamishiro-san, is it? That surname suddenly reminds me of a certain old acquaintance from Ward 6. Yuta said meaningfully. Rai's gaze sharpened slightly. She knew who that old acquaintance was. It could only be Shokai. Though that old acquaintance seems to have escaped during the chaos when Aogiri Tree attacked Cochlea Prison. No idea where he's gone now. Yuta continued. He actually knew, of course. He was just deliberately saying this for Rise to hear. Byakuya gently squeezed Rai's hand, signaling that she didn't need to respond. Although Yuta was speaking cryptically about some strange things, there was no malice in his words. And Amaha-kun, Yoshimura-san has mentioned you to us. A promising young investigator. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Yuta said with a smile. Now then, Kamishiro-san, please come over here so I can take your measurements. He gestured for Rise to sit nearby. He would need to measure her facial dimensions first before making a properly fitting mask. At that moment, Rise spoke with a smile. All right, but I have one request. I'd like Byakuya to take my measurements instead. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, I Want It All. 993 words. Yuta paused, somewhat surprised that Rise would make such a request. But it was understandable. She probably just didn't want his hands touching her face. After all, taking facial measurements involved such close contact. No problem. Then I'll leave the measuring to Amaha-kun. Yuta naturally didn't mind. Fine. Byakuya went over to assist. Meanwhile, Itori sidled up next to Tuka. So, little Tuka, do you have a boyfriend now? Tuka's expression shifted slightly. No. Is that absolutely not or not yet tilde? Itori asked meaningfully. Absolutely not. Tuka insisted firmly. She had no desire to answer such questions. With such a great environment at school, not dating would be such a waste, wouldn't it? I'm getting worried for Renji on your behalf. Itori sighed. School is for studying. Tuka's expression grew slightly impatient as she retorted. But she lacked confidence saying this, since her grades at school were among the poorer ones. Is that so? I think that Amaha-kun is pretty good, you know. He's quite handsome, and very capable too. Itori suddenly brought up Byakuya. Are you stupid? It's not like you don't know he's an investigator, Tuka said very quietly. Seeing this, Itori's lips curved upward. She could tell that little Tuka had just wavered a bit. Who says an investigator can't date a Ghoul? Besides, Yoshimura-san told us before that young man has been taking great care of everyone at Anteiku. He's clearly not the type of investigator who's completely hostile to Ghouls, right? Itori said with a smile. Anyway, I don't want to think about that kind of thing right now. University entrance exams are coming up soon, that's what I need to focus on. Unable to argue with Itori, Tuka could only change the subject. On the other side, Byakuya was using tools to measure Rai's facial dimensions. It was done in no time. Alright, the measurements are complete. So, Kamishiro-san, do you have any specific requirements for the mask? Yuta said while recording the measurement data. A white mask will do. Rise said casually. She didn't really care much about things like masks. She just felt the white mask Byakuya had given her before was nice to wear, so she made a similar request. Would you like some decorative patterns added? Yuta asked for details. Sure. Rai's response remained casual. All right. Once the mask is finished, I'll have it delivered to Anteiku. That's all for now. With that, Yuta went to begin making the mask. Then we'll head back. Byakuya said. But just then, Itori suddenly spoke to them. No need to rush off, is there? Since you've come all this way, why not stay and chat for a bit before leaving? As she spoke, she walked toward Byakuya. Young man, I'd like to have a little chat with you. Mind indulging me? All right. Byakuya nodded expressionlessly. Since he knew Itori's deeper identity as a member of the clowns, he instinctively assumed there was something important to discuss, so he agreed. But when he sat down at the front counter with Itori, the question she asked was beyond his expectations. So Tilda, I'm curious about something. Which one do you like, Amaha-kun? Itori rested her chin on one hand, tilting her head as she asked Byakuya. Byakuya fell into brief silence. He had thought it was something important, but it turned out to be such a pointless topic. He had originally found it strange. If it were truly something important, they should have spoken privately, not sat at the front counter where Tuka and the others could easily hear. Yet the moment Itori spoke, Tuka's reaction was even greater than Byakuya's. Though her gaze didn't sneak over, pretending she didn't care, her ears were pricked up, trying to hear Byakuya's response clearly. Even Rise couldn't help but pay attention to what was happening over there. Unlike Tuka's furtive manner, she stared directly at Byakuya's direction. Yuta had already begun making the mask according to Rai's facial measurements and requirements. What do you mean? Byakuya asked. You know what I mean. At that moment, Itori leaned closer to Byakuya and whispered, I'm asking which of them you like. Is it the pure but slightly tsundere Tuka-chan, or the strong and elegant Kamishiro-san? Byakuya didn't want to answer this question. Ding. Host has activated a choice mission. Choice 1. Answer I like Kirishima Tuka. Reward, 10 fusion points. Choice 2. Answer I like Kamishiro Rise. Reward, 10 fusion points. Choice 3. Answer I want them all. Reward, 100 fusion points. Seeing the choice mission pop up before him, Byakuya felt even more speechless. This system really was something. Especially that third option, wasn't that a textbook scumbag declaration? But when Byakuya thought about his current situation, especially the situation at home, it seemed, the nature of things really was pretty much I want them all. Since that was indeed the truth, there was nothing he couldn't say. Seeing Byakuya remain silent and unwilling to answer, Itori continued in a whisper, just tell me secretly. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. I won't tell anyone. At this moment, Tuka couldn't hear what Byakuya and Itori were whispering about, and she couldn't help feeling a bit anxious. Although Rai's sensory perception was a tier above Tuka's, and sensory perception naturally included hearing, she could only barely make out some unimportant content. I'll just say this, I want them all. Just then, Byakuya gave his answer. I want them all. JPG. Ding. Host has completed choice 3. Reward, 100 fusion points. Hearing this, Itori froze for a moment. This was an answer she had completely failed to anticipate, leaving her astonished. Besides Itori, only Rise had barely heard what Byakuya said. Upon hearing it, her eyes widened, and she fixed Byakuya with a cold, somewhat frightening stare. Clearly, this was not the answer she had hoped to hear. Yet seeing Rise's unhappy reaction, Tuka immediately formed a misunderstanding. Get 20 plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, even more terrifying now. 948 words. What exactly did she misunderstand? Naturally, Tuka mistakenly believed that Byakuya's answer had been her, which was why Rise was reacting that way. Little did she know, her understanding was completely wrong. By normal logic, Byakuya's answer should have been either her or Rise. Who could have imagined Byakuya would play so far outside the rules, directly going with I want them all? Tuka simply believed her mistaken judgment. Her face grew somewhat flushed, and she became even more embarrassed to look toward Byakuya. Meanwhile, after her surprise, Itori found this human youth truly fascinating. She had originally intended to probe him, to see how this human, especially one who was an investigator, viewed these two Ghoul girls, Rise and Tuka. Even if he had answered with just one of them, it would have been enough to surprise her. After all, a human investigator paired with a Ghoul was unprecedented, unheard of. Even ordinary human-Ghoul pairings were extremely rare. Yet this young man had directly gone with I want them all. She was genuinely thrown off. Didn't this mean that this human youth not only had feelings for Rise but also had feelings for Tuka? Both of these girls were Ghouls. Itori found this increasingly interesting. No wonder Roma, Sauta, and Nico were also interested in this youth. Now she more or less understood why. She couldn't help but look forward to what other astonishing, unexpected things this young man would do next. Thinking this, Itori's gaze inadvertently caught Tuka's reaction. Looking at that adorably flushed little face, her lips curved slightly upward, as if she had realized something. Oh Tilda. Little Tuka over there seems to have developed some wonderful misunderstanding Tilda. Amaha-kun, your answer gets a perfect score Tilda. Itori smiled and praised Byakuya. If Byakuya hadn't given such an astounding answer, she wouldn't have gotten to witness such entertainment. Not only was Kamishiro-san displeased now, but little Tuka had also misunderstood because of Kamishiro-san's reaction. Byakuya vaguely felt that Itori's words were somewhat sarcastic, but he couldn't detect any sarcasm in her tone. He had no idea what her perfect score actually meant. That's about it. I finished chatting with Amaha-kun about what I wanted to discuss, so you all can head back. I won't see you out. At that moment, Itori spoke with satisfaction. After that, the three of them set off to return to Anteiku. On the way back, Tuka still felt somewhat embarrassed, deliberately walking behind Byakuya and Rise. In her mind, she was troubled by certain matters. Now that Byakuya had made his feelings clear, although she didn't quite understand why she felt this way, she had to admit this was indeed what she had hoped for. But she wasn't mentally prepared yet, nor did she know how to respond to Byakuya. This was what troubled her now. In contrast, Rise wore a cold expression the entire way, not saying a word, looking rather intimidating. Yet Byakuya had no idea what Tuka was troubled about. He only felt that both Rise and Tuka were acting somewhat strange, abnormal. He assumed both Rise and Tuka had heard his I want them all from earlier. If so, their reactions were understandable. They probably both thought he was a scumbag and a turn-off. But since he had already said those words, there was no point worrying about it now. So at this moment, Byakuya wasn't overthinking anything and had already adopted an indifferent attitude. This strange atmosphere persisted until they returned to Anteiku. By then, Tuka had calmed down somewhat. The flush had long faded from her face, though her mind still lingered on thoughts about Byakuya. Rai's face showed no particular expression, looking much the same as usual, just lacking her usual ambiguous smile. I heard you went to find Yuta to make masks. How did it go? That guy Yuta didn't give you any trouble, did he? Seeing them return, Yomo spoke with concern, his expression its usual deadpan. No, Yuta-san was very kind to us. Now we just need to wait for him to finish the mask and deliver it to Rai-san. Tuka said. That's good. Normally it should arrive by tomorrow. It should be Kamishiro-san's mask, right? Yomo said. Tuka nodded. Yes. Come to think of it, this will be Rai-san's first mask, won't it? More or less, but not entirely. Rise replied casually, because she had worn Byakuya's mask before. Really? Rise-san, you never wore a mask before when hunting? Roma suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Rise-san is amazing. Unlike a weak Ghoul like me who wouldn't dare go without a mask. That's right, Rise-san is quite impressive. Looking at Roma's reaction, Tuka could tell this girl didn't know that Rise was the binge eater. So she decided not to bring up that name, partly out of consideration for Rise. Perhaps because she had misunderstood Byakuya's answer, her attitude toward Rise had softened somewhat compared to before. But at the moment, Rise had no interest in chatting idly here. Her mind was occupied with other matters. She directly tugged at Byakuya's sleeve and said, "Byakuya, could you come with me for a moment?" "Sure." Byakuya could roughly guess what Rise wanted to talk to him about. Even so, his mood remained calm. A moment later, Rise pulled Byakuya away from Anteku to a secluded corner of a small alley. "What did you mean by want them all earlier? Could you explain that to me?" Sure enough, Rise's first question was about what Byakuya had said to Itori. Her face no longer wore its usual dangerous smile, but rather a serious, calm expression, which was somehow even more frightening. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, First Kiss. 963 words. Exactly what it sounds like. I like them all, so I want to protect all of you. Byakuya spoke calmly and without panic. Otherwise, I'm not really a saint. Why would I help people who have nothing to do with me? Rise paused for a moment. So this like you're talking about, how many people does it include? After all, Byakuya had helped so many people. If he liked all of them. For example, Kirishima-san, manager Yoshimura, and everyone at Anteku counts. Byakuya said. Actually, there was nothing wrong with what he said. It was just that this like wasn't that kind of like. His willingness to help everyone all along had indeed been for this reason. But this was somewhat evasive, avoiding Rise's real question. That's not what I'm asking. Or let me put it another way. If I said I liked you, how would you respond? Rise directly played her trump card in response to Byakuya's evasion. Regarding her feelings for Byakuya, she had never paid them much attention before. It wasn't until today's events that she realized she needed to take them seriously. Otherwise, given this guy's nature, whether intentional or not, even if unintentional, he could easily attract other women outside. At this moment, Rise stared directly into Byakuya's eyes, as if pressing him for an answer. There wasn't a trace of shyness on her face. That was simply her personality. She could easily confront her own feelings head-on. Now it was Byakuya's turn to be stunned. He had originally intended to brush past this topic, never expecting Rise to drop such a bombshell. Though he could usually sense that Rise might have some feelings for him, he hadn't dared take it too seriously. After all, Rise had always enjoyed joking around and playing pranks. He thought she was mostly just close to him because she craved his body. This was a literal craving. Are you confessing to me? Byakuya asked, somewhat incredulously. Since you know it's a confession, give me a proper answer. Rise said directly. Byakuya still couldn't be certain whether Rise was serious or just pranking him. Moreover, his mind was still processing a mild shock, accompanied by a mental storm. But after a moment, his thoughts cleared. Yet just as he was about to give his answer, Rise seemed to be backing away slightly. Never mind. Why don't you think about it carefully for a while and give me your answer once you've decided? Her face appeared emotionless, but internally she felt some fear and anxiety. What she feared was that Byakuya's next words would be a rejection. Whether it was the feeling of liking someone or this nervous, anxious emotion, both were things Rise had never experienced before. She couldn't maintain her usual composure. Byakuya swallowed back the answer he was about to give. Now it was his turn to feel stifled, and he wasn't about to let this go. He disregarded Rise's retreat and spoke firmly. Actually, you don't even need to ask. Didn't I already give you my answer long ago? Long ago? Rise immediately recalled at the very beginning, Byakuya had told her things like and love at first sight. But she had dismissed it all as nonsense, so she hadn't taken it to heart. Yes. Although the like I spoke of then is different from now, the clear answer I can give you now is still the same as back then. I fell for you at first sight, Rai-san. That's my answer. Byakuya spoke in a calm tone. He felt these words didn't need to be said with deep emotion or excitement. Hearing this, Rise was dazed for a moment. So, just as she spoke, she suddenly reached out with both hands and pressed Byakuya's head down slightly. This way, even without standing on tiptoe, she could reach Byakuya. Without any hesitation, Rise lifted her face and kissed him, their lips meeting. A moment later, they parted. Rise's slender fingers rested against her lips as she smiled. That's my answer. Ding. Host has completed kiss with Kamishiro Rise. Reward, 50 fusion points. But Byakuya's thoughts weren't on the system at all. He still hadn't recovered from that kiss. By the way, that was my first kiss. What about you? Rise asked with a light smile. Mine too. Byakuya answered honestly. Of course, this meant not just since transmigrating to this world, but including his previous life as well. This was a true first kiss. Then there's nothing else to discuss. Let's head back. Rise had returned to her usual self. More precisely, there was still a slight difference. She was clearly in a very good mood right now. Byakuya also smiled faintly at this. When the two returned to Anteku, it was as if nothing had happened. Only the two of them knew what had just occurred. Soon, the day of the appointment with Ito Yoshimura arrived. It wasn't until today that Ito informed Byakuya of the specific location via phone. She was quite cautious. An abandoned factory in Ward 13. Just hearing that, it was clear this was at most a temporary Aogiri tree base, not their true headquarters. But it didn't matter. Byakuya hadn't come to scout out Aogiri Tree's headquarters location anyway. Besides, he already knew where Aogiri Tree's headquarters were, either Ward 24 or Rushima Island. Such information was useless to him. Rise, it's time to go. Both of them now wore masks. Byakuya still wore that white mask, while Rise's new mask, already delivered by Yuta, was a white mask with some simple decorative patterns. Apart from that, they brought nothing else with them. They didn't even carry quinks as they headed to meet with all of Aogiri Tree. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, The Mangekyo Sharing and Revealed. 1032 words. Ward 13, also known as Shibuya. Yamori had once been the leader here, and most of the stronger Ghouls in this area had joined Aogiri Tree under his command. Arima had once attended Seisei High School here, though that was only to investigate Ghouls while posing as a student. After successfully driving out Lantern Mika Rika, he never returned to Ward 13. Now Byakuya and Rise arrived at the abandoned factory. They could see several Ghouls dressed as Aogiri Tree members standing watch around the perimeter. The executive Ito was already waiting for them at the main entrance. The Ito before them was no longer the author Sen Takatsuki, but a small girl wrapped head to toe in white bandages, wearing a dark crimson cloak. The bandages covered her entire body tightly, with only 2 small holes for her eyes, giving off an eerie feeling. The scarf around her neck seemed to serve the purpose of keeping the cloak in place. Ito, Tatara, and Noro were the 3 great executives of Aogiri Tree. Among them, Ito gave off the most mysterious impression. Before Ito's true identity was exposed, almost no one could connect the monstrous form of the one-eyed owl with such a petite figure. Besides Ito, Tatara and Noro were also present. All 3 executives had gathered here specifically to welcome Byakuya and Rise. The surrounding Aogiri Tree members were immediately curious who exactly were these 2 people in white masks. Welcome, you 2 Tilda. Ito spoke. Even her voice had changed, sounding completely different from Sen Takatsuki's. This wasn't to hide her identity from Byakuya, but rather to prevent other Aogiri Tree members from discovering her other identity as the author Sen Takatsuki. Byakuya nodded slightly. Then he and Rise followed Ito and the others into the abandoned factory. Along the way, they encountered Ayato Kirishima. Ayato was leaning against the corridor wall, his gaze fixed on Byakuya. Though he couldn't immediately recognize the masked Byakuya, he detected a familiar scent on this person. A scent he would never forget for the rest of his life. But there were too many Ghouls around Byakuya, their various scents mingling together, making it difficult for Ayato to be certain. So he just stared at the man without making any move. If this really is that guy, why would he appear here? And he seems to have been invited by Ito and Tatara-san. Ayato thought to himself. He found it hard to believe. A human investigator, wearing a mask, coming to their Aogiri tree base, it seemed incredibly strange just thinking about it. This made him even more uncertain whether the person before him was really that guy from before. With his attention entirely focused on Byakuya, Ayato actually overlooked another person's scent. Though his impression of Rai's scent was faint, he could have recalled it if he'd concentrated. Besides Ayato, other Ghouls also noticed that not both of the white-masked individuals were Ghouls. One of them carried a human scent, and that scent was extremely enticing. If not for the three executives keeping them in check, they probably wouldn't have been able to resist attacking Byakuya. A moment later, Byakuya and Rise were led to the deepest part of the abandoned factory. A large number of Aogiri tree Ghouls had gathered here. It seemed like everyone was present. Originally, aside from the three executives Ito, Tatara, and Noro, Ayato was the only surviving executive after the others had died. However, after the raid on Cochlea Prison, Aogiri Tree had gained new members, including 3 new executives. SS-rated Shokai Matasaka Kamishiro, the former leader of Ward 6 and Rai's adoptive father. Note, the manga rates him SS, while the anime inflated this to SSS, but his actual performance doesn't reach that level. S-rated Naki, who had been Yamori's underling in Ward 13. He deeply admired and worshipped Yamori, calling him Big Bro God. And A+ rated Miza Kuzakari, nicknamed Three Blades. She was the sworn sister of the Bin brothers and wore a mask similar to theirs. Aogiri Tree's overall combat power was now stronger than before. Shokai recognized Rise almost immediately, his eyes widening. Even through an unfamiliar mask, he would never forget his daughter's scent. What surprised him was that Rise was actually willing to wear a mask. Long ago, he had repeatedly advised Rise to wear a mask when hunting, but she had always refused with great impatience. And, why had Rise suddenly come here? Shokai had long known that Aogiri Tree wanted to capture Rise alive. He had joined Aogiri Tree precisely to better protect her, yet here she was, walking right into their hands. Even though he recognized Rise, he didn't dare acknowledge her now. He could only stare intently at Rise and the mysterious person beside her. Big Bro. You smell like Big Bro. Just then, Byakuya happened to pass by Naki, who suddenly shouted. Obviously, because Byakuya had used the Quinkyu 13's Jason multiple times, he had absorbed quite a bit of its scent. The fanatical underling Naki detected it immediately. Are you Big Bro's acquaintance? Or, are you the one who killed my Big Bro Yamori? Naki shouted excitedly. Yet Ito and Tatara made no move to stop him, merely turning to watch Byakuya and Naki. Byakuya had no desire to deal with this guy. He ignored Naki and continued walking forward. But the next moment, Naki persisted. Too scared to answer, huh? And you smell like a human, you must be the one who killed Big Bro Yamori. I'll avenge Big Bro Yamori. Naki moved to attack Byakuya. Byakuya immediately turned and glared at Naki. Back off. At the same moment, his eyes shifted from their normal black to the Mangekyo Sharingan, bearing the exact pattern of Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo. This immediately caused Naki to take half a step back in fright. He had mistaken Byakuya's Mangekyo Sharingan for Kokugan. This meant the other person wasn't human after all. Realizing he was in the wrong, he instinctively backed down. Naki, stand down. Only then did Ito speak up. She too had noticed Byakuya's crimson eyes, falling into deep thought. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, The Name Uchiha Madara. 977 words. A CCG investigator who also possessed those eyes. Though upon closer inspection, those blood-red eyes were somewhat different from ordinary Kokugan. But in this world, the Sharingan simply didn't exist. No one could have such knowledge. Based on this world's understanding, the only thing that could freely switch between black and red eyes was Kakugan. Therefore, Ito speculated that Byakuya's eyes must be Kakugan that had somehow mutated, becoming different from the standard variety. She herself was practically a miracle, a natural-born one-eyed Ghoul. So it wasn't entirely impossible for Byakuya's Kakugan to have mutated. As for the human scent on his body, that was actually simple to explain. For instance, the Washu clan Ghouls were skilled at altering their scent, making themselves smell virtually identical to humans. This way, other Ghouls couldn't identify them as Ghouls. Combined with the fact that Byakuya could work normally at the CCG without being affected by the RC detection gates, Ito began to suspect whether Byakuya might be a member of the Washu clan. This might also explain why he was unusually close to Rise. Of course, these were just Ito's speculations. She would need to confirm with Arima later. There was no way to verify anything right now. Yes. Under Ito's command, Naki obediently retreated to his original position. Compared to Ito, Ayato's mind was also in turmoil. He had strongly suspected that the masked man was Byakuya, but the appearance of the Mangekyo Sharingan had thrown him off completely. In his understanding, he knew nothing about the Washu's truth, so he viewed CCG investigators as purely human. Now he dismissed his suspicions, no longer believing the man could be Byakuya. It was probably some Ghoul who had been around Byakuya for a long time and picked up his strong scent. Even Rise was shocked. She had no idea Byakuya possessed Kakugan. She couldn't believe Byakuya could have Kakugan, because she had truly tasted his body. She was certain it was absolutely a human taste. Ghouls couldn't taste like that. In fact, Ghouls tasted terrible, the complete opposite of Byakuya. She still firmly believed Byakuya was human. As for what was going on with those eyes, she would have to ask him later. Tatara couldn't help but glance at Ito. She had told him beforehand that two guests would be coming today. One was an interesting human, and the other was Rise. But this interesting human had just revealed Kakugan. "May I ask how I should address you, sir?" Ito spoke up, addressing Byakuya. "Madara. Ucha Madara." In such a mixed company, Byakuya naturally couldn't use his real name. He naturally spoke the name Ucha Madara. Besides, he was already wearing the white mask. There was no inconsistency whatsoever. Then, Ucha-san, and the binge eater, "Welcome to our Aogiri tree," Ito said immediately. She played along with Byakuya's performance, raising no questions about the name Ucha Madara. The moment she said this, the Aogiri tree members present erupted in commotion. "The binge eater? Isn't that the target we're supposed to capture alive?" "Yeah. Why did she walk right in? Did that Madara guy catch her to offer to our king? This works out perfectly. Saves us the trouble of going to Anteku to capture her. Last time we lost Yamori trying to get the binge eater." While the members chatted among themselves, Shokai couldn't help but grow anxious. Rai's identity had been exposed. These Aogiri tree people would probably take action. At that moment, a Ghoul eager to claim credit rushed toward Rise first. However, Tatara immediately backhanded him down. "Until I give permission, no one makes a move." His flat tone had a powerful deterrent effect on everyone in Aogiri Tree. After all, Tatara was essentially the public leader of Aogiri Tree. As for the one-eyed king at the top, apart from Ito, Tatara, and Noro, no one had ever seen him. They had no idea that Ito was the one-eyed owl, nor that Arima was their one-eyed king. HMPH. Seeing those people held in check by Tatara, Shokai, who had nearly lost his composure, forced himself to hold back. He let out a low grunt and stood in the corner, observing the situation. The moment anyone tried to harm Rise, he would rush over to stop them and take her away, even if it meant turning against Aogiri Tree. The situation was somewhat chaotic. Even Tatara was confused about why Ito had specifically invited these two. Facing the predatory stares of all those Ghouls, Rise showed no fear whatsoever. It wasn't that she believed in her own absolute strength, but that she trusted Byakuya would protect her. "Ucha-san, you didn't come all this way just to tour our Aogiri Tree, did you?" Ito continued to steer the conversation. Are you interested in cooperating with us? For instance, the binge eater would be quite a show of sincerity. If you're willing to hand her over to us, we would be very happy to cooperate with you, Ucha-san. She couldn't possibly be unaware of the relationship between Byakuya and Rise. Deliberately saying this to Byakuya clearly held deeper meaning. Cooperation? Byakuya spoke coldly, his eyes indifferent. There will be no cooperation. I have no interest in playing such childish games with you. Rather, you should submit to me. Hearing Aogiri Tree dismissed as a childish game, nearly every Ghoul present was instantly infuriated. Tatara furrowed his brow slightly, still unable to understand what was going on. Noro, having virtually no consciousness of his own, naturally showed no reaction. Ayato's expression changed dramatically. He felt a strong sense of déjà vu. This tone was very similar to that guy's. Only Ito, beneath her bandages, smiled slightly. Byakuya's response had exceeded her expectations, bringing her tremendous delight. Now then, she would see how this fellow planned to handle the situation. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Susanoo. 978 words. Where does this kid get such nerve? How dare he mock our Aogiri Tree like this? Even the CCG wouldn't dare call us a childish game. Who gave him the courage to insult us? Tatara-san. Please let us make a move. He's literally standing on our faces and spitting on us. Exactly. Otherwise, won't Aogiri Tree become a laughingstock? Nearly every Ghoul present was seething with rage. If Ito hadn't given Tatara advance notice, he too would have been displeased. After all, he believed in Aogiri Tree's ideals, otherwise, he wouldn't have cooperated with Ito. Yet that person's words just now were undeniably an insult to Aogiri Tree. Though Ito hadn't been entirely clear when she'd briefed him earlier, he was willing to trust her. However, under everyone's requests, Tatara's gaze turned toward Ito, as if seeking her opinion. Ito nodded slightly. Tatara then spoke. Fine. Do as you please. At this moment, Ito was waiting to see Byakuya's next performance. She had certainly noticed that Byakuya hadn't brought any Quinkyu on this visit. Was he planning to demonstrate his power as a Ghoul? She was quite curious to see how Byakuya planned to break through this situation. With Tatara's permission, numerous Ghouls immediately surrounded Byakuya, first ensuring he and Rise had no escape route. Everyone step aside. Let me go first. At that moment, Naki pushed forward to take the lead. Since he was one of Aogiri Tree's executives, the other Ghouls had to make way for him. The three great executives Ito, Tatara, and Noro simply stood watching. Shokai only cared about Rise's situation. Miza decided to wait and see for now. Ayato continued staring at the surrounded Byakuya. Though the voice had been deliberately lowered and those blood-red eyes were misleading, he still felt this person seemed too familiar. The scent aside, even the tone was remarkably similar. So he didn't want to join in. He had been beaten badly enough last time. If this really was that guy, unless Tatara-san, Noro-san, and Kamishiro-san all attacked together, they probably couldn't keep him here. The rest didn't have the ability to fight him. Ayato had overlooked Ito because she was like a mascot who had never once made a move. Little did he know that Ito was actually the strongest of Aogiri Tree's public members. After all, Arima had never had the opportunity nor dared to fight openly as Aogiri Tree's one-eyed king until his death. In the end, only Naki dared to lead a group of Ghouls not even at S rating to try to teach Byakuya a lesson. Naki still suspected his big bro Yamori had been killed by the man before him. If this guy were really Big Bro's friend or acquaintance, he definitely wouldn't have called Big Bro's Aogiri Tree a childish game. Big Bro Yamori. I'll avenge you. Shouting about revenge, Naki attacked Byakuya with his Kukaku Kagun. He even imitated Yamori's gesture, cracking his fingers like Yamori used to, pressing his thumb against his index finger and bending it to an almost bone-breaking angle, producing that satisfying cracking sound. Rise. At that moment, Byakuya murmured softly and grasped Rise's hand. Facing the threat from Naki and the numerous Ghouls, he didn't hesitate to unleash the ultimate technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The third power, Susanoo. After all, he hadn't brought any Quinkyu for defense, and his goal wasn't to slaughter Aogiri tree anyway. In that instant, the massive amount of chakra within Byakuya's body seemed to awaken, pouring out and materializing. Susanoo, the combined offense and defense known as the power of the gods, was essentially the materialization of one's internal chakra, forming what appeared to be a war god. Without question, the Susanoo Byakuya activated was completely Ucha Madara's version. Both the form and color were identical to Madara's Susanoo. A massive ribcage extending above his head enveloped his entire body. Naturally, Rise beside him was also within its protective range. The pale blue Susanoo ribcage wasn't completely solid, giving off a translucent appearance with what seemed like gaseous fluctuations. This was Susanoo's initial form. Besides this giant ribcage, he could also summon Susanoo's arms as a means of attack if he wished. The moment Susanoo appeared, even in just its initial form, it made all the surrounding ghouls tremble. Their first thought was half Kakuja, yet it seemed even more complete than a half Kakuja. Could this be a Kakuja? What? Naki realized the situation was dire, but it was too late to stop. Clang. His Kukaku collided violently with the Susanoo ribcage. He felt as if he had struck something incomparably hard, then was sent flying in the opposite direction. But Byakuya wasn't about to let Naki fly away so comfortably. He immediately summoned a Susanoo arm, a giant hand whose palm alone was larger than half his body appeared out of thin air. It grabbed Naki like catching a mouse, crushed him casually, then tossed him away like garbage. Naki's body was nearly flattened. Coughing up blood violently, he flew through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing through a wall of the abandoned factory before collapsing on the ground, barely clinging to life. Ding. Host has defeated S-rated Ghoul Naki. Reward, 25 fusion points. Seeing Naki instantly destroyed, and destroyed so brutally, the other ghouls were scared witless. Not only did they not dare advance another step, they couldn't help but retreat in fear. Tatara's expression grew grave. Half Kakuja? No. Kakuja. But it doesn't quite seem right either. He himself was a Kakuja, but he had never seen a Kakuja form like this before. Yet due to limited understanding, the people of this world could only explain Byakuya's Susanoo as a Kakuja. Ito examined Byakuya's Kakuja form with great interest, showing no concern for the half-dead Naki. Byakuya-kun, how many more surprises will you bring me, Tilda? Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Only I Can Change This World. 1010 words. Regarding Byakuya's Kakuja form, though Ito was somewhat surprised, she didn't find it particularly strange. This was because Kakuja forms could, to a certain extent, be altered through imagination. The same applied to Kagun. Just as Ito's Kagun had become a kaleidoscope of colors, though she had only revealed her Kagun in the original story's later arc when she planned to capture and torture Kaneki. At all other times, she appeared in her one-eyed owl Kakuja form. Her Kakuja form was also a product of imagination. Perhaps this was why she could become a famous author. One could say Ito's Kakuja form was unique. Among all ghouls capable of becoming Kakuja, only hers took on such a monstrous appearance influenced by her rich imagination. Kaneki's centipede half-Kakuja form worked the same way. The torture of having a centipede placed in his ear by Yamori had left such a deep impression that when he lost his sanity through cannibalism, he subconsciously thought of centipedes. The new Kakuhu gained through cannibalism then grew into a centipede-like Kagun. Even when he eventually transformed into dragon, it took the form of a centipede. One could only say that Yamura-sensei's caring attention had affected Kaneki's entire life. Though Byakuya's Susanoo clearly had a different texture from normal Kakuja forms, Ito could only attribute this to some mutation caused by his imagination. You go. I'm not going. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. Shouldn't Tatara-san and the others make a move? We're no match for a Kakuja. The Aogiri tree ghouls had all lost their nerve. Some tried to goad others into going first while secretly retreating themselves. Misa was grateful she hadn't been as impulsive as Naki just now, or her fate would have been just as miserable. For the first time, Sharch's attention shifted away from Rise. The man who had accompanied Rise here was becoming increasingly interesting. He didn't particularly care about the man's strength or Kakuja capabilities. What mainly concerned him was how close this guy was to Rise, even holding her hand, and Rise showed no resistance whatsoever. The key point was this complete lack of resistance. Based on his understanding of Rise, he couldn't believe she would act so docile in front of any man. Since Uchisan calls our Aogiri tree a childish game, then in your eyes, what wouldn't be a childish game? Ito spoke up again. I have come to change this world. I will achieve this through my plan. Byakuya said flatly. Only one person can lead the entire world, and that is me. However, I'm not entirely unreasonable. Those willing to submit to me, step forward now. Byakuya spoke directly. This was clearly poaching right in front of everyone, and quite aggressively at that. Facing such provocative behavior, the Aogiri tree ghouls present could only seethe in silence, not daring to voice their anger. This was clearly their territory, yet they could do nothing against him. Because his Kakuja was still active. Unless Tatara-san and the other executives were willing to fight, anyone else who stepped forward would be walking to their death. At that moment, Shokai seemed to realize something. He pondered briefly, then walked out from his corner. The ghouls blocking his path all stepped aside. They wondered whether Kamishiro-san was going to teach the man a lesson, or defect to him. Shokai, wearing a black martial arts outfit, slowly walked up to Byakuya and spoke with deep feeling. Thank you for taking care of my daughter all this time. He knew Rise couldn't have changed this much on her own. Something must have happened during the time he wasn't around. Based on his experience, he could imagine how much effort it must have taken. With that, Shokai stood beside Byakuya, making his position clear. Kamishiro-san, how could you? Facing those questioning, uncomprehending stares, Shokai simply ignored them. As a father acting for his daughter's sake, he needed no reason. Besides Shokai, Ayato had almost wanted to do the same, because the masked man's true identity intrigued him greatly. But he quickly calmed down and dismissed the thought. In the end, only Shokai decided to leave Aogiri Tree. The other ghouls were all displeased by Byakuya's domineering behavior. They naturally wouldn't defect to him. Yet Byakuya couldn't care less about their feelings. His objectives had been achieved. First, he had intimidated these Aogiri Tree members somewhat, paving the way for his future plans. Second, he was taking Shokai with him. Not only could this reunite father and daughter, but Shokai also had a high probability of becoming a member of the Akatsuki organization. Continuously strengthening Akatsuki's power was something he needed to do. Though in one respect he was like Madara, preferring to trust in his own absolute strength, that didn't mean there was no need to grow Akatsuki's power. As for Sharch's departure, Ito couldn't care less. She had always known Shokai had only joined Aogiri Tree for Rai's sake. She would use him when useful, when not, it didn't matter. Seeing that Ito showed no reaction, Tatara also remained neutral. At that moment, Byakuya deactivated Susanoo, and his Mangekyo Sharingan closed as well. Let's go. He released Rai's hand and turned to leave. Shokai and Rise followed behind him. Every Aogiri Tree ghoul watched Byakuya with hostile eyes, but not a single one actually dared to stop him. Ito and Tatara simply watched as the three departed. Ito, what benefit does this bring us? Tatara quietly asked Ito, somewhat puzzled. Tatara-san, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That alone is enough. Ito explained simply. Though it was just this vague explanation, Tatara more or less understood. He said nothing more, willing to trust Ito's judgment. Besides Arima and Noro, Tatara was the person within Aogiri Tree whom Ito trusted most. But she still didn't reveal much about Byakuya to Tatara, mainly because she herself didn't know much about him yet. Therefore, she would definitely continue to uncover everything about this man. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Chapter 160. Chapter 160. Am I going to be a grandfather? 1025 words. After leaving the abandoned factory, Rise casually removed her mask. When there was no need to wear a mask, she still didn't like the thing. Rise, it seems you've experienced quite a lot during the time I wasn't around. Shokai suddenly remarked with emotion. Indeed, quite a lot has happened. Especially meeting this heartless man. Rise said offhandedly. Ahem. Byakuya coughed lightly, his commanding presence from earlier now gone. After all, that presence had been deliberately cultivated. Or more precisely, he wouldn't act that way toward people close to him. Heartless man. Shokai paused for a moment. So you really have grown up. Though he himself had never had a lover, that didn't mean he didn't understand such matters. The moment Rise used the words heartless man, he understood why Rise had become completely different around that person. It made sense. Rise was no longer that little girl from before. She had reached that age. At that moment, Byakuya removed his white mask and addressed Shokai. Kamishiro-san, pleased to meet you. My name is Amaha Byakuya. There was no need to conceal his identity in front of Shokai. After all, Shokai was Rise's adoptive father, not some random member of Aogiri tree. He was someone who could be trusted, at the very least. Shokai definitely wouldn't side with the Washu, nor would he betray Byakuya. I see. So Ucha Madara isn't your real name? Shokai nodded slightly. At the same time, he began sizing up Byakuya like a father-in-law examining a suitor. That's right. However, there are times when I'd appreciate it if you could address me as Ucha Madara, Kamishiro-san. Byakuya said. This old man isn't so muddled as to forget that. You can rest assured on that point. Shokai nodded. By the way, does Rise still hunt so indiscriminately now? Shokai suddenly asked. He still couldn't forget Rise's hunting habits. After all, he himself had been captured because of Rise's reckless hunting. Of course, he wouldn't blame Rise for that. His main concern was that Rise might be caught by the CCG or even the Washu because of it. Here we go again. So Nagi. Rise immediately replied. Shokai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Rise was still the same as always. But he felt no displeasure, rather, a hint of nostalgia. After all, he had long grown accustomed to Rise's attitude. Even when he had been angriest in the past, he had never done anything to Rise. You can rest assured, Kamishiro-san. Rise no longer hunts humans. At that moment, Byakuya answered. Is that so? She no longer hunts humans. Shokai found this hard to believe. If Rise had simply become more moderate, he might have believed it. But for Rise to completely stop hunting humans, that seemed impossible to him. That's because Byakuya is my only prey now. Rise said directly. What do you mean? Shokai didn't immediately grasp her meaning. It means I now satisfy my hunger with his flesh and blood. You wouldn't understand how delicious he tastes. As she spoke, Rise greedily licked her moist lips. Shokai frowned slightly. You actually do that to him? But isn't he a Ghoul? He was confused about two things. First, doing such a thing to the one you loved. Second, Rise evaluating a Ghoul's flesh and blood as delicious. That was before, though. For some reason, I'm not as interested in his flesh and blood anymore. Rise said casually. Then her gaze met Byakuya's. But regarding the Ghoul part, I'd like to ask you properly what was going on with those Kakugan earlier. It's actually quite simple. You can think of me as a plus version of Corona and Nishiro. Besides not being one-eyed, my characteristics are similar to theirs. Byakuya explained with a calm expression. He spoke complete nonsense with a perfectly straight face. His demeanor and tone were so flat and serious that he didn't seem to be making anything up at all. This was unavoidable. He certainly couldn't casually reveal the truth about the Mangekyo Sharingan. Using Kakugan as cover was the best choice. Indeed. Rise thought for a moment and actually found Byakuya's explanation reasonable. Apart from having only one Kakugan each, Corona and Nishiro possessed Ghoul regeneration abilities, Kagun abilities, and various other capabilities, yet they smelled completely human and more delicious than ordinary humans. This matched up perfectly with Byakuya's peculiarities, and also fit his claim of being an upgraded version, stronger abilities, and more delicious. That was essentially it. As for the difference between one Kakugan eye and two, experiments with artificial one-eyed Ghouls had succeeded. Upgrading a one-eyed with similar characteristics to two Kakugan eyes didn't seem entirely impossible. Just like that, Rise was completely taken in by Byakuya's deception. Shokai didn't comment on any of this. He didn't particularly care about such matters anyway, he simply accepted what Byakuya said as truth. But you still hid your half-Ghoul identity from me. Rise's tone carried a hint of grievance. Clearly, she was displeased that Byakuya had kept this from her. Actually, that's only because I've always thought of myself as human. Byakuya smiled somewhat awkwardly. That was the only explanation he could give. Fine. Rise didn't pursue the matter further. Rather, she felt she shouldn't be dwelling on such things. It was all Byakuya's fault that she had unknowingly become like this. Are you two living at Anteiku now? Shokai asked. He had heard some regular Aogiri tree members mention the binge-eater's whereabouts at Anteiku in Ward 20. He was just confirming now. More or less. Byakuya nodded. That works out. I can visit an old friend while I'm at it. The old friend Shokai spoke of was naturally Yoshimura, the manager of Anteiku. He and Yoshimura were old acquaintances. This also showed that Yoshimura had always been aware of everything. For instance, just hearing the surname Kamishiro would tell him a great deal, he simply chose not to interfere when unnecessary. Just then, Shokai suddenly thought of something and asked with a serious expression, "By the way, how far has your relationship progressed? For instance, am I going to be a grandfather?" Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.